Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Creative Technology and Design Capstone presentations. We're very excited to have you here today. Just a couple of things. So we're going to have 4 sessions today. I'll put in a minute in the chat the schedule in case our visitors don't have it. There will be some breaks in between the sessions. Each session will be moderated by one of our Capstone instructors. We have 4 instructors and 4 sessions, so it worked out pretty well. Each student will have 6 to 8 minutes to present. Then we have some reviewers that will give feedback in about 4 minutes, and that's kind of how the day will go. So I know that our students work really hard on their projects. I'm very excited to see all of them because I've mainly only seen the ones in my section. So let's get started. The first session is going to be moderated by our wonderful Annie Margaret. Annie, take it away.
All right. Hi, good morning. I'm excited to see you all so early on a Saturday. And so I'll just introduce our expert reviewers today. So we have Karen Crofton. Hi, Karen. So currently the entrepreneur in residence at the College of Engineering and Applied Science at CU and an active startup investor. Karen was previously a principal at the Rocky Mountain Institute dedicated to the transformation of energy systems. She has also spent 15 years at Air Products and Chemicals in roles from project management and product innovation to corporate new business development, and was a founding member of a joint venture focused on facility construction. She has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Bucknell University, an MBA from Rice, and a master's in data analytics from CU Boulder. Karen has been a lecturer at Leeds School of Business at CU, was on the board of Rice University from 2014 to 2020, and was on the City of Boulder's Environmental Advisory Board for about 5 years. Does that all sound right, Karen? Awesome. Okay, and then we have Cassandra Goodby. Hi, Cassandra. Thank you for being here. And so Cassandra is currently a design technologist at Amazon and has a BS and MS in creative technology and design from the Atlas Institute at CU. And Cassandra specializes in utilizing user experience design thinking to engineer, prototype, and test meaningful and inclusive experiences through technology. And so I think when you hear that expertise, you can see why these are a good fit for your projects today. And then up first, we have Jack Legrone. And I think you should have the capacity to drive whenever you're ready, Jack.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jack Legrone, and this is my project, Vizier. Vizier is a variable typeface designed to mitigate visual dyslexic symptoms like letter flipping. Initially, I knew I wanted to use typography to improve accessibility, but I didn't know quite how to do that. Then I discovered dyslexic typefaces that use visual strategies to mitigate dyslexic symptoms. The most prominent dyslexic typeface is the Dyslexie, designed by Christian Bohr in 2008. It features letter weighting and a slanted axis to imply a directionality of reading. Open Dyslexic is another example, designed by Abby Gonzalez in 2019. It implements more aggressive letter weighting to prevent letter flip. But these typefaces have a problem. They're designed for a very narrow set of symptoms, but dyslexic symptoms are not monolithic. Dang. But here's where variable fonts come in. Variable fonts are unique in that they're algorithmically defined, so instead of a few static variants like bold or thin, variable fonts can generate hundreds of intermediate variants. We could use this flexible definition to allow our solution to apply to a much wider array of symptoms. First, we need to identify some axes. I decided on letter differentiation for my first axes, which weights and skews letters to mitigate letter flipping. My second axis is a legibility axis, which increases space within and in between characters to generally make characters more recognizable. Next, I created static non-variable versions for both axes. This is the static version for my differentiation axis, and this is the static variant of my legibility axis. Now it's time to combine these two into a variable font. To do this, I used Glyphs, a powerful type creation program with robust variable type support. To create a variable font, it's first necessary to create a design space to work within. Since we have two axes for this project, legibility and differentiation, this can be envisioned as a Cartesian plane. To describe all the possible points on this design space, first we need to designate 4 master versions at the extremes of the plane. These will be regular, dyslexic, visual, and visual dyslexic. With these masters defined, we can now generate any combination of these two axes, like any of these 3 examples. After setting up the design space and adding all 4 masters, we're approaching the final product. This is a Latin character set of Vizier, fully variable on both axes. Vizier also offers static variants for those who might be less comfortable using a variable font. Now the typeface has a complete version. I can perform some user testing. My user testing consisted of a web demo of Vizier and an accompanying survey which asked questions about characters and the 2 axes. Of all the questions I asked, this one best sums up my user testing. Does any combination of these axes make reading easier for you? Some said yes, some said no, but it was very clear that some specific letters needed more improvement. The most commonly mentioned letters were B, D, P, and Q. They were commonly mentioned as too similar, so when letters flipped, they became practically indistinguishable from one another. To remedy this, I added directional flags to B and D and a tail to the Q to provide a more workable typeface when letters flipped. Now let's take a look at a final version of Vizier at work. This is Vizier, a variable typeface designed for visual dyslexic symptoms. It has 2 axes, letter differentiation and legibility. Some of the most commonly reported dyslexic symptoms stem from letters that look too similar, like B and D. When these letters flip, they become practically indistinguishable from similar characters. To accommodate this, Vizier offers a differentiation axis, so letters can be easily distinguished even when flipped. Vizier also offers a legibility axis, which expands the space within letters and increases spacing between letters to generally make letters clearer for the reader. Vizier's 2 axes allow the reader to tailor the typographic solution to their own needs, because no 2 sets of dyslexic symptoms are the same. For example, if letter legibility is a primary challenge, a solution might look something like this. Whereas if both letter legibility and differentiation are challenges, a solution might look more like this. Vizier gives readers the tools to optimize their own reading experience. Vizier is now available for free for web and personal use under Creative Commons license. Finally, I have a few thank yous. Thank you to Christian Bohr and to Danny Rankin, my mentors, and to Annie, my Capstone advisor. And to you, thank you so much for listening. Are there any questions?
Hey. I'll jump in. First, that was a fantastic presentation. Really, really great. Couple maybe things I missed is on the technical is fantastic, but help me with a little bit more with the business case for it, right? So do you know anything about how many folks are dyslexic, and kind of what was your inspiration? Do you have any personal connection to to the cause? Like, how did you come to think of the idea?
As far as numbers of dyslexic folks, I'm not quite sure. There are several dyslexic typefaces that are widely used. I know Dyslexie has about 3 million users. And my brother is dyslexic, so that was a big part of the inspiration for this project.
Awesome. I want to reiterate, like, this was a fantastic presentation. Really loved your overall story arc and everything. Did you test again once you added the flags, and did that clear up some of the concerns that your users had? And then did your users also have dyslexia? I wasn't sure if that was covered.
Right. So my user testing was one of my biggest challenges for this project. I really underestimated how difficult it would be to test with a protected class. So I reached out to a bunch of different associations who I thought might have access to dyslexic folks who might be wanting to test. None of those places were interested, so I had to do a more ground or grassroots type deal, friends of friends, and I also published surveys on several forums for dyslexic folks. So that's where I got my users from. People, so I didn't really have a way of verifying whether people had been formally diagnosed or not. But it's my expectation that most people who answered the survey were dyslexic. Because of those struggles with getting users and getting testing done, I was only able to do a single round of testing with my users, unfortunately.
I totally understand, but great work.
Thank you.
The other thing I had a question about, maybe you can help me out with, so on the implementation side, right? So I noticed you had at the end that it was web available. As far as technically how the font would function, do you think it can be applied to mobile? Can it be applied to kind of like the e-readers? What's the full gamut that your technology could be applied to?
Absolutely, yeah. So there's CSS rules on most major browsers that accommodate these platforms, and it depends on implementation how the UI would work, but they would absolutely be workable at any size with just like a simple UI with some sliders. As far as other apps though, applications have been very slow to adopt variable font support. Right now, it's pretty much just a select few Adobe apps. But I hope to see more development in that in the Word suite and other products in the future.
Yeah. And I could follow on one other quick one. Is there any history, like, so does dyslexia get worse as maybe you get tired, like the further on you read? And so are you looking at like the font being variable in and of itself as the reader kind of progresses through whatever content they're going through?
I don't know anything specifically about letter like reading fatigue or the emphasis of that. However, I would like this to be an adaptive solution accessible through a simple UI so the reader could easily customize their solution if they feel like they're getting tired or they're having trouble recognizing a specific type of letter. They could quickly adjust their solution and go back to reading without too much hassle.
Thank you, Jack. Great job.
Yeah, fantastic.
And thanks for our reviewers. Excellent. And up next, we have Allison and Danielle with PeerBots.
Hi, my name is Danielle.
And I'm Allison.
And we worked on a sponsored project with PeerBots for our capstone. Our sponsor is Aubrey Schick, who is a product designer and researcher that specializes in socially assistive agents, wearable computing, and medical devices. She's also one of the creators of PeerBots. So what are PeerBots? PeerBots are socially assistive robots, which are essentially puppets. They basically help build social behavior skills for autistic children. The app includes a controller that is used by a parent or therapist and a robot face that can be put inside a body for the child to interact with. The parent or therapist will start by opening up the app on a tablet or phone and pull up the robot face. They'll then place the robot face into the body. After that, they can open up the app for the controller on a separate device and choose what the robot says to the child to practice conversation. We defined our problem as the controller being too confusing and difficult to use for parents and therapists. The current design has a lack of visual hierarchy, the buttons and user flow are not intuitive, and there's too much going on the screen for the user to know what to look at. To tackle this problem, we created a more user-friendly interface for PeerBots. This will allow parents and therapists to better navigate, utilize, and understand the technology.
Our research revealed that 1 in every 54 children in the US is diagnosed with autism. Although further studies need to be conducted, socially assistive robots have been shown to have success improving engagement and communication in kids. These are a few of the robots we found that are currently being used in this space. Milo and Roka are similar to PeerBots in that they are designed for kids with autism. Milo takes on more of a human-like appearance and has facial expressions which the kids can copy. Roka can take in voice commands, recognize some colors, and video record and stream sessions. Buddy is designed to be more of an emotional companion, so the robot is very stimulating and interactive. The way PeerBots differ is that the technology is more accessible and versatile, as all you need is a smart device. There's lots of potential in this space as children with autism are very willing to interact with robots. And as time goes on, PeerBots may be able to incorporate some of the more advanced features of these other robots. And for our prototype process, we did 3 different iterations. For our user feedback, we surveyed about 10 parents, special education teachers, and peers. Since this app is designed for child therapists and parents, we thought this group would give us the most useful feedback. And for our first iteration, we started off making screens in Illustrator and prototyping in Vision, but ended up switching to Adobe XD since it has both prototyping and screen design capabilities. We learned about necessary terminology changes, such as changing palettes to categories to make it a little bit more intuitive to the user. We got feedback that the screen should follow the Apple iOS design format, and we also learned we needed to evaluate the palette creation process and robot connection process to make those more intuitive as well. And for our second iteration, we got feedback to add color, which was a step we were saving for later since we wanted to figure out the user flow first. And then we also got feedback to add more design to the home screen. And overall, we got very positive feedback in terms of the navigation, but there were still like a few bugs that we wanted to fix for the third iteration. And in our final iteration, we made the robot face selection process present on each speech screen, which was kind of a major change from what we had originally done. And it's just like easier access on each screen. We got very positive feedback on this. We talked to a few parents and SPED teachers, and they could see themselves using this technology. They said it could save parents and schools a lot of money. They liked how it was easier to navigate than other programs where you have to scroll through several pages of sight words or icons. And it could potentially serve as a replacement for AAC devices in some schools. We had to make a few minor adjustments so that we would have a functioning shareable link after redesigning several of the screens. And then this is our final demo video. So this is the home screen where you can select the controller side of things, which is what we worked on. This is the face selection process. So this is the emotion that the robot will show. It's where you can type different messages and it will come up with suggestions, which you can then send to the child. And you can also select from different categories. There's activities and lessons within here. And then this is what it looks like when you send a message as well. So you get that feedback. This is where you could go if you wanted to create a new category. And then in settings, we have a lot of options. So if you have a robot body or not, you can designate that. This is where you connect with a QR code. And you can also change the color of the robot face here. And then you can also upload different categories if you have lessons already typed out and there's different speech bubbles that you want to have access to. And in the future, our sponsor is going to work with a developer and our prototype will be used to inform the next version of the app. So we're hoping our user feedback will be taken into account as the app is redesigned, and our user flow and screens will serve as inspiration for the new version of the app. And we want to thank our sponsor, Aubrey and Eileen, for all the support that they've given us throughout this process. So thank you. And are there any questions?
Awesome. Yeah, I was curious what your biggest hurdle was during this process. Obviously, I think you made some big changes. I would have loved to see the changes of your iterations on the screen, just kind of showcasing and speaking to that. But yeah, I was just curious what your biggest hurdle was while you went through this process.
I would say it definitely is hard that there's already an existing version of this app, because you have some people who are so used to the way it functions currently that making these changes, even though you know that they're going to be like easier in the long run, and it's like you don't have to explain as much because it's more intuitive as a process. You have some people who are stuck in the ways of the old app. So there's certain features that like people wanted included that didn't necessarily make sense in terms of like the best design for the most amount of people.
I was wondering if you could talk to the actually fundamental concept between of choosing a robot, right? So when I think of a robot, I actually don't think of that many facial components, right? And so it's kind of an interesting choice, and I have to admit I have kind of limited experience in the autism realm. So can you help kind of us understand how that actually makes a connection and like why that's a good choice, and some things about the design?
Yeah, so the robot kind of acts like a peer, because when like a child is near like an authority figure, like a parent or a teacher, they're not as willing to like try, and they're more scared to like make a mistake. So if it's something that acts more like a friend, then they're more likely and more comfortable with just trying, and they're okay with making mistakes.
Okay, and is there something about the robot that so that would strike maybe more like a cartoon figure to me, but is there something more serious about a robot that helps them kind of explore maybe more, like academic content, or yeah, just a little bit more about kind of the types of content that they're using the app for?
Yeah, so like Allison was saying, it's a lot more accessible with this robot design, because you can just have the face on your phone or a tablet. It doesn't have to be like some fancy, super expensive robot. And the actual face on the robot, it is like pretty cartoon looking.
Awesome. There's a question apparently from a audience member, which I really like. Have you collected any quantitative or qualitative metrics on how much more effective the new design was from the original?
I'd say like overall, we mostly just got feedback on the overall design. So it wasn't necessarily like quantitative data, but we definitely like got the feedback in terms of navigation. So we have the qualitative data there. It was mostly just like hard to get connected to some people. Like we tried to reach out to people who are current users of the app, but we don't really have that same accessibility, and people weren't as willing to participate in that. So my mom's actually a teacher at an elementary school, so she was able to connect me to a couple of the special education teachers there. And I think they had like some of the best feedback since they work with a lot of kids with autism. And so they saw like a lot of benefits to this, like comparing to like the current devices that they use to do similar lessons. So it was just like in that respect that we got feedback.
I was confused. There was one part where you guys mentioned a QR code connection, and I wasn't sure kind of how that was relevant and how that played into the functionality.
Yeah, so there's a controller, and then there's the actual robot face that the child looks at. And so to connect the two devices, you can use the QR code.
It's a pairing
Mhm.
functionality. Okay, got you.
Okay. Right on time. Great job, everyone. Thank you. And let's see, up next, we have Nicole and Emily with Fiona and Friends. I think you guys can take over when you're ready.
All right, does that look okay to everybody? Awesome. So this is our final Capstone presentation for the Project Fiona Friends. I'm Emily and my project partner is Nicole.
Good morning.
And the thesis question that shaped our project was, how do we improve the experience of visually impaired students? And what we're really trying to achieve with this project is to engage with and educate sighted students about the blind community.
Our research involved speaking to members of the blind community and elementary school special education teachers. We learned that one of the biggest hurdles for people who are blind to overcome is the lack of social acceptance from the sighted community. And the unfortunate part is that most of these stereotypes are instilled in us as children. While coming up with this project, we came across two influential precedents. Braille Noi is a typeface that overlays Braille on English glyphs used for large-scale signage. And the other is the Black Book of Colors, which omits all color and uses tactile elements to show children that they don't really need to use their eyes to recognize the shapes.
So then overall, our project is the tactile children's book, Fiona and Friends, School of Senses, that we created with the intent of fostering engagement and relationships between sighted and visually impaired elementary age students. The book covers some of the unique ways that blind students interact with their environment, while also trying to promote diversity and inclusivity. And we decided that the best way to achieve our goal is to create a book that's equally accessible and interesting. So there's 4 main components we wanted to include to make that happen: illustrations and typography, which Nicole worked on, and then storytelling and tactile materials, which I was focused on. And then our first element is storytelling. I started off this process by creating storyboards and then made a first draft of the book from that. The story starts with an introduction from our main character, Fiona, and then cycles through each character's super sense and how they use it to navigate the world. I presented my first draft to retired special education teacher, Janice McCallie, and she ended up recommending that we be more specific about which characters have visual impairment, that we should be more limited in the level of detail of each character, and also give Fiona a few more sections. So based on Janice, I developed a second draft of the story that included a much longer introduction for Fiona, as well as a reappearance from Fiona at the end of each character's section to keep the reader engaged. Now, because Fiona is the only sighted reader of the book, because Fiona's the only sighted character of the book, Janice emphasized the importance of using her as a role model and connector for our sighted readers. And then a final addition to the storytelling process was the inclusion of our activity sheets. In her feedback about our target audience, Janice confirmed that teachers would be more likely to use their book in the classroom if they had access to a corresponding curriculum. Because most students are learning from home these days, we surveyed a group of parents and put together a curriculum packet that is designed for a wide range of ages and learning styles.
Our visual journey started with our main character, Fiona. Her evolution started on paper and slowly developed through Illustrator as we finalized our materials. And with the development of the story also came 5 additional characters. From left to right and in chronological order of the story, we meet Fiona, Miles, Anaya, Joe, Nora, and Rowan. And through iteration, discussion, and material selection, we settled on the final look below of Fiona and her friends. Since the story focuses on the senses, each character has accompanying objects with which they use those senses. Miles, for example, uses his headphones to listen to stories. Joe is feeling the textures of their shirts to choose what to wear, and Nora likes the taste of her grilled cheese sandwiches. The third component of our project was the typography. From the start, we wanted to create a book that both blind and sighted students could read. As opposed to having Braille be physically separate from the story text, like in most English to Braille translations, I developed a typeface using Illustrator and glyphs that could have transparent Braille adhered onto it. The final product is a monospaced typeface called Braille Minuscule Regular. And when it came to actually putting the Braille to paper, the leading and the kerning of the text are all up to code, but the alignment of the sentences as a whole didn't turn out as we intended along this timeline. Since we encountered these challenges towards the end of the semester, we hope to, beyond Capstone, work with our manufacturer to make sure our print to type matches the raised Braille.
So then the fourth and final section of our project is the tactile materials. This element was developed through two main rounds of user testing with a couple physical prototypes per round. So we user tested with elementary age students and with an Atlas graduate researcher who specializes in tactile books. The change we made user feedback to not ink textures for hair, create raised lines for the character body, include small Braille caps for the comprehension of the textures. So to ensure that our materials used laser stencils for each element. Originally, we had planned to cut our materials with the laser cutter instead of using stencils, but the pandemic caused much less flexibility in the use of these tools. And the possibility of laser cutting materials is something that we're considering as a way to decrease production time and cost should we venture into mass production. And then finally, these are just a couple of images of the final materials used in the book. In the picture on the left, you can see the character outlines have been cut out of cardstock to create a raised image effect, and then the clothing and object materials are pasted on top of that.
This clip briefly shows some interaction.
This is my buddy, Joe. Welcome, you're just in time. I'm choosing out what costume to wear for the school play. I'm using my sense of touch instead of my sight to know which shirt I'm holding and pick out the one I want to wear. Oh, this one is fuzzy. Yeah, this one is kind of like leathery, kind of. Is there like a t-shirt material? And this is.
Lastly, here are some close-ups from our final book showing the textile textures and some of the Braille. From start to finish, this book was a gratifying challenge for Emily and I, and seeing members of our audience having a positive experience while interacting with the final product was a really rewarding experience for us as the creators. And it made us more excited about sharing this with more people and the possibility of even developing an educational series from Fiona and Friends. Thank you all.
Thank you. Feedback from our reviewers.
Yeah, so I thought that was fantastic. I really have never seen a concept like this before. And actually, I just recently had a neighbor move in who is sight limited, and there was some construction outside, and I realized I don't even really know how to guide somebody, you know, to offer help. So I think it's fantastic. The one thing that struck my mind though is this looks like an expensive book to produce. And so I'm wondering if you guys kind of looked into, you clearly put a lot of detail into the visuals. It looked amazing, but did you look into at all kind of the cost productions and the viability of like scaling the solution to bring it to folks?
Okay, go Nicole.
We spoke to a couple different manufacturers and we got a couple of quotes for mass production. The most probable one is for 100 copies for any between $1,000 to $2,000 for only the printed book. But as Emily mentioned in the presentation, we're looking into using laser cutters to reduce the cost of actually cutting the physical materials and making that process happen a lot more quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I almost think those like baby books that have like crinkles or something in it, like if there's a way to talk to some of those manufacturers, that might be a really good place to kind of learn more about what the mainly laser cutting art is great. It's more a question about like your time and how many you can produce. Do you know of any similar books out there that kind of try to capture the same audience if they have the braille over text or are kind of pinpointing that visual and non-sighted user group?
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of books for people with visual impairments, specifically made just for people with visual impairments. So in our presentation, we talked a little bit about the Black Book of Colors. And as you could kind of tell, like there's not any visual interest to that book. It's all black and everything is textures. So the idea of having something that was created for both audiences, we didn't really find anything before us that had done that. And specifically the idea of putting braille over text, we had not seen before either.
I think I heard you guys say in your presentation that somebody suggested that you have mirroring content. And I think that's a great idea. There's an organization that does, it's called the Blind Cafe. Are you guys familiar with that? It invites sighted diners to, the room is actually completely pitch black. And they invite you to like dine as if you are vision impaired. Yeah, and so I think pairing the book with some actual activities that people can do would really make that really sticky.
Yeah, I saw that you had your egg carton activity for students to make braille. I think that's a really accessible way to kind of make it a tactile experience rather than just drawing. And I thought that was really nice.
Yeah. I guess, can you guys just close out with what the inspiration was for, do you guys have a personal story for the inspiration for the project?
For me, I didn't really know anything about the blind community before getting into this project. And it bothered me that as a designer, I was essentially neglecting a whole part of the population. And I took this opportunity to dive into that and create something that can bring both sighted and blind together.
Yeah, and Nicole approached me with her sort of research topic. I had been focusing on elementary education beforehand, and she told me that she wanted to focus on visually impaired, and I was like, almost the exact same thing. Like, I have never thought about designing for people with visual impairments, and as someone getting like a degree in design, I was like, I should probably figure some of that out. So that was a lot of it.
I love that. That's great. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
have some questions from attendees. The first one is James Wilson. Wonderful project. How would you measure success and what kind of results did you see from your initial user tests?
We unfortunately didn't get to meet with any actual members of the blind community given our current isolation circumstances. But we were able to directly speak with children, elementary school age children who are sighted. And throughout the process, they were able to give us a lot of suggestions with types of textures that could be more easily recognizable, and especially in the story, seeing how the concepts actually translated. We were able to modify the story based on their feedback to actually communicate that the children are blind and communicate that we want children to use their senses in real life after reading the story, more consciously after reading the story.
And unfortunately, we're out of time for this group, but perhaps you wouldn't mind answering the last question afterwards in the chat. Nicole, I think it's a family member. So great job.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Great job, you two. Fantastic work. And up next, we have Victoria with Confidant. Wow, look at that fast transition.
Can you, okay, let's do this. Hello, everyone. This is my project, Confidant. What is Confidant? Confidant is an interactive photography book that helps to spread self-love and confidence to its viewers. My project combines the words confident and confidant, confident, which is having trust in yourself, and confidant, which is a person you can put your trust in, to help people realize that becoming confident is all about finding a friend within yourself. Why am I doing this project? Social media has had really damaging effects on body image and self-esteem, especially within the past 10 years. Due to research and user interviews, most people often find themselves comparing themselves to others and feel as though that likes seem to equal self-worth. My project focuses on celebrating individuality and sharing what gives people genuine confidence. Here is a very short demo of how the interactive book actually works. So this is me opening up Confidant. Once you open up the first page, you'll see instructions prompting the user to scan the QR code with their phone. After allowing camera access, users turn the page and point the camera over the markers to reveal the subject's hidden message in augmented reality. Ariel says, "I'm a big space taker." And Arlene says, "I don't feel like there's room for negativity." Now, here are some of the static assets of my project, just a few different layout designs. Now let's get into the precedents and research behind my project. You may be asking, what is augmented reality? Well, from a description given by Business Insider, augmented reality, commonly called AR, is an interactive 3D experience that combines, excuse me, that combines a view of the real world with computer-generated elements in real time. So we can implement augmented reality through a JavaScript library known as ar.js that was created by Jerome Etienne. It uses hero markers, which are these guys, which are a set of symbols or graphics that function similarly to QR codes. And this specific hero marker is a preset that Jerome Etienne created. In addition to the physical markers, the JavaScript library allows you to add augmented reality and interactivity directly into your HTML code. So when you scan these markers, images or graphics are produced, and you can display various types of images and graphics. As you can see, this person displayed a multicolored, slightly transparent 3D dimensional cube, and you can actually see the hero marker underneath, so you can see how that interaction works. Augmented reality can be used as a platform to share ideas, information, images, and etc. So I took that and decided I was going to share hidden messages along with my portrait photography to allow my subjects to confide in their future audience with their tips on how they stay confident. So what exists in the field already? Pixicle is a Walgreens customizable family photo album that incorporates augmented reality, but it's more commercial. Making Memories by artist Lucas Bullock is an interactive I Spy sort of game where you download his app and then you interact with his book. And the Between Page and Screen by Amaranth Borsuk and Brad Bowes is a poetry book that doesn't use any words. Instead, it only uses hero markers to display poetry and animations online. All of these projects use augmented reality to display a message or image to the user. The poetry book especially exemplifies the power that ar.js can yield. My idea was to do something similar, but instead I wanted to share ways that people find their confidence. ar.js works in a really special way of creating a different version of reality, similar to what we experience on social media. In this way, the addition of augmented reality acts as a sort of invisible ink, and it ties into my theme of confiding in a friend or confidant. So there are two basic elements of my project, the interactive photography book and the website that hosts the AR. I began the book process by starting my portrait photography. I interviewed my subjects, starting with three main questions. Do you use social media? Do you experience confidence on a daily basis? And what is something you can share with someone who struggles with confidence issues? After taking the images, I started to design the layout of the book. There were 3 different test prints of the book that I created before the final, and this is one of them. After speaking to Joel Swanson, who is one of my Capstone mentors, I decided to change the layout and design of my book. I made sure it was colorblind friendly and accessible based off of user testing and feedback I received. So this is an example of what it would look like if a colorblind person was looking at my project. As for the website process, I focused mainly on the mobile user experience, just because that is how I guess envisioned the experience to go. So you can see I'm just scrolling through the subjects, and this is just the user flow for someone stumbled upon the website, and then you can see the transcript, and the click to reveal hidden message will just take you to the same website that the QR does at the beginning of the book. All right, so I began the process of creating my AR interactivity by creating custom hero markers. I spoke with Daniel Leidinger, who is an assistant professor at Atlas, and he helped me look over and debug my original AR.js code. From there, I started to recreate my own customizable markers using this marker generator, also created by Jerome Etienne. And from there, I was able to create completely distinguishable hero markers that all fit in one HTML page. This way you can just flip through the book without and scan the markers without having to navigate through the website. And this changed the overall user flow, so the focus is more on the physical experience with the book and not so much on the website. This gives my project a more intimate feel because the subject stories are still on the site, but we're getting to experience them through this augmented version of reality. My project confidant acts as both a friend for the user and for the subject. The augmented reality is the medium through which the messages of encouragement are shared. And due to the hidden feature that AR.js provides. So if you are someone that struggles with confidence, especially because of social media, I want you to stop and think of a time where you felt most comfortable and happy with yourself. A time where you put as much trust in yourself as you put in your friends or your confidants. And ask yourself, where does your confidence come from? Thank you to my everyone who is viewing this project, and a special shout out to Shiva. Thank you for instructing me this semester, and to Daniel Leidinger and Joel Swanson and David Shaw for helping with my project.
Great job. Feedback from the panelists, from the reviewers, excuse me.
Yeah, I was curious, does this like physical book change or evolve at all after you see it? Or do you see this kind of as a one capstone object and that you just kind of share it in this little capacity?
Yeah, so at first, I think that was my original intent, was just for this capacity. However, after going through the process of creating it all, I could easily recreate this with other subjects. Everything is documented, so I could just go through the process. It's just a matter of like doing it. But I actually do intend to continue working with augmented reality and incorporating photography because I think that those two go hand in hand really nicely.
Yeah. So I thought it was super cool. The one thing that struck me straight away was this seems really ripe for a connection with a VR headset, right? And I'm wondering if you kind of considered that, or if the price points for those still kind of make it not accessible enough to folks, like kind of why you chose the web version of the illustrations.
Yeah, I did not really consider virtual reality because I wanted to create a experience that a user could just pull out their phone and open this book, and it looks like a magazine. Like you could pick it up at the store and open your phone and just pull out your phone and look through the pages and see all these hidden messages. I didn't intend it. I feel like when I think of virtual reality, I think more of like a game or like a story being told. And so I just wanted a different experience for my project.
Okay, cool. And if I could follow up with that one, I'm just wondering, because this brings, I think, kind of an interesting monetization pathway. And so if you look at kind of, where the money would come from, do you sell the book and then have, subscriptions for the content, or did you think through a little bit of the money-making aspect as well?
I actually did not at all. This was definitely more of a creative art piece for me, or art technical piece for me, more than something that I could capitalize off of. I do think that in the future, if I wanted to create a magazine that has this interactivity, definitely could capitalize off of it. And I think that as augmented reality is still pretty new and ripe in its own form, so I think that as the technology develops and as more people start to interact with it and learn more about it, I think it could go down that road of, potentially, capitalizing off of it.
Yeah. I think you could have a great experiment. I think you could go to the airport and like leave a bunch of these books around, and see where you got web traffic from. So I think really interesting concept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say one thing I thought about is how you could potentially put this into a commercial aspect. I think augmented reality is obviously a huge change and shift that a lot of companies are making. And just thinking of if we had a normal magazine, I can't remember the magazines that are all over Atlas, but how you could potentially add interactivity through photography or how the user would interact with it, I think could be a super interesting, just kind of breaking out of this, just the storytelling and seeing how you can push it into different avenues and hemispheres and mediums would be really interesting.
Absolutely. And I mentioned one of my precedents research was called Between Page and Screen, which is a poetry book, which was a huge inspiration for me because it only uses hero markers. Like the book, there's no images or anything, it's just the markers. So when you scan it online, that's when you see the words and the text. And there was just something like profound about that to me, like this idea of this like entire like hidden realm that we have online, and we can like change that and share different things. And I just wanted to share something that was important to me. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're out of time for this one, but great job. And up next, we have Peekaboo Tent, I believe.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for being here. This is the final presentation for the Peekaboo rooftop tent. So let's get started and introduce the team that was able to bring this all together. So focusing on materials and graphic design, we have Andre Gruber. Focusing on industrial design, we have Henry Kavitok. And primarily focusing on fabrication and design, we have myself, Landis Hennessy.
So let's go ahead and jump right into the car camping dilemma, the core issue that we focused on in our project. So when you go camping, there's kind of two options if you don't have like a huge RV. You could either sleep in your car, like the image on the left. It's super crowded. You have to store all your gear inside. It's not very comfortable. Or you could set up a tent, but then you have to worry about finding a campsite, getting your tent all dirty, and it just takes extra time. So now there is a solution that already exists to what we're calling the car camping dilemma, and that's rooftop tents. I'm sure many of you guys have seen them before. They're basically big things that you put on top of your car and they turn into a tent so you can camp virtually anywhere. But there's one big issue, and Andre is going to jump into that.
What if you don't drive a huge SUV or pickup like you saw on this last slide, and rather a small compact car like this cute little one on the left? Then you're out of luck because there's no way you're fitting one of those bulky tents on top of your car. It's either going to be too large and you're not going to be able to open your trunk, or your rooftop or your car's rooftop won't accommodate it. And sedans make up about a quarter of US car sales. And while that is small, there's no product designed specifically for this market right now. So what has been done before? This project, as you can see here, came out from a university in Switzerland, and it was a concept. While small and aerodynamic, it is not waterproof and can't fit more than one person. So right from off the bat, it leaves a lot of users out.
So now this is where Peekaboo comes into play, our project. At Peekaboo, our aim is to make the outdoors more accessible to people through our rooftop tent. It's specifically designed for adventurers with compact cars, like I already talked about. And unlike current market offerings, it's lightweight, expandable, aerodynamic, and compact. So a few key features of our design: we have zippered doors and waterproof canvas, a full aluminum body, 500-pound drawer slides, which extend out unlike any other current design. It's super collapsible, and as you can see in the bottom right, it fits onto basically any mounting system using a unique cable system. So without further ado, let's introduce the official Peekaboo Rooftop Tent prototype.
This is our completed prototype. It's all built out in aluminum framing, with the outside being aluminum sheeted with canvas as the fabric layer. Everything is sealed with both caulk and gaskets, ensuring a waterproof seal on the inside. And when it closes up, it is waterproof as well as aerodynamic while you're driving. And let's hop right into a product demonstration video. Introducing the Peekaboo Rooftop Tent, carefully designed to provide a spacious and secure sleeping solution right on the roof of your car, no matter the car you drive. With its low drag exterior shell and minimal weight, coupled with easy to set up expanding platform and quick draw ladder, the Peekaboo tent is easily set up by a single person in minutes. After climbing up and seeing how cozy it is, we're sure you'll be asleep in minutes as well.
So furthermore, we've created a quick start guide that walks users through how to mount it to their car. So here are some images of that. It's very quick and easy and takes just about 5 minutes to do. Some other material that we have made for this project is a design guide, which after user testing with different logos and colors, this is what we picked, and it appeals to our audience because of like the bright colors that we chose and the soft logo type as well.
So now let's dive into our process a little bit, because obviously we didn't just start off with a brand new rooftop tent. Started off in CAD, a little bit of Illustrator, going through different iterations, prototyping. And then later on, we moved on into the actual shell construction. There we go. So we actually worked in Landis's welding shop. These images just show a bunch of the process in terms of our user research that we conducted, because we were constantly iterating throughout with different cars and different people setting up throughout the entire process. Furthermore, this is just some images moving into some of our branding and marketing work, the siding, and canvas construction. And ultimately, this led us to our final functioning prototype for the Peekaboo Rooftop Tent. We're super excited about it, and looking forward to future developments with it. Thank you all very much.
Awesome. Maybe I'll jump in with some questions. So to do a physical prototype is super impressive. It looked like somebody learned how to weld.
Yeah, I'm a welder.
Hey, so that is super cool. That is super cool. With that being said, so like wind drag, right? I mean, that thing could have turned into a sail, right? Yeah. So how did you guys do the engineering aspect of, knowing that was going to be safe? And then did you guys look into, I actually don't know what like the DOT rules are on mounting stuff to your car. So yeah, was that like, how do you guys look into the liability and kind of the aspects of being a consumer saleable product?
So as far as the DOT, I know from work that if it's mounted on top of your car and doesn't interfere with the license plate and doesn't touch the ground, you don't need to do anything else really, as long as it doesn't fly off. If it flies off, then you're liable. But until something happens, then
make it work. All right.
You're cool. And as far as the aerodynamics of it, we kind of tested it as we were going, and we figured that if we had a plane that the air could pass over and there was no way for it to open up, then there would be very minimal risk of something like that happening, and there's also space underneath of it for air to pass, so it's not acting completely as a sail.
Yeah. All right.
Andre, do you want to flip back to just the one previous slide? I'll make a quick note. Yeah, so you can see in usual rooftop tent designs, they would be that full width that you see in the left image. So if you were to put one on top of, this is Landis's Jetta. So if you were to put one on top, yeah, it would act like a sail. But we have the drawer slides, which allow it to be more compact when you're actually driving around.
Awesome. First off, I love that you used your capstone project to make yourself a tent, regardless of what happens in the future. That's a great use of everybody's time. Honestly, it's really awesome. And I cannot fathom how much time and energy and pain this must have been. I know hardware and physical projects are very difficult. So I can super respect that. I think all of us are kind of wondering if you did some market analysis, how much did this prototype cost? Have you looked into how much it would be to manufacture, produce like a small batch or anything like that?
So for market research, we did mostly just like asking people questions about how they camp, what they would like to do. I was able to talk to a couple people who use rooftop tents regularly through work and get like their pain points that they have with them now and what could be improved on rooftop tents that they felt. And the total cost of this ended up being around $375 because we were able to use a good amount of scrap material. But in the future, planning for mass producing these, we wouldn't be building with scrap material. We would just be cutting material to size for everything. So that is something that we would have to do a little bit more investigation on for mass marketing and mass producing these. But it could be not that much more expensive if we buy all of the materials specifically for this and size
Yeah.
for this. So taking down lots of man hours.
Yeah, and I think a next good step for you guys, if you're interested, is creating a website and then just having a email capture, being able to start capturing if people are interested, and then working towards finding an avenue to making this reality. I think it's super awesome, and there's definitely, it's very Colorado.
We're almost out of time, but we do have one question in the chat that I think is interesting. It says reliability and about liability and hazards. If a child is in the tent and it closes, can it be opened from the inside to avoid suffocating?
Yes, and there's actually there's two mechanisms for closing the tent. So it's a safety thing. So like if one of them closes, the tent won't close. You have to close it from one side and walk around the car to the other side and close it. And it's on a spring system. So you push the springs in. So if you're inside and the tent closes, you just push up and it locks open.
Excellent. Safety first. Okay, great job, team. And up next, we have Mason with the Boxley Sharing Assistant.
Test. Can you all hear me?
Check.
Cool. Here we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Mason Moran, and if this loads today, I'm going to tell you about my project, the Boxley Sharing Assistant. There we go. So, my project is an SMS-controlled sharing assistant that helps students work and interact with one another in ways more similar to pre-pandemic times. This is just a quick still of what we're going to be looking at today. And then pivot. For those of you who remember my project from last semester, I initially was going to do something more based around secondhand commerce, buying and selling secondhand goods. However, upon starting this semester, I realized that time management for one person would demand that I pivot the project a bit. So it's no longer about commerce. It's more about, I took a more fun and creative approach to a similar concept, and it's more about restoring capabilities that we lost due to the pandemic. Oh, that's President's Research, my bad. Precedence Research. So a local artist and a mentor of mine for this project, Mr. Clay Hockley, recently had an exhibit in Boulder all about interactivity. The interesting part about it was that there was no signage, there was no instructions. He just put this sheet of graphite paper on the wall, and people, kids as you see, kind of just did what they wanted. And that's the sort of thing that I was looking for, is how do you prompt interaction without demanding it? And this piece on the right here has sort of a cryptic, mysterious nature to it that really begs your attention. And that's another aspect I tried to add to this project, but I took a more monolithic approach. So the project can be categorized into two basic hemispheres: the hardware, as you'll see on the left here, and the software on the right. The project is composed of basic materials like lumber, cast aluminum, sheet steel, and then various adhesives. It has an electrical plan that's composed of components like servos and light emitting diodes. And then it uses networks like Wi-Fi, cell service, and others, paired with services online like Twilio, Node.js, and ngrok on the software side, using a phone to operate the entire thing and a Raspberry Pi acting as the linchpin to hold both sides together. To start building the project, I first designed and modeled the whole thing in CAD, SolidWorks specifically. I knew that I wanted the interior dimensions to be 15 by 15 by 15 inches because after a little bit of testing with basic supplies that I thought people might share, like books and other project materials, 15 by 15 by 15 seemed like a good fit. To start, I first bought my lumber and started cutting it up into sections that I later assembled into a basic frame and my door. And then I cast my own aluminum lock cylinders, as you'll see in this video, out of aluminum in my backyard. Those are plaster of Paris molds that I made. And then that's just all aluminum that I got mostly from cans and other sort of recycled sources. And then with a little bit of honing and sanding, they fit right in, and I thought they turned out pretty well. What you're seeing here is these door hinges here. Originally with this project, I was going to design and fabricate my own hinges. However, after meeting with my mentor, Mr. Daniel Rankin, he suggested looking into these hinges that he'd had prior experience with, and I think they turned out fantastic for this project. And then here you see the bulk of my electronics components in place inside of the door, Raspberry Pi, and an extra power source on the left here, my two servos hooked up to their respective lock cylinders, and some sensors to get the timing of the system correct. On the left here is a solenoid that I have hooked up to a transistor for the purpose of acting as a door handle. When you open the device, the solenoid deploys, giving you something to grab at, because there's no buttons, there's no handles on this whole thing. It's just a solid looking box. And then on the right is an LED panel that I have in the roof in order to provide light when you open the device. Here is a fellow Capstone student, Destin Woods, helping me do some plasma cutting. All the sheets came in a basic size and I needed to get them to cut down properly to fit, so he helped me with that. And then I used various adhesives to attach them to the wooden frame, and then I wrapped all the edges in aluminum tape to give it a clean, crisp look. Software-wise, as I mentioned earlier, the Raspberry Pi is really the linchpin of this whole project. It has the code that allows the device to run and runs the server on which it rests. Software-wise, Node.js is a platform I use, and it's what actually runs the Boxley program. It's what the code is written in, and it has a plugin called PigPio that is used to operate the digital in and out pins. And there's some sensors that are operated by this Node.js that control the box in addition to the user input, which is provided by Twilio, a cloud-based web service that allows me to direct webhooks to my Raspberry Pi, triggered by an SMS message. Twilio provides me a specific phone number that whenever it's texted, I can control the action of how I want the Raspberry Pi to act. ngrok is a public URL service that artificially funnels traffic to a specific port. It's what allows me to operate through and around CU's firewalls when I deploy this in the Atlas building without causing any potential harm to the system. Twilio forwards its webhooks to the ngrok address, and the ngrok pushes that information to my Raspberry Pi listener, where action then occurs. As far as use cases, I had some of my students in a class that I LA use this, and most of it was for academic reasons, project related usually. Some of it was personal, and then a disturbingly low amount of it was just for fun. And then here's some stills of the box in deployment in the Atlas building, over by the water fountain and the stairwell in the lobby. The final sort of all the electronics implemented. And yeah, you know where that is. And then here's my project video. The use of a space is best described as endless possibilities. Space is both a place where people existed and where technology can help them exist again. Mason Moran here, and today I'd like to show you what Boxly can do for you. Are you tired of setting up meetings with people to give them project supplies? Things like books, electronics, tools, and more? Or maybe you want to make somebody's day by sprouting with flowers, cards, or keys. Perhaps you need to get your friends dental supplies, sporting equipment, or a blender. With Boxly, all these things and more are possible. Using Boxly is so simple. It's as easy as texting a friend.
No matter what you're trying to share or who you're trying to share it with, Boxly can handle it. Unless you know it's bigger than 15 by 15 in 2 dimensions, or it's illegal, or if whoever you're trying to give it to doesn't have a phone. But other than that, Boxly's the friend for you. Come meet Boxly today.
Boxly is controlled with a Raspberry Pi 3 running a custom JS server. It utilizes Twilio and ngrok to respond to SMS through Wi-Fi. Thanks for watching. Have a beautiful night. And finally, what did I get out of this project? Well, I learned a lot about things like networks, which I knew next to nothing about prior. They were mostly a mystery. Raspberry Pi, which I'd always wanted to work with, and now I really understand the possibilities of it. I did some more advanced casting techniques than I have prior. Circuitry, I feel like an electronic wizard at this point. Managing a large-scale project time-wise was quite the hurdle. And then it's not about the box, it truly is about the possibilities it provides. And finally, I'd like to thank my involved parties, Broomfield Sheet Metal for providing me sheet metal on the cheap, Mr. Daniel Rankin and Mr. Clay Hockley for mentoring me throughout this project, Destin Woods for helping me with some metal fabrication, my fabulous Capstone instructor, Annie Margaret, my ever-faithful cameraman, Colin Seguero, and finally, as tradition dictates, I'd like to thank the Academy. Thank you all.
Great job, Mason. Feedback?
Yes. First off, very funny. Love that. This reminds me a lot of kind of the Amazon. I'm gonna bring in Amazon lockers that we have for kind of how the delivery driver drops it off and kind of you go and pick up your packages on your own. So I'm curious how you thought of potentially like security or scheduling issues or how you kind of see this moving forward.
Initially, when it was all about commerce, that was a big inspiration actually, was the Amazon lockers, but I wanted to get it away from corporate use and more like, if I wanted to sell my scarf, per se, I would put this in here and then just advertise it and people would contact me if they wanted to, and then they would get a code for it. However, once I made the pivot, it was more about fun and providing people with opportunity to share things. And so those issues and those worries started to fade a little bit and be less concerning to me. There are like fail safes built into the code that when you text it and it's in use, it'll tell you it's in use at the moment, come back later. And there's reminders for people who are using it currently. And there's a variety of systems in place to help implement that stuff autonomously.
Yeah, I think if like in my head, how you just spoke of it, I think of it kind of like you're open sourcing a physical space for people to utilize.
That's an excellent way to phrase it, yes.
Yes, so I kind of had similar thoughts. I appreciate the perseverance you must have had. I have recently attempted to teach myself Arduino, and I think mostly I invented new curse words. So I appreciate that. However, at the end of the day, if you were, there were ways to kind of accomplish this, right? There's a bunch of different remote like door locks, right? That kind of could have accomplished that for you. So I'm wondering how you compare and contrast kind of just the variety of skill sets that you must have acquired doing this project versus thinking about like where you could take it commercially and kind of what the end goal for the project was for you.
I guess to start off with the first part of your question, when it came to just doing the entire project, my skill sets more lean towards my background of working with physical things. So like that was more of the comfort zone. And then when it came to software, that's where the pickles really started to appear in this whole process, is getting the software to actually complement the hardware and my entire vision for the thing. And that's where things really started to hit the wall, so to speak. And then as far as the final vision, initially, I had envisioned this whole thing being a system of lockers that you'd place around like town and stuff, and eventually like replace sort of secondhand stores in a sense, but like it would help people sell things at the same time. So like a combination of a secondhand store, eBay, and like LetGo/OfferUp. But with this was like more of a stepping stone to achieve that goal, I would say. And it's a great start, I think, but a lot of work would have to be done to get to that point, as monetization was something that scared me working alone.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, what would you say of the things that you learned, right? Because melting your own aluminum was interesting. I mean, you really did the gamut. What would you say was the most challenging kind of new skill set that you learned during this process?
Working with networks was by far the most troublesome. I see you had me bouncing all over the place, like trying to get this thing to be set up. And finally, I found a solution that they didn't mention this at all. It was actually pointed out to me by a friend. So thank you for that, CU. And more importantly, thank you, my friend, who actually gave me the solution.
Yeah, fantastic.
Excellent. And up next, we have Jack Plants with Abiogenesis.
Right. All right, can everybody see that? Yeah, wait, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, this is my capstone project. I'm Jack Plants, and I'll be presenting abiogenesis. So abiogenesis is the process by which life has arisen from non-living substances. And so this is something that happened on Earth, as far as we can tell, about 3.7 billion years ago. There's also panspermia theory that maybe the first life found a way here from extraterrestrial sources. But either way, something that's not controversial is that at some point, non-living inorganic matter became self-replicating, evolving, and changing life. And today we see an absolutely ridiculous amount of variety in living things, each finding an optimal design to thrive in its environment. And the amazing thing is that they find these niches and fill them spontaneously. No one has to sit down with a piece of paper and sketch out how a particular animal should look or the best design for a tree leaf. It just goes about finding this optimal design because that is what works the best and allows it to survive. So as an engineering and design student, I sort of took this as inspiration for my project to look into how we could apply this towards the design of physical objects, and it both for an artistic aim and for a functional aim. So in my project, I want to explore the relationship between nature, engineering, and art through generative design. And I want to go through this, and I want to create forms that feel as if they were grown rather than built. And I want to do this in a way that is algorithmic, and I don't draw an organic form. I want it to arise naturally. And once I have these, I want to fabricate them using digital fabrication techniques and render them into the real world, so there's something that you can actually have and touch and feel and hold. And so I think I'll launch in my video. I think this explains it best. Nature is a generative design algorithm. Every organism constantly iterates upon itself, striving simultaneously to grow outward and reduce itself down to its bare essentials, to capture sunlight, to conserve water, to adapt to any environment. As a result, organic forms are intensely driven by purpose and necessity. Form and function merge effortlessly, creating art without the need for an artist. A simple set of rules give rise to unfathomable complexity. I look to this process as inspiration for my own designs. not one form in particular, but the interplay of goals and constraints that allows an optimal design to emerge. I simulated this interaction digitally with as simple of an environment as possible. A closed curve continuously attempts to maximize its length while minimizing its overall footprint, like a coral growing in the ocean. The form grows differently every time the program is run, developing a new solution to the problem. This digital representation can be easily fabricated as a physical object using a 3D printer. Because the design is created from a smoothly expanding loop, it can be printed as a single layer spiraling upwards, making for very fast and efficient printing. The end result is a unique light fixture that diffuses light through its organic folds and features. I wanted to create something that looks as if it was grown rather than built, as if it was alive at some point, every facet of its form shaped not by design decisions, but by forces of nature. It looks grown because it was grown, not in the water, but in a computer. When you look at this light, it invites you to ask, is nature an engineer or an artist? Or just a beautiful dissipation of entropy that we are lucky enough to be a part of? Oh, we'll see if it'll let me go. Yeah, so that sort of is a overview of what my project is. And now I can go into the detail of how I sort of came into like wanting to learn about this and my precedence towards building towards this. So one of my first precedents was this NASA JPL lander prototype. And when you're sending something to Mars, you want it to be as light as possible. Or I actually think this was designed to go past Mars to Europa or something. But basically you want to have the absolute lightest thing that you can possibly send, because every bit of rocket fuel will cost you millions of dollars. And so if you know the exact forces that will be on your lander, you can just plug them into your computer and have the structure grow around it. And this is interesting because it's done from a purely engineering standpoint. Like no one at NASA is saying like, oh, we want it to look organic. They're just saying we want it to be the lightest possible structure. And it happens to look like bones and like a living thing. And that's because living things have undergone a similar process. And I also looked into the more artistically focused design aspects of this. So this is Hyphae by Nervous System, and they do very similar lighting designs that are coming from generative algorithms. And they will look to like slime mold growth or mycelium growth and model that digitally, and then 3D print those lights as an art piece, and that there's something to put in your house. And so I sort of followed in their inspiration here. But part of what made me want to do something different from these guys is that all of their lights are really expensive, because as you can see, they're really intricate, but they have to use a really expensive 3D printer to be able to do all of this geometry without all the support material. So they're basically, everything else is driven by the design. They make whatever design they want to do, and then they find whatever printer will do it. And so I also wanted to, in my design, I didn't have access to $100,000 printers. So I wanted to make something that I could print on the facilities we have on campus. So as for the actual design of it, I implemented these generative algorithms in Grasshopper, which is a visual programming language that attaches to Rhino 3D. And it basically allows you to manipulate 3D geometry systematically and algorithmically. So you can iterate through designs and have it loop through different functions. So the core of my project is a physics simulator called Kangaroo 2. And I wanted to feed inputs into this I wanted to take natural processes as inspiration and feed input into this physics simulator to get out natural looking output. And so as for my actual algorithm, I wanted to keep this as simple as possible, both for computing reasons and to just have as simple a demonstration as I could think that would still show the kinds of behavior that life shows. So basically I started with a 2D curve that starts as a simple sort of wavy, it starts from a random seed to make that initial wavy curve. And then from there, it tries to continuously maximize its length while minimizing its total footprint. So it has forces that get fed into the physics simulator of it pushing outward against every point of itself, but it also will not allow it to pass through itself. And so you end up with this shape folded in on itself. And then as this iterates, it becomes a more and more complex shape. So each iteration of the loop gets stacked on top of itself. And that's how you get this growing 3D shape. And one challenge with this is that I needed to impose constraints for the actual light bulb as I was making a light fixture. I wanted it to grow naturally around the light bulb. So I basically implemented an exclusion zone where it couldn't grow where the light bulb actually was. And this algorithm also tied into my fabrication of how I was actually going to build this. And because it's a single loop that continuously expands and it never breaks and it never changes its topology, it is suitable for this vase mode printing, where you basically use a 3D printer and you only print one layer that spirals around continuously. And this is really efficient because the lights I wanted to make were quite large, and typically with 3D printing, it takes, a print that fills up your entire print bed will take days, like if not weeks to print. But that's if you're printing it solid. And so this is actually done as a single shell, and it can print this really large structure, but it's mostly empty space. So actually getting this to work took a lot of experimentation of printing settings that would let these layers adhere to each other and then also not have gaps and overhangs. So there was lots of experimentation of actually getting this vase mode to print and work the way I wanted it to. And so I have quite a few failure test prints, which are things that I had to learn from and then go back and change the algorithm and then try and print it again in different settings. And so it just took lots of experimentation to actually make this a real product. You can see sometimes the layers will separate if the layer height isn't exactly right. And sometimes, as you can see right here, there's, when it makes a sharp overhang, those layers don't have enough room to bind onto each other. And so you'll get these gaps, which I didn't want to have. And so I had to change the algorithm to make it grow less quickly initially, so that you don't end up with these really extreme overhangs, and grow in a more consistent way, so that every layer was always stacked well on top of the next one. I also considered lighting this, or several ways of lighting this. One of those was with addressable LEDs and make this multicolor sort of flash dance looking light, which I may also implement in the future. But as I talked to my mentors and experts, they advised me to focus more on the form, and that this project is really more about the growth idea and the idea of having this light be this natural and organic thing. And so if you light it with LEDs and make it flash all these multicolors, it just takes away from the raw form of it. And also it's probably something that you wouldn't actually want to like hang in your house as like have it be hanging in your kitchen. And so it was great to be able to talk to Joel Swanson from Atlas and David Craig, who's a lighting designer who was very helpful in sort of learning what it is that people like about having, what makes a great design for someone to actually buy a designer light like this. And I also talked to Alex Mademo, that's all I know him as, but he was one of my professors in Barcelona while I was studying abroad there. And so I reached out to him for help in the actual algorithm and learning how to make this happen how I wanted it to. Additionally, they also advised me to explore other materials, and this is something that I plan to do in the future. Particularly ceramic printers can do a similar vase mode printing. I didn't have access to them this semester, but I plan to continue this design in that direction. And so this is the final design that I've arrived at. And you can see there's only a little bit of this layer skipping here, but I've mostly mitigated that by having it follow this really consistent outline. And I'm really happy with the way it turned out, and I really, really like this design. And I only have one prototype that works right now, but the algorithm that I have now, I can print every time I run it, I can print a new one that will be completely different from any other one I ever make. So
okay. We're kind of over time.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and I'd love to hear any questions you have.
We have a little time for feedback if you have any.
Yeah, I'll go super quick. So you said you can print a new one every time. Is it meant to only be unique, or would you look at a scalable model where you could kind of reproduce, like if you wanted to have 2 or 3 of the same light above a kitchen, right? Could you do it that way?
Yeah, you could. I mean, the way it's designed right now, the kind of the only way to make it is to 3D print it, because it has all this interesting geometry where you couldn't really make an injection mold for it. And so I think the way to do it, I think it would be really interesting to have every light be unique and
Right,
have.
but you could just 3D print the same one.
Yeah, you could 3D print.
I know we're short on time, but
I'm
so
sorry.
custom lighting is extremely lucrative, and I know a couple people
have
in that
heard, yes.
business. So if you want to move on with it, give me a shout.
Okay. Yeah, I would be really interested.
Awesome. I put my feedback in the Excel spreadsheet, so you can just review it afterwards.
Okay, thank you so
Awesome.
much. Sorry I went
Yeah.
over time.
No worries.
Thanks. And we'll, I think that Karen's email is available, but if not, we'll make sure and do that connection.
Okay, I think I saw it on the schedule site.
I think it is, exactly. Okay, and up next, we have Haley Thompson.
Hi, let me know if you have any trouble hearing anything at all. Hi, my name is Haley Thompson, and this is my capstone project for all. The disabled community has long been left out of the world of fashion. From clothing to shoes to jewelry, products are rarely designed with accessible options, and those that are tend to be more expensive with a much more limited selection. Although some progress has been made in recent years for clothing and even shoes, next to nothing has been done for accessories. Disabled individuals not only have a hard time finding accessories that fit their needs, but they are also more likely to be unable to shop in the first place due to inaccessible stores both in person and online. The fashion industry is long overdue for an accessibility overhaul, and with my project, I'm hoping to take a step forward in changing that. So, from an academic standpoint, we know a couple things. 1, fashion has a big impact on your perception of self and independence. And 2, fashion and designing for disability are traditionally opposites. Historically, designing for disability is all about making things invisible, while fashion is all about being visible and standing out. One of the only places where these two intersect is glasses, which are for the vision impaired but are designed to be bright and noticeable. For my project, I am hoping to achieve a similar intersection for jewelry. For my capstone project, I am exploring what a completely accessible shopping experience could be for disabled individuals, particularly those with mobility and/or vision impairments, where everything is accessible as the rule and not the exception, from the web store where you can find and purchase the products to the experience of the product itself. To do this, I created an assortment of jewelry with accessibility modifications built in to be displayed in an online store format that's coded accessibly. I want to make looking for accessories a one-stop destination instead of a scavenger hunt where everything is easy and painless to use without sacrificing aesthetics or functionality. In terms of precedence research, almost nothing already exists. For accessible jewelry, I found 1 or 2 websites where magnetic clasps are offered for easier use, but they still require the individual to reach out, pay extra, and search high and low to find them in the first place. While it's a decent start, it's also critically lacking in many areas, including variety, pricing, and accessibility of the website. This isn't a rare occurrence either. An estimated 99% of sites on the web still don't meet accessibility standards. With all of this in mind, I started brainstorming solutions. First, I narrowed down my target demographic from all disabled individuals to focus specifically on designing for those with vision impairments, sensory sensitivity, and mobility restrictions such as arthritis, nerve damage, prosthetics, MS, and many more. Then I broke down my project into 2 key parts. Part 1, the accessible jewelry, and Part 2, the accessible web store that displays the jewelry. So, for Part 1, accessible jewelry. After interviewing people in this target audience, researching and testing clasps, chains, and other materials, as well as experimenting with jewelry making techniques, these are the accessibility modifications I implemented. All necklaces come with a built-in magnetic clasp to make them accessible. Users with low dexterity, shaky hands, or vision impairments no longer have to worry about a small, delicate, difficult to see and/or handle traditional clasp. For bracelets, I used the same magnetic clasp as I did for necklaces, and for the same reasons. For earrings, I created 3 accessible options. 1 is the well-known clip-on option, 2 is spring clasp earrings, and 3 is the press-closed clasp earrings. These alternatives to traditional studs are ideal for those with poor eyesight, low dexterity, or neurological conditions that prevent ear piercing. For rings, I decided on 2 types. 1. Classic rings with a special glue coating on the inside of the band to provide friction, making the rings secure and non-slip for both prosthetics and shaky hands. And 2. Rings with adjustable bands so that they can be resized and tightened to be as secure as possible. Additionally, I decided to include snap fastener buttons as an option. Although magnetic and snap fastener buttons aren't a new concept, everything that currently exists still looks like, well, magnets and snap fasteners. None look like normal buttons, so I wanted to provide that as an option. For my last category, I designed these jewelry pieces based on research and interviews to be comfortable for people with sensory sensitivities, such as those with Down syndrome. To get to these final designs, I did multiple rounds of user testing with my target demographic. I got lots of valuable feedback about things like chain length, material types, offering stretchy or no clasp options, and even just color choice that I integrated into my designs to reach the final product shown on my website. I then professionally photographed all pieces so they're easy to see and created GIFs demonstrating how to use the accessibility modifications. So for part 2, the accessible site. Now, making accessible accessories is good, but it's not enough if you have no way of getting the product to the user. Disabled individuals often have a hard time shopping for a wide variety of reasons that can range from the web store is inaccessible to my screen reader to my wheelchair can't navigate through the small aisles of this boutique. That is why I decided to display the accessible jewelry in a web store format, to bring the products to my target audience and eliminate a potential obstacle. However, most online retail stores are inaccessible, and the experience can be just as frustrating and difficult as shopping in person. So, for part 2 of my project, I not only made a website, but I also made it fully accessible for users of all ability levels. To do this, I utilized research, interviews, talking with experts, and honestly just a lot of hands-on experimentation. First, I started with general accessibility, which includes things like using good HTML5 semantics, focus states, and responsiveness. Then I made sure my site was keyboard navigable for those with mobility issues. Last, I made my site screen reader compatible, as those with vision impairments are a big part of my target audience. This includes things like alt text and code shortcuts, such as including additional information that's read by screen readers but isn't visible on the site, or options to skip content so users don't have to listen to long or repetitive information. Throughout this process, I user tested my website with both accessibility coding experts as well as users from my target audience. I got feedback about general website features, such as including a search bar and a filter function, but I also got input on font size, links, and ways to streamline the screen reader experience. All of this research, designing, testing, and feedback produced the finished product you see here. Jewelryforall.net, a polished, professional, fully accessible jewelry store. Users of all ability levels on desktop or mobile can sort jewelry by accessibility feature or by type and explore product details that include shorthand and detailed descriptions of the modifications that have been made to each piece, as well as GIFs that demonstrate how to use each feature. Additionally, I included a resources tab for both coders and jewelry makers with information on how to make their own jewelry or website accessible, so that my project isn't just a singular example, but can be used as a practical resource for others to emulate. That's the whole point of my project, really. Even though the jewelry is displayed in an online store format, I'm not looking to start a business or even actually sell the jewelry. Profit is not the point. The point of my project is to prove that accessibility and design are not mutually exclusive, and equal access in all aspects of jewelry and shopping is not only possible, but can and should be emulated by everyone. Thank you.
Great job, Haley.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that was great. Except for I'm sad. I really want you to make money off of this. So some of my feedback was going to be, it's interesting. The first thing that came to mind was that I think you have a very easily addable adjacent market in seniors, right? Which I think, and I was wondering if you kind of considered maybe broadening that demographic, because I think it's the same set of challenges. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I completely, like this whole project, I had a wide demographic in mind. I user tested with people from age 17 to age 80. So that was definitely like from the start, I had that in mind because yeah, they do fit that target demographic, and it is kind of tricky to like, you can't really like choose young or old people because, disability can affect anyone. So yeah, testing with a wide age range, and also trying to, make my jewelry designs not specific to one age range. I want them to be still fun enough that, younger people would want to wear them, but not so, I still want them to be like, classy. So older adults would enjoy wearing them.
Yeah, the one other then add on to that I had was I know this is going to sound horribly old fashioned, but like the QVC, like television channel networks, you still actually have quite a large audience, and I think this type of solution, right, could also be a really good fit for there. But I also think you have a second thing where you might be able to license. Like you could kind of trademark how to make a website more accessible and kind of license it out. So I know you said you didn't want to make money, but I think you have like a lot of opportunities here. So I would encourage you to maybe think about it. You can also do well while doing good, right? So maybe consider that. So, but it was great job.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
Yeah, I think also outside of if you don't want to run a small business, which I understand the scares of that, but I think like we do in the digital world need more accessibility advocates of making things better, whether it's doing user testing, whether it's running through screen readers on your own and just doing QA testing for websites or coding it yourself. I think it's a big area that is often overlooked, and I think that could be your like superpower as you move into the working world. So I would definitely lean into that and see what you can find in the corporate world of where you can make a big difference for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely an area I'm hoping to go into. And yeah, there's not a lot out there right now. Like doing research for this project was quite the exploration. All the things I learned, I found from totally different places. I had to like put all together from all these different sources. So yeah, for sure. Thanks.
Okay, amazing. Great job to all of our capstone student presenters this session. Great work all semester, fantastic. It's fun to see it come to this culminating moment. So congratulations. I think that's a good thing to say. Yeah, congratulations. And I don't know if Eileen wants to add anything, but if otherwise, I believe our next session will resume at 11.
Yes, we'll have a short break. So can we have one more round of applause for all of our awesome students? Great job.
Yeah, really, really good work. And so we'll transition into break now, and we will resume again at 11 with our next session of presentations. Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Welcome back to session 2 of our Creative Technology and Design Capstone presentations. So in this session, I wanted to start out by introducing our wonderful reviewers. We have Megan Leahy-Frias, and to me, most importantly, is that she is a CU alum, earned a BA in integrative physiology with a TAM minor. I think it was a minor back then, but wanted to hang around longer in the Atlas Institute. So also got her master's in CTD, and then found a way to combine these two disciplines by creating educational animations. She's currently employed at DaVita Kidney Care. Megan writes, illustrates, and animates educational animations to empower patients to take control of their health. She also teaches online motion design classes. And while in my class, I had to add that to the bio since I was reading it. Created an iOS app called Skipping Skills to teach jump rope skills to aspiring young athletes. And you should see her skip. It's awesome. Thanks for coming today, Megan.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And Ryan Biglazo. Ryan is the Director of Design at Summit Health and former director of design for Mount Sinai. He's a designer, musician, and ultra distance athlete. So I want to hear more about that later. As an interaction service designer with over 12 years experience, he's launched over 22 digital and physical products in spaces of health, social impact, and mass market consumer electronics. Excuse me. Previously, Ryan has worked at Park, Ammunition Group, Frog Design, and T4D, a lab focused on design for social good, as well as Diabetes, a startup focused on digital health, type 1 diabetics. His most recent work has been focused on improving patient, provider, researcher experience inside of large health systems. Thanks for being here today, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you for the intro.
Okay, so we're going to kick it off, and each group, actually each student, we don't have any groups in this session. Each student is going to talk about their project for about 6 to 8 minutes. Then we'll have about 4 minutes for feedback as we go through. For our attendees, you could also use the Q&A if you want to add any questions or anything as well. And we're going to kick it off with Michael.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Michael.
Alrighty, can everybody see okay? Alrighty. Everyone, my name is Michael Morris and welcome to my capstone presentation, the Flavor Labs Interactive Eating Plate. Flavor Labs was my sponsor that made this project possible. The mission at Flavor Labs is to help people enjoy eating through interactive eating experiences. The problem we sought out to solve with this project was that picky eating makes it hard for parents to feed their kids. Picky eating in children is also a signifier for diagnosis of symptoms of anorexia nervosa, as well as behavioral issues in later adolescence. The Flavor Labs Interactive Eating Plate is a creation of an interactive eating plate designed to help parents get picky eaters age 4 to 10 to eat full-range nutritious food without struggle by creating external motivational factors for kids while also gamifying the eating process. Here's some of the problems that my project attempts to solve. Parents struggle to easily accommodate the likes and dislikes of the picky eaters. To accommodate their children to get them to eat, over 58% of parents of picky eaters will prepare a separate meal for their child to eat over food struggles. In a study of over 800 families interviewed, picky eating was found to be a risk factor for the development of symptoms of anorexia nervosa. Another study of 426 children found that picky eaters were more likely to exhibit problem behaviors than non-picky eaters. These include extreme defiance, inability to compromise, and tantrums. These problems can compound into a struggle for parents who are co-parenting. In this specific study by the U.S. National Library of Medicine and National Institute of Health, it was found that the handling of a child's eating behavior led to arguments and disputes in 46% of couples who had a picky eater in the household. My solution, the Flavor Labs Interactive Eating Plate, utilizes 4 sensors that gather and relay weight information from the plate to LED stars to display meal progress. Once all the stars are lit up by completing the meal, the child receives a predetermined award from their parents, ranging from trips to the park or even a new book. The product is designed to help parents get their picky eaters to eat a full-range nutritious food without struggle by creating external motivational factors for kids while also gamifying the eating process. My minimum viable product for this project consists of 4 main elements. The first was to have 3 load cells that are providing 3 separate weight readings to the Arduino. So on the right, I have a little schematic here that's showing how each scale is constructed. And the second element was to have LEDs that react in real time to the weight readings provided by the load cells to act as a progress bar. The third and fourth elements were to incorporate an aroma release component to stimulate the eater's senses before their meals, and the use of an LCD screen to provide confirmation that the plate is on and what state it is in. Here's some market research regarding the domain of my project. SmartPlate is a device that is exactly what it sounds like, a smart plate that helps users track their food intake, utilizing scales and an app that utilizes picture recognition to identify food. The SmartPlate is the only technology-based eating plate currently available on the market that I could find, and has drastically different goals than my project. SmartPlate is focused on the overall health and wellness in adults, not children. Outside the world of smart plates, there are attempts to create interactive eating plates. Plate creates interactive plates for children that have board games on food plates that are played with dice. Reviews of this product are that parents stated they still had to bribe their child with candy after consuming a full meal. In some cases, the games on the plates were also stated to promote playing with the food more than eating it. In my first prototyping iteration, I began learning to use the hardware needed for the project. I'd never used load cells before, which I needed to create small scales. Also encountered some problems with ordering proper hardware and also came up with my first simple prototype to show users. In iteration 2 prototyping, I developed a more refined plate prototype that I laser cut and constructed. From iteration 1 to 2, I moved my LED tracker from being a secondary component to being embedded in the plate due to user feedback. Through some more interaction ideation, I also incorporated an aroma release component to help get users in the mood for their meal. The stimulation of smell through the aroma release in the air would stimulate an eater's appetite and get them ready to consume their meal. In iteration 3, I finalized my prototype. For more feedback in iteration 2, it was recommended that the star tracker get moved to a place where the eater could see it during the meal. Parents I interviewed stated how they believe that this would not only help with picky eating, but also engaging their child through the completion of a meal. Here's some photos and a documentation video going through the project. So this is what the side view looks like. You could see the LCD screen and the star lit up. And then this is what the back of the plate looks like with access to some components. And then here is a demo video. The Flavor Labs Interactive Eating Plate is an eating plate designed to help parents feed picky eaters while also helping to engage young eaters in the consumption of meals by gamifying the eating process. The plate is powered by a rechargeable 5-volt battery pack that plugs in through a USB connection. Once on, an LCD screen lets users know that the plate is powered on, the force plates have been zeroed, and the plate is ready for food to be served on it. After a minute, the plate goes from serve mode to eat mode. This is signified by the LCD screen displaying the statement, "Enjoy your meal." Then, as 10% of the food weight is removed from the plate, a star lights up. The goal is for the eater to earn all 10 stars by consuming their meal. After getting all 10 stars, the child receives a predetermined award from their parents. An accessory feature of the plate is the aroma release component. As the plate is turned on, the plate releases aroma from changeable and refillable aroma capsules. This is to help get young eaters in the mood for eating their meal through the amplified stimulation of their senses. And also there are possibilities with the future of this product. The first is the casting of a silicone mat that overlays on top of the plate. For testing this project, I often used press and seal or clear plastic wrap as a mat. I did not use it in my demo video because it was reflecting light and taking away from plate functionality. A silicone mat would be durable, sustainable, and easier for parents to serve meals. Also, the creation of a Tupperware-like cover for the plate would increase its transportability when the mat is dirty. The ability to develop an app where parents can take pictures of plates, enter foods, and nutritional information would be a next step with this product. A key feature would be the ability to see what foods your child is eating the most of and fastest, which could then provide grocery lists for your child. More LED interactions could be developed to create various engagements with the plate. There could be timer-based games to help with eating pace, and the LEDs could also have certain interactions to match the content being displayed on the LED screen. There are also use cases for this product with elderly. For example, in nursing homes, food is served on colorful plates to make the food look more flavorful, as most residents have lost taste buds with age. This product could be adapted to serve the malnutrition seen in elderly populations. And I would like to provide a big thank you to my sponsor, Daryl and Ellen, for their support and feedback. I'd also like to thank Eileen for teaching our Capstone course and the support and feedback she provided while teaching us Agile development methodology.
Thanks, Michael. Questions or feedback from our reviewers?
Do you want to go first, Megan? Or
I was like watching you. I saw your mute go off. So
I was
go
like,
for
do
it.
you mute her? Great job, Michael. It's a really interesting project. I love it. Actually, it was funny because I was watching, I don't know if you guys know the story of the moth. They do these like stories, and they film people, and people talk about random things that happened to them. But actually, one of the stories was the guy who studied the progress bar. And I love that you utilize the progress bar as this thing, and it's all about the psychology of a progress bar, and the feeling of completion, and when something's done. Was there a particular reason why you chose the progress bar? As I was listening to you, I didn't know if there was something that drew you to that, or as the main feedback element.
Definitely. I mean, I have a nephew he's like 4.5 right now.
Mhm.
And I found that when I watch him or I want something to do with him, like the easiest way to get him to do something is be like, oh, I'll race you or something like that. And like, to me, that like indication is like completing a task. And I found the progress bar to be like the best indicator of like tracking progress through a task.
Yeah, I really liked it, and I think you could also play with the shapes of the progress bar and different things like that. I know you had stars there. And then was there a reason why you had the LED screen that displays text on the side? Did you want to put that in the front of the kid's face, or was there a reason why you had it down there, or what was the thinking around that?
Yeah, so that main element is actually for the parents. So when the plate is turned on, it needs to zero the scales before the food is served, and then the food is served, and then it reinitializes with the weight that's on the scales. So the screen is just to communicate who's serving food, that like at what point are you serving the food, and then that like it is done being in serve mode and it's ready to be in eat mode.
Cool. I actually really like that, because I was like, oh, there could be like cool positive messaging or something if it was like facing the kid, so that was a thought that came up while you were doing it. But I love things that try to figure out products that try to figure out new approaches to nutrition, because it's something that's so complex and needs to be solved. But awesome job, man. It was really a fun project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan. Super cool project. I was curious about the aroma. Like, what kinds of scents would you be putting out there?
Yeah, so there I like tested various. One I found was I was using like ramen packets. I was putting like ramen packets in oil, and then I would like dip. What I was using was like cotton balls or like ends of swabs, and then I would like soak it in there, and then I would put it in there, and then you like screw the capsule, and then it like that was like the dinner scent, so it would have like the like chicken flavor of like ramen. And then for like breakfast, I tried and I mixed like syrup and water, and then it was like a waffle scent, like waffle syrup. So like that could be like a breakfast scent where it like releases, like depending on the meal or like maybe the type of meal that's being served.
Interesting. Yeah. Because I was thinking, like, why would you want a scent if your food should already smell? But I guess if you're feeding kids like raw broccoli or something, maybe it needs a little bit of pizzazz or something.
Of course, also too, the one thing I did not mention in that video is that when the scent releases, it's actually in like when the plate is initializing. So the idea is to like stimulate appetite. Like one thing I thought of as a kid is like when my mom is cooking, you're like upstairs somewhere and you can like smell the meal, and it like gets you ready to eat and hungry. So I try to incorporate like that aspect.
Cool. Yeah. Another thing that I was thinking with the progress bar is that it'd be good, like if you had multiple kids, it could be like a race, to get through. I think that would, because I know there's a lot of sibling competition, at least between me and my brother. He was the picky eater though, so I won that one. But one other thing is the thing with the progress bar also would be cool if like, I know that a lot of people are motivated by streaks, like Apple Watches, it tells you like you've exercised this many days in a row, and just like there's a lot of research behind like making something an everyday habit. So maybe if there's like a way to have like a calendar component of this, so it's like you finished your meal every day for the last week, and then they like if they break that streak one day, then they're like, oh no, like I lost my streak. I don't know if you're familiar with Duolingo, they also do that. So that could be an interesting idea, but awesome project. I really like the concept.
I love that calendar idea. It's something that honestly didn't really come across my mind, but like I immediately, when you were talking about it, I thought about Duolingo, because it's like I've been doing Spanish for 6 days. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
I think that'd be like a great interaction to think about.
Yeah, awesome.
Great job. How do you clean it, Michael?
So like what I was using was like clear plastic wrap, like press and seal over, but for the demo video I had to like did not, because it was like shining weird. So for that one I just had to like wipe it aggressively down.
I was like, oh, did the silicone things like come off? But then yeah, I guess you could zero it out with like a plate, you know, like zero, make the plate zero or something like that.
Yeah, essentially like the way it works, whatever is on it, when it turns on, it becomes like the zero weight. So if you
Oh,
put
okay, I
a plate on
see.
it, it would become 0 weight.
Oh, awesome. That's sweet.
Great. Thanks. Good job again.
Bravo, Michael.
All right. Next up, we have Max Kate.
Right. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Max, and this is my sponsored capstone project, the Flavor Labs Hydration Tracking Water Bottle. So I initially started working with Flavor Labs at the beginning of the semester, and they are a startup company interested in research and product development in areas such as changing flavor perception through electrical stimulation, as well as the design of sensorial eating ecosystems. And they've developed digital taste enhancement technology via electrode stimulation of the tongue, aroma release, as well as LED color change. And together we came up with the idea for the flavor bottle, which is essentially a water bottle with built-in sensory enhancement technology. So why are we doing this? Well, water plays a crucial role in a variety of bodily functions, one of which includes delivering oxygen throughout the body. And according to the US Geological Survey, about 3/4 of US adults suffer from chronic dehydration, with the recommended daily intake of water being 12 cups for males and 9 cups for females, when in reality, the average adult only consumes about 2.5 cups per day. Along with this, it's shown that substituting water for sugary beverages can save calories in the long run, and children who drink less water consume an overall less healthy diet. So by adding flavor, we hope that this incentivizes healthy hydration habits, making drinking water a bit more enjoyable. So some research and influential presidents include the Life Fuels bottle, which has hydration tracking via an application, as well as flavor enhancement via injected flavor cartridges. However, it was extremely expensive and is not being currently produced anymore. And then other influential presidents include the Hydrate Spark 3 and the Hydrate Spark Steel, which both employ hydration tracking elements and LED illumination, however, no flavor enhancing technology. So our idea, essentially, we would like to combine the best of these bottles and do it all digitally without having to physically add anything to the beverage. So now I'll present the functional prototype that I came up with. So here it is, and I'd like to reiterate that this is the functional prototype that is meant to show that the technology can be applied in the bottle form to enhance sensory stimulation. The reason why it's so large in this prototype is because it's got all of these components inside. So the microcontroller and the battery operate the electronics by controlling the air pumps that deliver aroma to the nose via the concentrated aroma capsules. As well, the microcontroller delivers a controlled current via the silver electrode wires to the tongue to increase salty, sour, or bitter taste. The LED stimulates the visual senses to further convey flavor perception, and the vinyl tubing brings water past the electronics up to the mouthpiece. And then finally, there's the straw mouthpiece, the electronics housing, and the bottle threads. The cap is meant to be adaptable to a variety of bottles with a standard wide mouth thread that is popular with many Nalgene and Hydro Flask models. The future models of what the product could look like once the technology is compacted more, I will go into in the next few slides. So during my first iteration of the project, I was successfully able to connect the air pumps to the concentrated aroma capsules, as well as the electrode stimulation wires to the cap piece. So I was successfully able to test out the functionality of the flavor enhancing technology. During this stage, I also came up with a 3-prong connector you can see in the bottom left that connects the 3 components of the cap, the electronics housing, the threads, and the straw mouthpiece. During iteration 2, I compacted the circuit to a smaller form to better fit the bottle and designed, modeled, and printed the electronics housing. I as well added slits in the straw piece for removable electrode wires for cleaning, as well as hid the solder joints that were visible on the previous iteration. So during this iteration, I met my MVP, my minimum viable product of creating the functional prototype. And on the left, you can see me drinking from the functional prototype. And on the right, you can see the hydration tracking element of the bottle via LED illumination. So in my case, my bottle illuminates once per hour to remind me to drink. However, this is variable depending on the user. During iteration 3, I extended the straw length on the functional prototype to better allow individuals to connect their tongue to the electrode wires. And then I also created the detailed schematic that I explained earlier. I then began thinking about future iterations of what the project could look like once the technology has been compacted a bit more, and created these two models. So on the left, you can see a more casual model that has a similar cap piece to the functional prototype, and on the right is a sport model meant for more athletic endeavors. So these were both modeled in Rhino and then rendered in Fusion 360. Along with this, I also created an interaction diagram displaying product use. So in this scene, you can see that you can connect to the bottle via Bluetooth application and program flavors via the application. And then in this scene, it highlights the 3 areas of sensory stimulation: the electrode stimulation of the tongue, concentrated aroma release, and LED illumination. So here you can see a few scenes from my product video that I created. So it's essentially a teaser video for the flavor bottle, where I compare the name brand lemonade with the flavor bottle, where you can get a similar flavor perception without any of the adverse health effects. So now a quick note on user feedback. So due to the current coronavirus pandemic, and being that this is a product that goes into your mouth, it was a little difficult to do hands-on testing with the actual functional prototype. However, I was able to obtain feedback via survey, phone, and video calls that influenced both the functional prototype as well as the future designs I received feedback on flavor preferences, bottle form factor, as well as hydration tracking elements. I was, however, able to test the functional prototype on a very limited number of individuals, and I received very positive feedback on the flavor enhancing technology, with quotes including, "You can almost tell me that was lemonade, and I believe you," and "It feels like the taste is coming through your mouth." Some future applications of this technology include for entertainment purposes. You could potentially simulate the flavor of a drink before purchasing it at a bar or restaurant, or you could digitally share flavors with friends via an application. In terms of medical applications, we hope this technology can be used to assist with chemotherapy patients who may have lost their sense of taste or smell due to cancer treatment, as well as elderly populations with limited sodium restricted diets. Another target population includes individuals with diabetes who may not be able to enjoy certain flavored beverages due to the high sugar content. In terms of children, this could be used to encourage healthy hydration habits via fun flavors and light patterns, or the possible gamification of technology. I would like to thank Nimesha, Daryl, and Ellen of the Flavor Labs team for developing this technology that is the foundation of the project, as well as support and guidance throughout the design process, as well as Eileen for guidance and support through the Capstone class and working us through the Agile product development strategy. Thank you.
Thanks,
You go, Megan.
All right.
We can switch.
Sure. This is super cool. It's not something I had ever thought about, but I actually create educational animations for patients with kidney disease, and they have to limit the amount that they drink. So they're kind of in the opposite situation of what I think you were imagining for your ideal user. But I think it could actually have some applications for them, because generally, like, a rule of thumb is that they need to drink only 32 ounces of fluid a day. So maybe there's some way to track it with your bottle, and then you could also flavor it, because a lot of the patients also have diabetes or other conditions. So they probably are used to drinking their big gulp of soda, and they have to drastically change to be drinking less and probably not drinking sugary drinks. So that's a cool application that I was thinking of when you were talking. So super cool. So I don't know anything about the technology behind the flavors. So the flavors are stimulating like just your taste receptors and not actually, there's nothing like actually there that's making the flavor. It's just simulation. Is that right?
Yeah, so essentially the controlled current that is delivered to your tongue can increase the salty, sour, or bitter taste on your tongue. And then in combination with the concentrated aroma release that was similar to in Michael's project. And then also in combination with the LED illumination, we hope that this kind of creates like a sensorial environment that would emulate the flavor of the beverage. So like you would have a sour taste enhancement on the tongue with lemon aroma and a yellow light, and that would simulate like a lemonade flavor.
Okay, cool. Yeah, super interesting project.
Thank you.
Hey Max, that was great, man. I really like that. I have a few questions. One is, what is the relationship between smell and taste? Because I know that there's a relationship between when you chew a food and taste it, but you don't swallow it, it becomes like unsatisfying. So I was wondering, like in your research, did you land on anything where it's like, okay, if you smell it and you know, that's going to make the taste and that's going to make you, because a lot of this is about satisfaction, you know, it's like, am I getting what I need from this? So I don't know if you did specific research on that parallel.
Sure. So I don't have like exact numbers or anything, but I do know that smell is incredibly important in terms of flavor perception. And it's not like, I feel like it's the combination of all three of the elements that really provides the flavor sensation. So it's like the combination of the stimulation of the tongue with the aroma release. So like when you get the sour on the tongue and the lemon, then you're like, oh yeah, this is really like lemonade.
Oh, that's awesome. And this really reminded me of, have you heard of miracle fruit? It's like a thing that you eat that makes everything kind of tastes like sour taste sweet. And diabetics use it to you know, you can eat a lemon with it and it tastes literally like sugar. So this kind of reminded me of that. And I love the concept around flavor simulation. Like, you know, try this drink or whatever. Like companies can say, hey, try this drink through your thing. Except that feels like it might be a little complex. Like, isn't there like two people who know the Coke recipe or something like that?
Potentially, yeah. But yeah, I think the entertainment purposes could be really neat.
Yeah, definitely. Is it really hard to craft these flavors? Like lemonade seems like a pretty like a standard one. Is it very difficult to craft like grape or you know, whatever it might be, or these unidimensional flavors that could exist across drinks?
Yeah, so I definitely did a bunch of experimentation with different flavors. So the aroma is delivered via essential oils that are in the aroma capsules. So through various combinations of aromas, you can create different flavors. So like I combined like a pineapple and coconut, like pina colada kind of flavor. And then like we even experimented with adding vanilla with the lemon to add a almost like sweet element to the lemon to make it even more of a realistic like lemonade flavor. So there's definitely a lot of experimentation that you can do, but I think you could essentially come up with any flavor you would like.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. That's like very alchemy like, and good fusion skills, man. Does Mox look good?
All right, thanks, Max.
All right, thanks very much.
All right, and now we're moving on to Monica.
Let me make sure I'm sharing sound. Okay. Hello, my name is Monica Chires, and I will be presenting on innovative endodontics. So first of all, I partnered up with CU Anschutz School of Dental Medicine. The school has 5 incredible dental programs, including 3 residencies and 9 clinics. They also have a very integrated student learning. They have a bunch of virtual reality and real world skills labs. And the school provides interprofessional experiences as well as research and patient care. So the problem that we found with Anschutz was that due to COVID, there was a lot of disturbances in the learning of students, as well as the sources of materials. They weren't able to get real people to come in order to help them with skills labs, and the teeth that they use in order for skills labs actually were costing a lot of money. So we ended up wanting to do something about that, as well as not every student could get on campus in order to do skills or learn from the professors. So we wanted to reduce costs, create more availability, and help students learn from home if they can. So we ended up creating 3D printed models of teeth that will be used for skills development at a cheaper price, because each tooth does cost $20 if you buy it from their company. And then we also created 3D models of surgical tools that they can use in a virtual space like an iPad while they're at home. So for my research, I only found a couple of companies that actually do 3D printed teeth, just like Accidental. They're the ones that are currently being used at Anschutz, but they do cost, like I said, about $20 each. And students go through these very, very quickly because they're used to practice root canals. So that was actually really, really expensive, especially if you go through like about 100 teeth every time you do skills lab. So for my first iteration, I took 3D models of the tools that we had and that were scanned in, and I cleaned them up a little bit and then put them into Blender in order to make them look a little bit more realistic, as you can see in the pictures. While I was doing this, I was in talks with Dr. Greeny or Dr. G to make plans with Inworks, which is Anschutz tech lab on campus, where we could 3D print the teeth as well. So we started developing that. During my second iteration, I started to learn how to use mesh mixture in order to clean more tools that Odie had, because from here I had to input them into Blender and make them look more realistic. And it was actually more work than I thought it was going to be. As well, for the 3D model teeth, we were able to get a good model and we were able to 3D print them, which also came with tests. And we also had to get a little bit of improvement before we can move on to other iterations of teeth. So we actually ended up sending the teeth to the endodontics department chief, Dr. Emanuela Carlson, and this was her evaluation. So the axis tactile senses, which is the drilling realism of the teeth, we got a pass on that, so it feels like if you're drilling into real teeth. The pulp chamber drop-in sense, which is the little pulps inside your teeth, we got a pass on that, so it looks and feels like it's in there. The root canal potency and the file negotiation ability, we also got a pass on that, so it feels like you're actually doing a root canal. The surface textures, we also got a pass on that. The only thing we didn't get a pass on was the radio opacity. It was visible, but she did want the tooth to look into more of a 3 layers. When you look at x-rays of your teeth, you can see clearly the separation between the 3 layers. So we needed to work on that. So for iteration 3, we created another model and we started practicing on x-rays a little bit more. As you can see, this is how the tooth in an x-ray actually looks that are 3D printed. While that was also being done in the Inworks lab, I was working on more 3D models and trying to move them into a Mac 3D environment so students can actually move around the 3D tools while on an iPad or something like that. Here's a quick video on how I basically did everything. This is how the tools were kind of made. I brought them into Mesh Mixture, seeing that they had the bottom part still to connect it to it, and then I would have to clean it off. So I would just use the tools that are in Mesh Mixture, clean it off, and then I would detail out the bottom of the tools because some of it would actually be cut off. But all I had to do was join them together, and that's how they ended up like this. Then I would move them into Blender, sculpt them out a little bit for the details, add shaders for metallic looks, and if they had any rough patterns, I would also add that as well. The teeth were brought into Mesh Mixture looking like this. I would just make sure that they were all on the X, Y, and Z axis at the same time. they had 3 different layers. So then I would also have to check if it was hollowed out as well to see that the roots were inside the tooth. So when it's 3D printed, everything 3D prints at the same time and hollow as well. This is how the tool. So in the end, my final project came to this. So we got 3D surgical model tools. These are just examples, but I have more. I have around like 6 or 7 of them, and in the future they want to be implemented into an actual class, hopefully by the summer. I am a little bit behind on the fact that sometimes when I transfer it from Blender to the 3D environment, sometimes the shaders or the material that is on the Blender side do disappear, but I am working on that, and in the next 2 weeks it should be fixed and hopefully used by students this summer. And with the 3D prints to teeth, we were actually able to get really nice looking teeth that look similar to the model made by the company. And with everything passing, we just want to make sure it looks exactly like it. So we're still working on removing the pink and changing it to white, but so far it does look like this, and hopefully we can start using them soon. I just want to give a thank you to Anshoots, Eileen, Ian, Dr. Thomas Greeny, and then everybody at InWorks, Aaron, Monica, and Hayden. Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome, Monica, that was great. I think there's like a lot of work to be done in training models and rethinking that, especially at a lower cost. Did you outline all of the like how you are lowering costs? Because I think that can do a lot of good for the project to get it some legs, because I think everything I saw there is really exciting. I actually have a funny story about going to the dentist during COVID times, which is I went to the dentist and they were doing my teeth or whatever and cleaning them. And then I asked them, I was like, hey, like, have you guys changed all your procedures for COVID and stuff? And he just looked at me like, what? Because obviously they clean all their tools. I was like asking whether he cleaned their tools or not. But this kind of just reminded me of that. I was like, oh yeah, okay, I'm an idiot. So have you thought through any cost structures and showing that as a part of this project? Because I think that would do a lot of benefit for it.
Yes, we are working on that. We still don't have a full estimate of how much it would be in total, but we did learn from InWorks that it is costing less than $20. It's mostly around the $12 a tooth, which is completely less, but we can also 3D print a lot more because the 3D printer is in-house with them. So it's just basically paying the material.
Awesome. And then how are those like, what materials are you using? I was really interested in that because like you passed all these tests and I was like, I don't know anything about dentistry. So
to be honest, I don't know a lot about it too. I'm actually learning just now. But they're actually just regular like plastic material. They're a little bit harder. The name of the material escapes, but it's actually more of a like, I believe it was more of a powdery like substance because the 3D printer does print 3 different layers at the same time. Okay. But right now the name escapes for me what exactly it is, but it is a plastic material that is just like any other plastic. If you touch the 3D printed teeth, they feel like if you got it from a Lozbot or something like that.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, keep working on this because I definitely want people practicing on those teeth rather than mine. Thanks. You did a great job. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with we want people practicing on 3D printed teeth, not our own. But yeah, this is super interesting. I don't know anything about dentistry either, but I was wondering, so when you have the 3D printed teeth, like, is there any, like, do you have a mouth model? This might be a stupid question, but like, how are they practicing? Can you just use like one tooth for practicing a procedure?
Yeah, so they actually have what they look like mannequin heads. And then they have little plaques that go inside the mannequin where it holds a tooth model. So you can replace the teeth every time. But they just put them in there and then they put it in the mannequin head. So it simulates like a real person opening their mouth as they're doing a root canal.
Oh, okay, that makes much more sense. Yeah, that would be cool to see like a picture of that in your presentation, but really enjoyed the presentation. That was super cool. Like I had no idea how people learn, but I'm just trusting when I'm in the chair that they know what they're doing. So it's good that other people are thinking about that. And then on the, another question was on the iPad, is that like they're able to like do whole procedures like simulated on an iPad? Is that how that works?
On the iPad, actually, it's just the tools that go on it. So they can just like look at the tools, because usually when they're studying at home, when they're in school, they can actually like hold the tools, like the surgical tools they're using. But when they're at home, they can't really see them, and just seeing like someone hold it up wouldn't be as satisfying. So on the iPad is actually a way of them just to look at it. It rotates so you can see the full details of how the tools look, but we do want to implement them into more of a VR setting where they can actually start practicing virtually how to use those tools as well.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, awesome work.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Monica. And Dr. Greeny has added additional notes in the chat that I'll let you read as we go on to Eric.
Hey, everybody. Share computer sound. Okay, so can everybody see this? All right, so hi, I'm Eric. My project is dubbed Sleep Tight. It is a non-invasive tech wearable used to treat bruxism, aka grinding teeth, in a casual setting. My sponsor was also CU Anschutz, specifically Dr. Greeny, who's a clinical assistant professor who focuses in restorative dentistry. Probably have a couple of questions. One, teeth, because not everybody has this as a subject that they enjoy. A lot of people are actually freaked out by teeth in the dentist. But for me, I personally have a lot of issues with grinding teeth and bruxism and a bunch of other jaw and health issues as well. So there is a drive for me to kind of learn about this and want to learn about it. And why are we doing this? Well, it's estimated anywhere from 8 to 30% of people on Earth at any given moment suffer from bruxism. With our treatment, it's non-invasive and an iteration on something that people currently don't like. That would be the current solutions, which look a little something like this. Is a grind guard. A lot of people don't enjoy grind guards because they feel very intrusive. They're kind of gross. Forming them can be very challenging, and it might not always fit right. They can be obstructive. Overall, just not something people enjoy. So here's what we did. Well, our goals first. We had to create a non-invasive solution to get rid of the invasiveness of the grind guard. And we wanted to see if we could use tactile stimulus to relieve symptoms. Here's a video demonstrating what that kind of looks like. Hello, everyone. This is the Sleep Tight Mark 1. It is a foam tech wearable that uses tactile motors to help relieve bruxism, also known as teeth grinding. It works using 3 electrodes, 2 to measure the temporalis muscle, 1 to measure the white noise of the human body circuit. Using the stimulus from the temporalis muscle, it sends the signal to turn on the tactile motors. It is secured with the head strap and attached to the patient. For reference, this is how strong the motors are. So at the end there, it's kind of hard to catch how strong the motors are, but that's part of the point, is that we want the subtlety of them. So the motors are very subtle. They're not strong enough to wake anyone, but they are strong enough to give sensation and help alleviate pain, headaches, and other symptoms. The headset overall is easy to use. You attach the electrodes and put it on the head. That's very simple, streamlined, straightforward. You don't have to form anything. This is just easy to go, easy to use. And then reduction of symptoms is one of the last key benefits of this. The few people that I did get to test on really enjoyed using this and had overwhelmingly positive things to say about it, including that it was hard to bite down with just the physical presence of the motor. It wasn't in there enough to do that, but it was calling attention to it subconsciously. quick little note about user feedback is we had severely limited testing due to COVID-19 and all of the things surrounding that. We also had severely limited testing due to the IRB. We wanted to get a prototype that we could get to IRB approval, and we have almost gotten there at the end of this, but IRB approval would take us into the summer and past, so not in the 16-week period. And then there's good news that the people I did get to test on, my willing friends, were overwhelmingly positive about it. I'm not sure if that is biased or not, but I did not hear anything bad yet. So where I started technically is I've had some Arduino experience and some electronics experience, but nothing to this level, and some 3D modeling experience, mostly in SolidWorks for industrial design projects. So some iterative progress would be stuff like this. Iteration 1 on the left, it's very rigid. The prints take forever, not very form-fitting, kind of not human. All of these got negative feedback on the left. People were like, it's very bulky, it's not enjoyable to wear, it's kind of weird feeling. That progressed more into the right. The one on the right had some issues 3D printing, so we ended up going with a foam prototype that would be a little easier to mold and make fit a curved surface like the face. In terms of electronics, I was given this circuit initially, and I had to go through and find all of the things to do with it and pick through it. And I turned it into this tiny circuit on the right using 3 circuit boards, an Arduino Nano, a MyoWare sensor, and a battery charging board. And then the current model looks like this. However, unfortunately, in transport after building it, the housing for the motors did break. So I currently have to use body tape to keep them in place while testing. That is a unfortunate circumstance. Moving forward, we'd like to streamline a model that's easier to reproduce and takes a lot of what we learned from the foam model. We'd like to pair it with a sleeping app because we believe the functionality is right there and really close. And we'd like to combine all 3 circuit boards into one circuit board because I currently have 3, and I think that that's a waste of space and it makes the model bulkier. I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Thomas Greeny, Ariel Hine, Caleb Wright, Chanel Wu, and Eileen Pierce for all their help throughout this semester. That's all.
Great. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, awesome work. I love the honesty of the upfront, like why teeth, and also that your user test might be biased, but I mean, it was COVID, so you did what you had to, it sounded like, but yeah, I was wondering, like, when you're wearing the, I don't know, when you're wearing the apparatus, I forgot what you called it already, but can you like roll over and like sleep on it without it like messing with it or waking you up or messing with the functionality?
Yes. So my current prototype, I did have a video kind of demonstrating that. I decided to swap it for a more technical description of it. It does show that you can roll kind of side to side. If you do like a full 360, you might take off the head strap if you toss and turn too much. But the foam does give enough to where it's non-disruptive and wouldn't wake you up. It's not very aggressive. It's very soft. It's very form-fitting.
Cool. I don't know the science behind this, would you ever like learn with this to stop grinding your teeth, or is it like something that you would always need to wear?
That's a good question, and I'm not entirely sure. That would be interesting to note throughout further study.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, awesome project though, really interesting.
Yeah, great project, Eric. That was really cool. I actually grind my teeth a little bit during like one period of my life. So I I did wear one of those mouth guards, and it was incredibly uncomfortable. So I think it's a cool problem to approach, and I like Megan's question about will it eventually make you stop grinding your teeth? Do you have to wear it for the rest of your life? So I thought that was a great insight. and I've also put projects to the IRB, so I feel your pain. I've put about 4 or 5 through there, so it's tough. But did you look at other sleep masks? So there's like a mask called the Mantra, which I actually own. It's a sleep mask, and then there's another one called Infinity. And I was wondering, in the design of it, like at least for the design of Mantra, they have these 2 like little eye patches that go over your eyes that keep it very weightless, because it sounded like you did a lot of work thinking about like the weight, the lightness, how much this, how much the sound affects the thing. In your research, did you check out a bunch of different sleeping masks and try to figure out one that you could adapt to your project?
I did look at some sleeping masks for future iterations, and after the circuitry is condensed was when I was going to look at things like that. For a viable prototype, I was trying to get things to fit as they were for the time being, but that has been an idea that has been kind of circulating, is how to get it like really thin, form fitting, but still like kind of supportive, like some of those masks can be.
Awesome. Yeah. And I like Megan's comment also about like if you're going to sleep on their side or move around, what did you find with any of your user testing? I know it was your buds, but did they try it for a whole night and say that they like really didn't have any teeth grinding, or what was the exact feedback?
No one tried it for a whole night. The exact feedback in the hourly sessions were it does make it it does soothe when I try to bite down. It makes it harder to bite down. It calls attention to it. The heat from the motor was a positive thing. The motor would get not hot but a little warm, and one person noted that that was like something that they thought was incredibly soothing. So just overall, nobody did try it in a full sleeping environment due to nobody willing to do that for me.
Man, I would have tried that. It's a really cool project. I love the idea. I'm like very interested to have that on my head for some reason and see what it does. But great work.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Eric. And now our last project in this session, Fernanda.
Hi, everyone. Okay, hope everyone can see my screen. So my name is Fernanda, and my project is called Paint by Mood. So Paint by Mood is a meditative website that aims to quickly improve your mood by generating an interactive surprise paint by number and playing music, as well as displaying text that correlates to how you're feeling. So the issue is that we all experience negative mood states, but how we respond to those emotions is different for all of us. If we don't practice emotion regulation or prioritize improving our mood state, then that could lead to more serious mental health issues down the line. And there's many scientific journals and articles that examine that there is a positive relationship between emotion regulation and mental health. So for my project, I decided to combine art, music, and motivational quotes because there are scientific studies that prove their effectiveness in improving your mood. So there's a scientific article called The Influence of Art Making on Negative Mood States in University Students. And in the study, university students were divided into 3 different coloring groups. One group colored a mandala design, another group colored a plaid design, and the third group colored on a blank piece of paper. And then the results showed that anxiety declined significantly in all the groups, but the students who were given a pre-drawn design like the plaid design had more significant reductions in anxiety, depression, and tension. So from this, I concluded that coloring paint by numbers can significantly improve your mood because they are also pre-drawn designs. And by combining paint by numbers with technology, you're able to paint from anywhere, even if you don't have art materials at your disposal. So moving on to my music research, in an article called The Psychological Functions of Music Listening, 183 people were surveyed, and one of the questions they were asked was why they listen to music. And then the results concluded that people hardly listen to music for social reasons, but instead use it to relieve boredom, maintain a pleasant mood, and create a comfortable private space. And then the last category I had mentioned was motivational quotes. and in an article titled Improving Self-Esteem with Motivational Quotes, it was concluded from multiple health settings that motivational quotes increase confidence, motivation, empowerment, and satisfactions in adults struggling with stress, anxiety, depression, mental illness, and substance abuse. So to summarize, Paint by Mood combines mood/mental health, paint by numbers, quotes, and music into one interactive experience. So I also researched existing projects that offered same or similar experiences. I found one called Sigmation. It's an advanced digital paint by number software, but it does target only art enthusiasts. Some other apps like Moodrise use other mediums such as videos and pictures, not specifically paint by numbers. And others like Color Therapy solely focus on just coloring. Before designing my custom paint by numbers, I created boards for 4 negative moods that I wanted to focus on. And scientific studies and color theory explain how color can affect your mood and behavior. For example, colors such as blue, green, and purple are associated with being calm, peaceful, and soothing, which help alleviate stress. As for images, there's studies on how nature and fractal patterns specifically also help with stress. The color red can increase your pulse and heart rate, which can help with excitement. Yellow and orange are associated with happiness, and studies show that animals boost the levels of serotonin in your brain, which is known as the happy chemical. Similarly to blue, the color pink has a history of being calming. It was once used to calm prisoners because they painted the walls in the prisons and it did decrease violence. So with all my color knowledge and pattern knowledge that I had gathered, I created multiple paint by numbers for each of the moods. These are just some of the examples. So then I started focusing on the design. I began gathering different options for color palettes and fonts, and then finalized one color palette as well as the font from the website. I also sketched some different logos and finalized those, as well as I also started brainstorming some icons for the website. I designed a few more icons that I wanted to have for the home screen. I experimented with p5.js for the painting interface, as well as coded a simple layout with placeholders for the website. I was deciding where I wanted the placement of the text to be, which would be towards the top. And I also started looking at the music I would download using YouTube's audio library. And then after having not much success with p5.js, I found some really helpful open source code that I could just directly implement to my existing website code. And then after making changes to the JavaScript code and adding most of the design elements that I had made, such as like the colors and icons and fonts, the website was live and ready for testing. For my UX testing, the purpose of my test was to get feedback on usability, ask about layout, colors, icons, observe how the paint by number is colored, obtain the mood before and after, as well as get recommendations for improvement. So at the beginning, I noted that there was some confusion with some of the icons, specifically the eraser and the brush size. So I took those into account and kept adding to the website. I also had a lot of browser inconsistencies with images, the text, and the cursor. I coded and added custom playlists for each mood and kept implementing the recommendations I got after each UX test. After implementing the audios controls, the feedback I got that they were overlooked and a bit unclear. So I ended up changing the look of them so they would be more clear and a bit more accessible. I also ended up changing the navigation bar quite a lot into what it is now at the bottom. I changed the slider so it would be more obvious that it was for the brush size, as well as changing the cursor so it would be accessible across all platforms. I also have a video showing what the final website ended up looking like. Okay, and thank you for listening. And then special thanks to my mentors and my capstone, Professor Matthew Bethencourt, as well as all the testers who helped me make, that gave me recommendations on my website. So thank you.
Great, thanks.
Is it my turn, Megan? I can't remember. Okay. That was really awesome. I love that. I love how you're combining these verticals of music, color, quotes, and imagery. I guess that's 4 maybe. And I had 2 questions actually. One is, were there combinations that you didn't expect? Like, is it like if I see a I mean, that's like, it's sort of like an endless amount of combinations you could do to create the mood or create lowered stress. Was there certain combinations that you were like, oh, if I show red and have them draw like a dog or something like that, like it's much more calming. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because a lot of them overlap, like with stress and anger, a lot of things overlap. So I try to find at least one specific thing that would work for each mood. But you're right, with the animals, they do help with sadness, but I could see that they could also help lower your anger as well. So, but there's a lot of freedom with the paint by numbers as well that I could do with that, as well as the colors, that's the nice thing about it, as long as it's specific to the moods, but it could also overlap with some of the other categories.
Cool. Yeah. And then one more question. When you were thinking about like this kind of just, or at least in your video, reminded me like, sometimes like a lot of times to reduce your stress, you just need to take a break. You need to like walk outside or do something like that. That's the key touch point in the intervention. Was that a part of your idea, or that like it's like take a moment and like draw something and listen to some soothing sounds? Like I guess the question is what was your thought around like the entry point of this? Is it like always like you're just going to take a break at the office, or like how does someone enter into your website?
Yeah, exactly. So similarly with that, when you're in like a stressful situation, a lot of people do like going outside and like getting a break. And then focusing mostly on art. I was thinking about like being in a work setting or doing homework. If you just want those 15 minutes, you're already on your computer. If you just open up the website, I wanted to be able to like take someone into a different environment very quickly. And then once they're done, they could just quickly just go back to what they were doing.
Sweet. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm on the website right now drawing on it. So.
Oh, that's great.
So great work. Thank you. That was awesome.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan about like, it's really cool how you combined all these different things, and it's really clear that you put a lot of thought into it and like researched like things from different, like the music, the color, the like drawing. It was yeah, just really well thought out, and even down to like the little details of the icons and stuff like that. I was wondering if you came across any research about like the physical, like moving, if you were like drawing on a piece of paper. Like I know that can be soothing, just like physically moving your hand and like seeing the like pen make color on the paper or whatever. Because I know like at the beginning of the pandemic, I got an iPad, and so I've been doing stuff with my Apple Pencil, and I found that to be really like relaxing, because normally I do a lot of illustration and I'm usually working on my computer, and that feels like work. But then I like go with my iPad and like sit on a couch and then do like drawing stuff with the Apple Pencil, and it just like, I don't know if it's like just the physically drawing, whereas with the mouse it feels like, I don't know, it's something's different about it to me. But I wonder if you came across anything like that.
Yeah, no, definitely. At the beginning, I was kind of torn between having something be digital and physical, because I know that there's a lot of like mental benefits to physically drawing. So that's why I also included the option to like print the paint by numbers for someone that just wanted to color them in person. And I kind of wanted to recreate that feeling of coloring something, because there's a lot of like click and fill coloring, like websites or other coloring pages. So I think by having like the drag and fill, you sort of get that experience as if you're drawing, and it increases like the precision, like you want to like stay within the lines and stuff. So it was a little difficult recreating that exactly to having like a pen on a digital surface, but yeah, I tried my best to recreate that using like a mouse.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And I could kind of see that in the videos that you had in your presentation, that like there's probably some satisfaction to like getting it nicely in the lines and stuff, which could be a mood booster too. So yeah. And then could you take the website and like do it on like a mobile device, like an iPad or something, and then go outside and get that extra benefit too?
Yeah, definitely. I did most of my testing on computers, but it definitely could also work on an iPad. So yeah, that's actually really a good idea.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. And another thought, I don't know if you've thought about this, or one thing maybe for the future is that with the motivational quotes, when you were talking about that, it made me think of like motivational podcasts, because I listen to a lot of podcasts while I'm working. And so maybe there's like a way to incorporate that motivation piece into what you've got. So I don't know.
Oh, I didn't think about that, but that's actually a really, really good idea.
Cool. Well, yeah, awesome work.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, and thank you to all of our students, all of our presenters. One more round of applause for everyone. Great job. And special thanks to Ryan and Megan for taking some time out and joining us and giving feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
Okay, so that's the end of session 2. We're going to go to a short break. Session 3 will resume at 12:30. So hope to see many of you there.
Great work, everyone. See ya.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for all the feedback.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to stop the screen share of this image and say, welcome everybody to session number 3. I am so excited to be here and so excited to welcome our amazing outside reviewers. And so I'll start off with Matt Dickey, who goes by Dick. So Dick is a CTD Atlas alum and experienced full stack developer with a demonstrated history of working in marketing and nonprofit industries. Tyler Benari is the head of UX at TechSoup Global, an international collaboration of nonprofit technology providers. He works with tech companies and foundations to create online solutions to empower major philanthropic efforts from big tech companies to the nonprofit sector. He has worked with teams at places like Google, Microsoft, Airbnb, Zoom, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation. And last but not least, Joanna Kelly is the COO at Small Planet, where she helps teams create award-winning digital products for clients like Disney, NPD Group, and Planned Parenthood. Her work has earned the Communication Arts Magazine Award of Excellence and the Fast Company Innovation by Design Award. It's also been featured in the App Store and Google Play and downloaded millions of times. Joanna has guest lectured at the School of Visual Arts and taught at Parsons, the New School for Design. She received her undergraduate degree from New York University and holds an MFA in Design and Technology from Parsons, the New School for Design. So thank you so much to all 3 of you for being here. We're so excited to have you. So first up, we have the project Projecting Acceptance.
All right. All right. Can you guys all see that?
Yep.
All right, perfect. All right, so we are Projecting Acceptance. I'm Sarah McDonald.
And I'm Aiden Kwadi. And so before we kind of introduce what our project is, I think it's important to go over the reason why we want to do this. So when starting, we knew that we wanted to do something about addiction, as it's a problem that's like growing in the US every year. We were kind of shocked to find out that Colorado is specifically constantly coming up within the top 10 of statistics surrounding substance abuse. For example, over 20% of our residents are using substances, but only 2% of them receive any sort of treatment for that. Specifically to opioids, 1 in 5 of the people dependent on them receive treatment. And I think these are both due to the fact that 31 out of our 64 counties have no opiate treatment program, and then 13 only have a single provider. We're also the only state with heavy consumption of 4 major intoxicants. That's cocaine, heroin, opiates, and methamphetamine. And these are the overdose deaths that have been increasing since 2001 to 2019. And then also in 2019, overdoses killed more residents than car accidents. There was 900 overdose deaths and 620 car accidents deaths. So finding out these statistics kind of made us realize that it's a much more relevant problem locally than we originally perceived, and made us really want to do something to bring more awareness to this. And then when we were doing our research, we were looking up what's already been done in terms of media to bring more awareness to addiction. We found a lot of educational videos and animations, and while these are good for being informative, the problem with them, we thought, was that you kind of have to be specifically searching them out to end up there. If you're not looking up something about addiction or in the related videos to it, you're not going to end up finding these videos. I like the animation in the top left. It's called Nuggets because it didn't explicitly state that it was about addiction, and it was more just an abstract animation, so it brought a wider audience, but that still had to be like stumbled upon or recommended to someone. So that's kind of why we decided to go in the direction of doing a more public projection, something that could non-discriminately reach a wider audience.
Yeah, so our project is 2 components. I did the animated video and Aiden did a website. So the video is a projection mapped animation piece focused on changing the perception of addiction and those affected by it. And the website provides further resources and information to those affiliated with addiction. So the process for this project, our first step was deciding to do animation. We had a lot of good precedents with like really interesting videos, and we also thought that animation would give us sort of a wider range of things to show and not necessarily bring anyone live action onto the side of a building or trigger anyone. The next step was to partner with Nightlights Denver to make sure we had building access and sort of have that ability to broadcast directly to the Denver audience. Next was starting our storyboard and getting information from Narcotics Anonymous about the best way to present our information and put that in a video. And then the next step was to do basic web layouts and start building our website. And then for user testing, we tested the storyboard with Chris Osborne, a film professor, to sort of see how he liked the story and get feedback on that. We also went down to Denver for the first time and tested the projection on the building to see what it looked like with colors and speed. And then for the website, we tested the UI and UX elements to fix some of the flow and color changes and all those kinds of things. And then, yeah, we did our final projection and then did our final documentation.
So I'll go through, this is the final storyboard. We went through a few different versions of this, but this is the one Chris Osborne helped us come up with. And basically our animation is playing on a loop so that people, because they're going to be walking up at different times, can sort of just get what's going on and just wait a little bit and then see it replay from the beginning again. And what's going on is there's 2 layers. There's a layer behind the windows, and then in the windows using the projection mapping to make it look like it's the architecture of the building is actually a part of the animation. And there's a crowd of people that walk behind the windows from one side of the building to the other. And certain individuals in this crowd will get trapped in the window, kind of to represent how addiction can keep someone like stuck in their spot in society and isolate them. And then there's a negative loop that's happening for these people in the window and a positive loop. And in the negative loop, the crowd just ignores them and walks past them, and they sort of start to fall down and break apart and dissolve. And then in the positive loop, people in the crowd will notice them and reach out to help. And when they touch them, they'll be able to stop them from breaking apart and dissolving and return to solid and pull them out of the window and have them rejoin the crowd. And then we just have a slogan appear, text that says "Addiction affects us all," and a link to our website so people know that they can go there to learn more information.
right, so for user testing, the technical test we did was going down to Denver for the first time and seeing the sort of projection space and testing this little animation I did of just playing with colors and speed and trying to see how it looked and making sure that everything in the windows showed up when it needed to and that kind of thing, and just getting a basic overview of what we would need to do for our final story. And then the next step for me was to edit or to actually animate it in After Effects and sort of get a little character walk cycles, use the Colorado colors to sort of make it more relevant specifically to Denver and sort of go through our storyboard. So then I can quickly show the demo video segment that we have just to sort of show the final version that we have. So yeah, this is just showing from our storyboard to our final animation of how these people are getting trapped in the windows and not getting help. And then someone does come to help them. And when they do help them, they stop like breaking apart and they reform and get back into society and change back to white. Yeah, and then at the end is sort of when they all show up back in the windows, and that's when we have our "Addiction Affects Us All" slogan show up on the full building. Yeah. And then at the end, it transitions out and then links to our website, which Aiden can now talk more about.
Yeah, so I originally designed the website more for web, but I realized that the majority of the audience is going to be people walking by on their smartphones who see that link and click it. So I redesigned it to be more mobile friendly. If you want to go to the next slide, I can kind of take you through the user experience going to this website. So there's kind of a couple different user experiences. If someone's coming to the website because they need help and they see the presentation and they just are curious and go to the website, the first thing they'll notice is that there is a hotline, a 24/7 hotline number they can call to speak to someone if it's more urgent. And then there's also this red button to go immediately to the resources tab and see the addiction resources. But if someone's just coming because they want to learn more about the project and they don't really know much about addiction or how we are affected by it in Colorado, you're just going to get this sort of short explanation of what the project actually is. And then this infographic I created because I think that it's important to know the local statistics. It really like solidifies that this is something we should care about. And then under that about section, there's this how to help section, which is kind of offering solutions to the problem we're promoting that people often ignore or don't have much awareness about it. This is how people can be more educated and aware about what's going on around them in terms of substance abuse. This is the resource that people will be taken to if they click on that red button. And the first section is Narcotics Anonymous. They helped us a lot with this project and they kind of gave me a lot of their literature and like advice on what I should put on a website dealing with this. And then there's just links to the 3 different Narcotics Anonymous groups we have in Colorado, the Denver, Boulder, and then just the general Colorado area one. And then under this is a map with pins of every meeting that we have in Colorado. And they're kind of color coded. Green is only one day of the week, red is on weekends, and then purple is every day of the week. And if people click on them or tap on them on their phone, they'll get information about it, where it is, what time it is. And then this sort of legend below is Narcotics Anonymous uses letters to represent what type of meeting it is. So that's just a legend of all the different meanings they have for what their meetings are. And then there's a Narcotics Anonymous locator app you can get on the App Store. And then the NA helplines, these are another 24/7 helpline, but they're manned by people in Colorado. And these are important because there's someone on the other end of the line who is choosing to be sober and has already dealt with addiction. And people in Narcotics Anonymous said that's kind of the reason they do the groups in the first place, because the people that can help someone who's dealing with addiction the most is someone else who's gone through it. And if someone hasn't gone through it, they can't really provide them like relatable information. And then there's just a few other helpful links and numbers on the bottom there. And then the next resource under that is the education tab, which that's for more for people who don't really know much about addiction. These were like videos that I think really helped explain it, and also like understanding the disease model of it, because a lot of people aren't even aware that we now consider it to be a disease. And then finally on the website is just our actual project information. There's the video so people can watch it again at a later date if they're not standing right in front of the building when they're on this website, and then kind of going into the process and giving thanks to the people who helped us, like Narcotics Anonymous and David from Nightlights Denver. And that's pretty much the whole website.
Yeah. So just to end off, our project's now playing. It starts tonight. Well, hopefully it'll start tonight, but it's playing throughout the month of May. And you can go check it out anytime, starting after sunset. It's at 1601 Arapahoe Street down at the Daniels Fisher Tower on 16th Street. So yeah, make sure to go.
And it plays in 15-minute intervals, looping. And there's a few other artists that are working with Nightlights Denver this month. So there'll be like multiple videos that it's looping through, but ours will be 15-minute time slots.
Yeah. And thank you.
Nice job, you two. Thank you. So before we open it up to our outside reviewers, I forgot to mention before we started that we have 6 to 8 minutes per presentation, and then we have 4 minutes for feedback. So since we have 3 reviewers, what I might ask of the 3 of you, I might call on 2 of you per session, if that's all right. And we also have a separate document that we've shared with the 3 of you. We'll make sure that you do have access to it, so you can also write written feedback that we'll share with the students. So for this first one, if I could open up to Tyler and Joanna, that would be great.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Sarah and Aiden, this was beautiful. This is an awesome idea, an amazing project. Really, really cool. Joanna, I started talking first. Do you mind if I don't?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm on the UX side, so really, my passion is around the website, the UI, and the interactivity there, and the emotional context that you guys are presenting on the website itself. And that's kind of what I want to talk about real quick for you. There's such an emotional power in what you're accomplishing and what you're trying to convey to the community. And that is really portrayed well in the video that you put together. But the website itself, I feel like it is feeling a little more technical as far as, almost like the credits of the project. And there's a lot of possibility there as far as thinking about the emotional context to lead the experience. In other words, while you were describing the sections, you were describing the context emotionally of what each section meant to what you were trying to accomplish. And if you're using that to drive the names of the sections, the way, the titles of the sections, the navigation itself, then you're really creating a feeling from top to bottom of messaging throughout the experience that can reflect that same kind of emotional impact that you want to have. So it's kind of like a way to think about your outline of information to be more representative of making an emotional impact than organizing information. Hope that's helpful, Joanna.
Yeah, agreed. I'm so impressed. I mean, I love that you have taken on this massive issue and are trying to find ways to help people and educate people, and that in itself is no small feat. I think that animation is great. I like the way you're getting your point across, the way I realize that it is a narrow building, but one of the most important pieces of the animation comes at the end with sort of the call to action to go to your website. And it's quite hard to read, at least in the image that I saw. Maybe it's different in person because you're seeing a huge building, but just making sure that that hierarchy of information, that the thing that you really want people to do, those calls to action, are the clearest. And I agree with Tyler. I think the website, that's kind of where things start to get a little muddled. So if you've seen just the animation, you might be thinking like, oh, well, my uncle has a gambling addiction and like, I'm going to go to this website to check it out. And maybe the website's not the place for that, and that's okay, but maybe it's directing people elsewhere, and it is focused in drug addiction, but at the same time, there's so many different, there are a lot of different pieces, and the hotline at the top is sort of obscured. It's it's not necessarily the thing that stands out the most, even though maybe it should be. It's not totally clear if it's for someone who's suffering from drug addiction, or if it's for, you know, someone in their family, their neighbor, someone who's just sort of casually interested. So, and it can be for all of those people, but having clear paths, sort of clear indicators, like, hey, if this is you, you probably want to look at this first, or if this is someone you know, maybe you want to look at this first. And I think all that information exists, but how it gets organized, I think, will help move the website forward to really have an impact.
Yeah.
But it's great. I'm very impressed.
Thank you. If I can add, there are a really simple test I like to play with when you're looking at website design is the squint test. If you were playing with priority, you squint your eyes, whatever you see, that's what people are going to click on and see first, and they'll kind of skip by everything else. So when you're playing with the design layout, you know, aside from the obvious, you know, kind of feeling of breathing room, spacing between things, so you can let people register element by element, do that squint test and see if you can make certain things actually feel like they have the priority you're intending them to have.
Thank you so much to this group. Thank you to the reviewers for that feedback. Really appreciate it. Nice job, Sarah and Adrian. Next up, we have the group Soapbox.
Yeah. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Megan.
And I'm Melanie, and this is our sponsored project, Soapbox. Soapbox is a digital platform for capturing firsthand accounts of complex global issues in a way that is immediate, informative, and impactful. So first, I'll give a brief introduction to our sponsors and the co-founders of Soapbox, Ingrid Walsh and Kasia Binkowski. They are both professional storytellers who work in the academic, nonprofit, and social impact sectors. So why? The idea and need for Soapbox came about when COVID was unfolding globally in ways that went far beyond simply the devastation of the disease itself. Lives are being altered medically, financially, socially, and the kinds of stories emerging seemed as unique as the individuals were impacted themselves. There were stories everywhere that needed to be documented urgently in order to get a better policy handle on how the crisis was being addressed or not addressed for an assortment of vulnerable populations across a variety of impacts. However, this narrative is not unique to just COVID times. There are constantly stories that need to be documented in order to create greater equity and inclusion among the history that is being recorded. As an example of how researchers gather data now, we could use the instance of a social scientist documenting a protest. They would usually go about collecting first-person narratives from different social media sites like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and WhatsApp. However, this method scatters the qualitative data across too many platforms, making it difficult to catalog and organize for future analysis. In our initial research, we discovered some precedent work in the field of capturing data, which included social media sites and databases such as JSTOR and ONA. As I previously mentioned, people share their stories across social media, but it's just too vast with little organization. And JSTOR is a digital library that provides access to academic journals, articles, books, and primary sources. And ONA is a social change-driven platform that focuses on connecting organizations with data analytics. But where Soapbox differs is in its main goal of raising social awareness and promoting change through storytelling and data organization to create a pipeline of real-time content. So given all this information, this led us to our problem, how to democratize whose stories are owned by whom, and how to create a better system for utilizing qualitative data with the topic of equity, equality, and inclusion in social science research through storytelling for social impact devices and for social impact organizations and qualitative researchers. And the solution to this problem is Soapbox. Soapbox has two main parts. First is an app used by field researchers to collect stories via video and audio. And the second part is a web database for their administrators to organize those collected stories. And together, these create a digital platform for capturing qualitative data to be used by nonprofits and social scientists. And what we set out to complete for our capstone was a fully functioning app in both iOS and Android that stores its data on a cloud server, as well as a front-end website.
And so the process for building the app began with wireframes. We were given a wireframe in an Adobe XD file, which is a prototyping tool, and this was meant to be the starting point and inspiration for the app. So we were able to understand the general design ideas as well as the user flow from this. So before we started building the actual app, we decided to take the wireframe and move it into Figma because we noticed that the user flow was pretty linear and had no way to navigate around the app. So with Figma, we were able to easily brainstorm the navigation that was needed and finalize the flow of the app. Then we started to build the app using React Native. For a little bit of background, React Native is a mobile app framework that is able to make both iOS and Android applications. Neither of us have ever used the React Native framework before, and we were both only sort of familiar with JavaScript. So this was all definitely a big learning experience for the both of us, but it was necessary to have both iOS and Android platforms. And after some additional troubleshooting, we were able to successfully link the app to Firebase cloud storage so that we could store audio, video, and notes files. This is how the admin user on the website are able to access all the data that's collected through the app. But ultimately, we were able to learn some new skills in order to get to our MVP. And next is the website. So this website is front end only, but it shows the overall user flow for the admin user. And the admin user's job is to create new projects and manage the data sent in from the field researchers from the app. And from here, the admins of the organization can categorize and tag these recordings so that they can eventually be documented, shared, and also used for research purposes. So quickly how to use Soapbox. The interviewer or the field researcher uses the app to collect a recording from an individual. That recording gets uploaded to the database. And then from there, the admin can see the new recording, then they can categorize and tag. And then finally, the admin can use recordings for further research or to share new perspectives on a specific topic. So here's a quick video of the process across both mobile and desktop from the perspective of how a nonprofit would use Soapbox. So this is the app view, which is primarily used by field researchers. And from there, they can add a new interview, then the consent form assigned so that they can be used in the future. Secondary data is added, and there's now a new entry in the project folder. And then on the website, the admin can now see the 2 additional entries, as well as the additional data that is attached to the video submission. And if the field researcher wanted to add some new data like an audio recording, they would tap on the audio icon, get prompted with the interview questions, and then they could start a new recording. And then back to the website, the admin user is able to see the new recording on the website. And additionally, from here, the admin is able to create a new project at any time. And again, the aim is to collect stories in the form of recordings so that from the database, admin users of a nonprofit can use these recordings for further research purposes and to share new perspectives on fast-changing issues. And as for the future of this project, we personally completed our goal of a standalone app using React Native that connects to a database as well as the front-end website. But Soapbox intends to take what we've done here to developers to make a fully functional cross-platform product that can be used by nonprofits. And we want to give a special thanks to our sponsors, Ingrid and Cassia, for helping us to navigate this project, and also to Eileen Pierce for all the time and help that she gave us. Thank you.
Nice job, all. So I'm going to open it up to Joanna and Dick for this presentation for feedback.
Great. Dick, do you want to go first, or do you want me to jump
Sure,
in?
yeah. I think you've done a great job. I really like this idea of having a public platform for people to get these stories in real time, because everybody now is, for the most part, equipped with all of the tools that you need in your pocket to collect all of this information and to get those accounts from the people who are actually out there in the field. And I can see that you put a lot of time and effort into the design of the website to make it really streamlined and appealing. So I really want to commend you on that. It looks great. I would love to hear a little bit more about the future and going forward, and how you want to get this, and maybe some of those initial use cases that you want to see pop up on this platform.
Yeah, so basically from here, I think we're pretty much done with it. It's basically up to the actual company at this point. Their goal is to find investors so they can actually get new developers, but I think to implement it with like nonprofits. And like we said, like COVID was kind of the first thing that they thought of. So fast changing events like that is kind of what Soapbox would be used for initially.
That's great. Yeah, I can see a lot of benefit from this, especially in places that are getting hit particularly hard, like India right now.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So agreed, this is great. I'm really interested in, I guess you've already answered this. So are you familiar with StoryCorps?
I don't think so. We're not.
So StoryCorps kind of does this already, but they have a very specific mission, and they have an app, but they also have booths in certain places, and their whole deal is recording and preserving American stories. So it's not field researchers who are sitting down with individuals. It's like a grandchild and their grandmother, or like two neighbors talking to each other. Oh yeah, and a bus. Thank you, Matt. But their stories sometimes are played on NPR. It's an interesting mission. It's been happening for a long time. And the stories are also preserved in the Library of Congress. Google has partnered with them to digitize all of these stories so that they're actually searchable going forward. So for me, what's interesting about your project is, I guess, what you were looking at the very beginning, is how to make this accessible to other organizations, and how you could get information from recorded stories, because it's pretty hard to search for those. Like you would need somebody to sort of tag the hell out of things in order to really understand, like, someone talked about a skunk and I really need to know more about like skunks for whatever reason. It's a terrible example, but whatever. So like getting a little bit into that, and how people do mine data out of those things, and creating a platform that maybe allows folks to add information that's already out there, if there's a way to butt into like all of those sort of social media things, and use that in aggregate to really get a full picture, because otherwise you only get what's happening in that recording. And I think what's going on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, like what are the tags that are trending? What are the people that are, what is it that people are talking about? What's in the news? Like getting all of that into context may be helpful as well, but that's also like a pretty monster thing. So where am I going with this? I guess that's a long way of saying I'm very impressed that you both went down this path, given that there is an organization that's like doing this, and that there are lots of people that are trying to do this, and the two of you have gotten really far with it already. But I would look to them for inspiration, or to see how you can pivot and do something a little different than what they're already doing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And Tyler, you brought up a really good point in the document right now. I think that I wouldn't want to just let that slide. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
We've got about 30 seconds, but you can go ahead and add, Tyler.
Really quickly.
You want me to just say something about it? Okay.
Yeah, just reiterating the point that you put in the here.
Great. Validating, I happen to work in the nonprofit sector, as I think some other panelists do, and validating nonprofits is extremely important. People fake nonprofits, nonprofit sector gets abused in a lot of ways. So figuring out some way to validate that you're actually getting the people to use the app that you want to use it and use the tool is really important. And managing data, which I assume would be a little bit more on Dick's end, but making sure that the integrity of your data is going to be crucial to the success of your platform, because something that's user run and user generated has to have integrity and has to feel like it's trustworthy. There's a lot of the levels of data integrity go kind of deep, especially when you're talking about biases in anything users create and trying to manage truth. So there are a lot of, I think, people out in the world that are trying to help facilitate agencies and companies and organizations to make sure that communications and bias are managed. So there might be a lot of options out there, for connections out there to make, but just keeping your eye on that kind of like making sure the things that people see and the people that are using it are who you want to have there. Thanks,
That's a
Dave.
good point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soapbox. Nice work. Next up, we have Collectiviz.
Cool. Okay.
Sweet. Our project is titled Collectiviz. My name is Ben. My astrology sign is Aquarius, and my Starbucks order is a cold brew.
My name is McKenna. I'm also an Aquarius, and at Starbucks, I usually get an iced latte.
I'm Damien. I'm a Gemini, and I like to get a mocha with a croissant at Starbucks.
To start, we're going to go over the problem our project is trying to solve. Multidisciplinary majors like CTD are awesome. They allow you to take classes from various fields. Shown on the right are just some of the classes you can take as a CTD major. However, with so many options, it can be hard to know what careers the major leads to. That's why we built Collectiviz. Our mission for this project is to ease prospective and current students' concerns about the CTD career prospect. We tackled this issue through career data collection and public visualization. Specifically, we built a website. When we started, there was no good way to collect career data. Tools that address data collection or visualization either collected too general of data or were not automated. Specific data is vital in helping students understand a program, while automation ensures that students will be able to see the data with minimal effort from the institution. For example, Atlas's solution when we began was a Google Sheet, which required an Atlas advisor to manually ask graduating seniors for their information. This was time-consuming and led to inconsistent data that was near impossible to visualize.
To find a solution, we first had to determine our users' problems. Since our project was based on CTD career information, our users were prospective and current students, as well as alumni. The problem for the students were concern and lack of understanding about the program and its career opportunities. As for alumni, it was creating a form that they would actually fill out.
So having outlined our users and their problems, we're now going to jump into how we plan to solve those problems. So our solution makes it so Atlas Communications sends alumni a URL that goes directly to our forum website, which can be filled out in under 10 minutes. The data they enter will be automatically stored and used to build a comprehensive visualization for the public to access at any time. From a more technical standpoint, that means that we have 2 web pages built with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. One is a Bootstrap form that is responsible for taking in data and sending it to Firebase, where the data is stored. And the second is a web page that pulls the data and turns it into visuals using various APIs.
Now that our solution is outlined, we're going to jump into how we actually built this project. Initially, we had planned on researching and testing form questions to get the best data possible. However, midway through the semester, upon learning that Atlas Communications had collected similar information in past semesters, we decided to pivot and instead build a replica of the existing form.
The backend of our project was created using Firebase. So the first step in this whole process before truly starting was to actually learn Firebase, since none of us had ever used it before. So once Firebase felt a little more tangible, we identified 2 main steps we needed to accomplish in regards to the database. The first step being that upon clicking submit, an alumni's data is written to Firebase and stored all in proper format. And the second step is then pulling the proper data from Firebase and formatting it into something usable. There are, of course, some challenges along the way because coding is never a problem-free activity, but in the end, we were able to persevere.
Our visual design went through 3 major changes, which you can see here. The first round of user testing pushed us toward a more infographic style and a narrative throughout. The next change came when we were given the new data from Atlas Communications Department. This data was much more qualitative, so we had to rework our visualizations around this. The last big change came from our final round of user testing, which helped us finalize our visualizations, colors, and adding the alumni spotlights. Then the last step was to connect the form, database, and visualizations together, which gave us our final product of Collectiviz.
The final form allows alumni to quickly enter career data information. 3 key features of the final form are skip logic, error messaging, and a database populated select menu. First, skip logic allows the Bootstrap form to match Atlas's existing Qualtrics form, only showing alumni relevant sections. Second, error messaging ensures that alumni fill out all relevant sections of the form. And then finally, select menus are a key feature to make automated data visualization possible. The menus are populated with jobs and companies that were entered by previous alumni, allowing for automated grouping. If a title or company is not listed, the alumni can select other and type in their job or company, which adds it to the select menu for future alumni to see.
And finally, our website. The final visualization condenses all form data in real time into a graphic that is intuitive and informative for current and prospective CTD students. First, it allows students to learn about CTD career opportunities, like the 81% employment rating, a range of career titles, companies, and as well as locations. Secondly, it highlights the program itself with alumni's favorite aspects and goals, which update with every page refresh. It also shows helpful stats like the 82% recommendation rating, and that above 80% of alumni are prepared to meet their goals and use their learned skills frequently. Lastly, it gives an in-depth look at a few alumni and their motives and experiences with the program, as well as giving students a person to reach out to with questions.
And finally, we just want to say a big thank you to everyone who has supported us along the way. So all our capstone instructors, our mentor, Eileen, the Atlas staff that worked with us, the alumni who agreed to be on the webpage, and all the users that tested our project along the way. So thank you.
Nice job, Collectiviz. Thank you. So I'm going to open it up to Dick and Tyler for feedback here.
Yeah,
Sure. So go ahead.
No, I was inviting you to go first.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I want to say this one hits home particularly hard for me because I am CTD alum and employed in the field. So I really love the idea behind this project, and I can see this being a powerful recruiting tool for CTD, but also a really powerful resource for people who are going through it and not really sure what this looks like. This is a relatively new field and a relatively new job title, really, that people are graduating from CTD and kind of being the trailblazers into this kind of creative technology. And I remember when I graduated and I was telling people about the program, you know, the biggest question that I got was, well, what is that? Like, what are you going to do with that? And so this, I think, is a really great answer to that question. And I applaud you for all of the data collection that you're doing and helping put students at ease. But I can say that I am incredibly happy that I went through the CTD program, and I use the skill sets that I learned in CTD every single day.
Thank you.
Great job, Ben, McKenna, Damien. This is really cool. I'm not a CTD alum, but I would have loved to be if this was the kind of tool that was around. There's so much possibility here. It feels like you guys are looking at creating, like sowing a seed of change, of possibility here. As I'm thinking about the tool, I'm imagining that this kind of discipline that we're all in has unlimited potential for growth, and for, you know, the breadth of disciplines that you can jump into is very wide, which implies that the tool itself will have to be very flexible as far as incorporating new data and having updates and data sets. So I think that you're off to a really amazing start, and you guys are doing really well. I would just keep that in mind, that in maintenance of it, you don't want to lock yourself into a hole of not being able to compensate for some sort of additional changes that come. And that comes in, you know, the UI level as far as testing and making sure that what alum want to provide you matches what you're getting. And then also the data itself, making sure the data visualizations can maybe update, change, and you can test those visualizations maybe every once in a while, every couple of years, to make sure that the evolving work environment, the evolving market is matching the kind of data that people need to see to make those choices.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you.
I would really encourage you to make sure that you have rock solid documentation for this project so that you can hand this down to future cohorts and keep this going, because I think that this really could be a valuable tool, especially, you know, looking at the site right now and seeing the career titles and the companies. Those are great places just to at least get people started, looking at those companies, looking for similar competing companies, and finding a job that suits the skill set that they learn in CTD.
Thank you so much, Collectivists. Well done. Good job and well done. Well, yeah, you guys get it. Next up, we have Regenerating Colorful Colorado.
All right, hi y'all. My name is Anna Linton, and my project is titled Regenerating Colorful Colorado. So my project arose from the fact that most media regarding climate change is overwhelming, and it leaves people feeling hopeless rather than inspired to take action. However, the solutions to climate change already exist, and now we must focus on widespread implementation. In response to these issues, Regenerating Colorful Colorado is an interactive data visualization and art piece that explores the importance of regenerative agricultural practices in Colorado as a climate solution and inspires residents to take action. So coming into this, one of my most influential sources of inspiration is Project Drawdown. Project Drawdown focuses on a compiled list of scientifically backed climate solutions and explains their potential for widespread use. It provides a hopeful and solution-based outlook, but its limitations are that it's mostly text-based and lacks a lot of visuals or engaging elements. My next precedent was Stamen, which is a data visualization and cartography studio. They have a lot of really amazing work surrounding environmental issues. However, they often focus on the problem rather than the solution. And they don't currently have any work that is related to agriculture. My solution differs from other projects that I've seen in that it focuses on the solutions or the good news rather than the problems, and it's narrowed to a more local audience. It focuses on regenerative agriculture, which describes farming practices that prioritize healthy soil, biodiversity, and result in better water management, reduce fertilizer use, and have the potential to help mitigate climate change. The project takes the form of an artistic data visualization, and I'm going to walk you through what that webpage looks like. So this is the introduction section of my page. It provides a brief introduction to the problem and how conventional agriculture contributes to climate change and decreased soil health. As you scroll down, there's a side-by-side comparison of conventional and regenerative agricultural practices that gives the reader a summarized understanding in case they're new to these topics. It discusses the 4 data layers that will be shown on the data visualization, all of which benefit human and environmental health. Those are no-till practices, cover cropping, carbon sequestration, and reduced fertilizer use. So after this introduction, you scroll down and you meet the main visualization, which shows these 4 practices taking place here in Colorado. The first data layer is added, which shows the percent of farms using no-till practices across Colorado by county. When soil isn't perpetually disturbed by tilling, microbes and insects are left alive in the soil, which are a very vital element to a healthy soil. The next scroll adds data for the farms using cover cropping. So cover crops are planted specifically to cover the soil rather than with the purpose of being harvested. So cover crops can slow erosion, boost soil health, and increase water availability. Next, as you scroll, flowers are added to each county, and these flowers represent the estimated amount of CO2 that is pulled into the ground by these practices, which holds it safely in the soil and helps to mitigate climate change. The final layer adds the color to the flower, which is mapped to the number of farms that are eliminating fertilizer use entirely. So fertilizer runoff often ends up in waterways, which harms aquatic life and people. And so practices like cover cropping help reduce the need for fertilizers. And then the final section allows you to click on a county and see what farms in that area are using these practices and what you can do to get involved, such as signing up for CSAs or volunteering, as well as a link that allows you to add a farm that you know of that's not already on the map that might be using some of these practices. So as a look into how I got to this final project, at the beginning of the semester, I knew that I wanted to learn D3.js to execute my project, which is a data visualization library. I had not used this tool before, and most of my previous projects had been fabrication-based, but I really wanted to use my Capstone project to learn something entirely new. I also knew that I wanted it to be Colorado focused in order to reach a more local audience and make climate solutions seem closer to home and more actionable. So my first steps were developing sample projects in D3 and working on concepts and sketches. The initial concept that I came up with was to have a map of Colorado with flowers on each county where different aspects of the flower were controlled by different data sets. The original concept was to have 4 aspects of the flower: size, shape, number of petals, and color mapped to 4 different data sets, one related to agriculture, one to land protection, one to energy, and one to transportation. However, the feedback that I got on this was that it was overall too much information to try to represent on a single map and onto the flowers, and that it might be best to pivot to something more specific. So this is kind of where I was at this point. I had data mapping to 2 aspects of the flower, as well as a functional base map with click and zoom capabilities. So as a result of this feedback is when I kind of made this pivot to agriculture. I thought it fit really well with my theme of flowers growing, and also highlighted something we all have some level of control over, which is the food that we eat. In addition, the agricultural sector is a huge contributor to climate change. So I ended up using data from the 2017 Census of Agriculture as my visualization, as well as an estimate of the per acre carbon sequestration of no-till practices. So sort of as a brief overview of how I created some of the functionality, again, the major functionality is coded with D3.js along with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The base map is a GeoJSON file, and a series of functions displays each county as its own path, and the color and texture are programmatically selected based on the no-till and cover crop data, which comes in as a CSV file. In terms of making the flower, different aspects of the visualization are controlled by a CSV file that has data for each county, and a series of functions processes this data and scales it to a range. So for example, the CO2 data is scaled to one of 3 numbers, which is 5, 8, or 11, and that informs the number of petals that you see on the visualization. So all of this scaled information is passed to the main JavaScript file, where they're used to create the visualization. So for example, with that number of petals, 5, 8, or 11, that number is pulled for each county from an array of petals with a randomization that gives them that slight variation. And those petals are then rotated around a center point and translated and attached to the base map with on the corresponding county. Finally, the scrolly telling feature works by establishing trigger points, kind of defining what happens on each of those trigger points, and then a custom library helps update the state of the map. I also used Illustrator to make the visuals on the top in the legends and do some prototyping. So again, I hope this project is to engage residents in learning about agriculture as a climate solution in Colorado and leave people hopeful for the future. Feel free to check it out at this link. And I'd like to give a special thanks to Alex Weil and Danielle Safer for all of their help with this project. And thank you all for being here and listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. Nice job. So I'm going to open this up to Tyler and Joanna for feedback.
Well, again, y'all just take on these like big issues, these big meaty things, and just like dive in, and it's very impressive. So first of all, your design is very clean, it's very tidy, it's very pleasant to look at, which is great and often a difficult thing to do in itself. I'm still a little confused about what the certain visualizations mean. And I think the tricky thing with data visualization is that it just has to be such a quick get. Like it just has to be an instantaneous of like, I get this is good, I get this is bad, and this is what you want me to get from it. Like this is how you're persuading me to do a thing. And I think that's the part that I'm fuzzy on at the moment. With your presentation, I'm a little bit more clear on it, but I think if I just arrived at your website, I might be more lost. And I think maybe there's a bit more iconography that you could throw in there to kind of push people. It's very text heavy still, even though it's really well organized. And you know, it's like the margins are nice, so it's easy to kind of get the chunks of information. But I think there's some more stuff you can push on there without getting into that to help it, to make it even easier for me as your, you know, not necessarily most engaged casual person showing up on your website to be like, oh, I totally get this. So what I need to do is start going to the grocery store or not going to that grocery store because they get food from this farm and that's not a farm that I want to get food from, or this is a CSA that's in my county and I found it through your website, or you know, that kind of stuff. I think it's connecting those two dots that will really make it, you know, really push it over the edge.
I totally agree. Thank you.
Definitely want to echo the things Joanna said. Anna, I'm personally very, this is a passion of mine. So I want to thank you for picking this up. This is a really great project and a great idea. I was a little bit confused about specifically about your goal versus the users you intend to actually interact with. You know, it came off first as far as like the intention was to find a way to visualize data in a good way. And you attached yourself to a cause that has a lot of need. So reconfiguring your goals, your intentions to align with being a force for change rather than a force for visualization would be a powerful choice. And as far as like developing this as a tool that can grow, it would, you know, the kind of ideas that I would hope that you could think about would be, you know, 2017, I guess, means that there isn't a lot of data out there that's current and being refreshed, right? So, you know, that's an obstacle for this being a really, you know, good force for change. So maybe looking at ways that we can use this tool to improve that data collection in some way. And in the same kind of way, if you're thinking about who's using this and what the impact is, the implication or the assumption there is that farmers are doing what they can with what they have and with the limitations. And any kind of change means looking at the way they're conducting their business. So any kind of major change like that means that there's room for trying to inspire or innovate on ways that they can get over the limitations that are stopping them from conforming to this kind of better way of doing things. And this tool could also be a great way to connect people, not only to the places, to the data and to what's happening, but also to the things that are making the data the way they are and how people can interact with those to try and actually, like, you know, domino effect to make some real change in the world.
Thank you so much, Anna. Great job. Nice work. Next up, we have In Between and Outside.
Hello, everybody. Can everyone see the presentation? Cool. All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Victoria Virch, and my capstone project is called In Between and Outside. And I created this because I wanted to make something that would help empower the gender nonconforming community to express their unique and individual styles. Clothing is a huge part of self-expression in today's world. And Marc Jacobs says it best when he says, "To me, clothing is a form of self-expression. There are hints of who you are and what you wear." And I personally believe that one piece of clothing can be worn a million different ways. And that's why in between and outside is for both neither and either. At In Between and Outside, we aim to change the way that we view gender conforming stereotypes within the fashion industry through building a community that values the freedom of self-expressive style. It was through my president's research for this project that I realized embedded in the UI of most clothing websites is gender conformity. It's almost impossible to shop at most stores online or in person without being funneled into a predetermined expression for that clothing. Because it's not until we remove these stereotypes that we have a path to freedom of thought and expression. So my project is broken up into 3 main aspects. It's got its designers and products, the website, and the community building and partnerships that I've done to make sure that this project has the impact that I wanted. So who is in between and outside? Well, through research, it has been shown that people within Generation Z, or those born between 1997 and 2012, care deeply about a company's commitment to its values and morals. As you can see by this chart, 60% of Generation Z would do the research to make sure that their company was sticking by their word or walking the talk. Research continues to show that Gen Z cares about being in touch with their identity. These people are looking for companies to give them the tools to help them do so and to create a definition for themselves amongst all the others. In between and outside's target customer is someone who cares deeply about social issues, gender equality, and inclusivity in specific. This person wears what they want, when they want, and takes the time to make sure that who they are supporting is also supporting them or those within their community. Someone who wants to support a world where people are free in all aspects of life. It is important for people to get to know who they are so that they can go be that person for the world. And RuPaul Charles has a famous quote about this when he says, "If you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love somebody else?" So what is in between and outside? Well, first and foremost, it's the designers, the people helping me bring the design concepts to life. It's important for these people to connect or relate to the project's message so that the graphics translate to the message appropriately through the clothing. This is the launch design that I made alongside Sarah. You can see its progression from a rather simple wordplay concept to its fulfilled retro typographic work. We decided to go with this design as a nod to the radical gender expression era of the 70s. And of course, the design has to go on something, and that being clothing, because of course we are expressing ourselves through our clothes. And when someone sees your style, someone will also be seeing this t-shirt. Since In Between and Outside aims to bring awareness to the issues of gender conformity, just wearing this t-shirt could start a conversation about it. And of course, the clothing has to be sold somewhere, and that is over at inbetweenandoutside-shop.com. I used Hostinger to upload my website through the World Wide Web, and I used PayPal checkout APIs to run all my transactions and keep track of my inventory, so I'm making sure I'm not selling anything that I don't have. The shirt that you have been seeing is up for sale now on the site for $30, and all of the proceeds will be going to the Center on Colfax to support LGBTQ Colorado and helping the queer youth of Colorado. Most importantly though, In Between and Outside is a community. The technical skill that I have chosen to focus on is building community partnerships. In Between and Outside is a socially driven project, and interpersonal relations is a highly coveted skill for the future. There are a few people that I have networked with to ultimately help this project's impact on society. Carol Hiller is the head of fundraising and partnerships at the Center on Colfax, which actually runs Denver Pride Fest. I have been in communication with Carol for the past few months, working out a way to get In Between and Outside involved with Pride Fest. Joe Foster is the VP of Development and Communications at the Center on Colfax, and Carol had put me in touch with him to continue my plans with the Center on Colfax outside of Denver Pride Fest. Michelle Kozik is someone that I have worked closely with in the past. She's the owner of K6 Apparel and Promos, and she's a great advisor in the world of manufacturing and sourcing clothing. Tay and JB are two people at Superior Ink Printing that I have built a relationship with over these past few months. Tay is a customer service representative specialist at Superior Ink Printing, and she is now my go-to gal for all the things orders and logistics. She handles my order for this project and is handling my orders for Pride Fest. JB is a creative director at Superior Ink Printing, and he is the guy I send all of my designs to make sure that they go from computer to shirt seamlessly. All of these people are people that I have been working with over the past few months to bring in between and outside into the world in a big way. And that is why I'm very happy to announce that I have partnered with Denver's Pride Fest. Due to Corona, Pride Fest this year will be half and half. There will be a virtual marketplace for Pride Fest, and In Between Outside's website will be advertised on the marketplace where you can buy a piece from the line that is inspired around the concept of being in between and outside of two worlds. These are some design concepts that Alexia, Sarah, and I have been going back and forth on for the Pride Fest line, which I personally could not be more excited about. Throughout this project, I have learned a multitude of things, and some of those things include checkout APIs, video editing and shooting, along with business partnerships and operations, since I went through the process of making In Between and Outside a registered LLC through the state of Colorado to support myself in any future endeavors. And self-management, as well as interpersonal skills, which are huge for my future endeavors, not only with this project, but in other projects I get involved in the future. I just want to take a second to say that I love this project, the things it stands for, and the community I've already built through it. And most of all, I love the fact that I've been able to create something that has a never-ending purpose. Thank you, and don't forget to visit the website.
I'm going to open it up to Joanna and Tyler for feedback.
Thanks, Joanna. This is awesome. Victoria, I'm really excited about this. Really awesome that you're connecting with the Pride Fest. It's gonna be really wicked. A couple ideas I have just as far as your intentions. It seems like there's a potential or an idea to like corner a market and create something new, which is awesome. But would be more like create a business, have a profit, you know, create a new kind of entity that can make a statement. But there's also, when you initially talked about your project, you talked about what other people are doing and how we have this distinction between men and women and all the big players, all of the market, and making an impact into that change is also a potential. You know, so I think, you know, a clear decision, neither of which are right or wrong, but a clear decision whether you want to create something that makes a stand and is your own sort of like baby, or
Do we lose Tyler, or is that just me? We did. Okay.
I know where he is, and I guess
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'm really excited to hear about the potential of showing possibilities and other ways to show the men and women paradigm. You know, this market has a possibility of just making change, and they're kind of stuck because of all the channels of operation and of supply in these two different categories. So, you know, it could be that even H&M is like, man, we wish there was a way we could make this better and not just have men and women, but that's how our whole business is designed. Well, coming up with a UX or a UI experience that maybe changes the wording, changes some context, so it's like sizes that most men this or most this, or coming up with different ways that you can test that your website could be like the way that you can visualize. And you can even use these ideas, especially if you user test them, to send these ideas directly, contact something H&M and say, hey, look at this research we've done. Look at this potential for changing the ideas around this men and women dichotomy, and that could be really powerful. But I love what you're doing, and I'm really excited for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this is great, and there's so many. To Tyler's point, there's so many ways that you can go with it. So, you know, you could do sort of the 15% pledge approach, which encourages companies like Target, for example, to dedicate 15% of their shelf space to Black-owned businesses. So you could say, hey, Target, you know, you need to also offer compression tops in your underwear department, and it needs to just be an underwear department and not be gendered, and go after stores who are doing this, or you become a company like Your Body, which I just learned about this recently. I got an Instagram targeted ad for them, so they're new to me, but they create gender neutral underwear of all kinds. But it isn't just like this is one size fits all. It's all kinds of different types of underwear for different types of people. And I think what I would have liked to have seen in your presentation, in addition to seeing, doing the research of seeing like this is what's sort of problematic in big box stores, is looking at companies that are already doing something similar or have a similar mission, and looking at maybe a company like Universal Standard, which, how do they incorporate different types of people into their branding? How are they addressing body inclusivity, and how do they talk about themselves, like that kind of stuff, so that it's more clear how you want to address that personally, and maybe from there you can see how you want those big box stores to address things as well. But yeah, this is great. I think you're on a great path.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Nice job. Next up, we have ULoop.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Talia Kraus, and this is ULoop. So I've always found joy in the intricacies of music, listening for the drum hits and counting the measures until the bass line comes in. But I was always too scared to make any music myself. Just watching a producer at work seemed really frightening to me. The aggressive Ableton interface, the discouraging mixing board, and don't forget all the different instruments, samples, and effects to choose from. Finally, after suffering through years of intimidation to break through the steep learning curve, I sat down and started watching tutorials on music production. I knew I couldn't be the only one feeling this frustrated, so I created ULoop. And instead of that scary looking Ableton screen, the user is looking at a reduced interface, showing them only what they really need to see. The simple ULoop interface empowers inexperienced users to produce music with no stress or intimidation.
Cool. I like that one.
So what is ULoop? A physical computing strategy that allows people with no production experience to create music. But what does that mean exactly? There are three main components that went into making ULoop. The first one is Max MSP side, which is a visual programming language for music, and a lot more. I used Max to store each sample for the 4 instruments and drum effects. The second element of ULoop is the Arduino. The controller uses potentiometers, toggles, and buttons that are connected to the Arduino, and I use an extension MaxWino to connect the music files in Max to the potentiometers, toggles, buttons on the controller. Through creation of a novel patch in Max MSP, I was able to develop a new simplified functional interface, and this allows for triggering the samples and effects from the external controller without needing to interface with the complicated Max patch I created. The final component is the computer interface. I created a slide of instructions that the user watches as they play along with the controller that shows them what toggles and buttons they should be pressing for each step. Here's a small GIF of the instructions. So let's get into the process of making ULoop. I started by researching MIDI boards and trying to hone down to the most important aspects to me and which aspects seemed most intimidating. Right off the bat, I knew the keyboard would be the most anxiety-inducing and the drum pads and dials were the most important. So I went to the drawing board. Here you can see my first iterations of the controller and some of the cardboard prints that went along with it. I started out with a simple 3x3 arrangement for the buttons, but realized through user testing that it'd be a lot more intuitive to have a 4x2 layout, and the users found this much easier to navigate. User testing also illustrated other issues I had with the design, including the spacing between buttons and dials. This is where I went back to the drawing board once more and started creating new 3D models for the controller. I doubled the height of the controller because my electronics could not fit, but after printing realized this was a bit drastic and could do with just making it 1.5 times the height of the original controller. After a couple of rounds of printing on cardboard, I finally got to the acrylic for the final controller cut. So there were a lot more iterations with the back end. Having a little background in the Max program helped, but I got a lot of help from my mentors for this portion. To start, I thought I was going to, so to start, I thought I was going to be creating each of my instrument samples from scratch. So I created a step sequencer in Max that allowed me to choose an instrument from the Max library and create my own 16-note measure. This was good, but did not give me much variability within my instruments because I was closed off to a certain library within Max. I then went into some old recordings I had of friends playing different instruments and started chopping them up. From there, I found some other samples with similar tempos and started loading them into Max. This was a much better choice than the step sequencer because I had more control over the sample and could easily change the speed and pitch independently within Max. From there, it was just finding instruments that sounded good together and making sure each instrument's sample worked with one another. Moving forward, I had to figure out a way to file through each instrument sample. And after talking with one of my mentors, Michael, he helped me find a solution to this. We connected each sample to its own toggle and then connected each of those to a counter. This counter was then connected to the receiving end of my button. And as you continued to push the same button, the counter would go up, then toggling the next sample and putting it on a loop until the button was pressed again. From there, all it really took was connecting the rest of my electronics to Max using send and receive messages. Now moving on to the computer interface. Finally, this is the interface / instructions guide. My first mock-up is kind of all over the place, as you can see. I thought I could just have one slide of instructions for the user to follow, but it was way too overwhelming. And after talking with Annie, I realized that it would be much easier to follow along to a series of instructional slides that switch through as you are creating the beat with short, simple instructions on each page. So for usability testing, my skills in usability testing improved dramatically through the course of this project as I observed users interacting with ULoop. In many cases, the users didn't explicitly know or tell me what needed to be changed, but through keen observation of these interactions, it allowed me to make changes to improve the user experience. But instead of continuing to explain my user testing, let me show you a part of my demo video to further illustrate my project and how the users actually interacted with ULoop. ULoop consists of the controller and computer interface, along with the technical backend portion that the user does not interact with.
Oh, it like switches up the beat.
Yeah, so every time you click it, it switches the sample.
I like that one.
Having the technical aspects hidden allows the user to indulge in a stress-free experience and build confidence while producing their beats.
Yeah, producer!
To create the back end of this introductory production system, I used an Arduino and external inputs connected to the Max MSP software to create an intuitive patch that houses samples and filters that affects the drum sample's frequency and resonance, giving the user even more control of their beat.
This is fresh. I love it. I love it.
And I just want to take an extra second to thank everyone that helped me along the way. Annie, Matthew Bethencourt was a huge help with this, one of my great mentors, Michael Theodore, and especially you guys for staying out here and watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Talia. I'm going to open it up to Dick and Joanna for feedback.
So I really like this idea. Like for me, so I play some traditional instruments, but I've never really got into any of the like computer synthesized music. And so I think for me as somebody who doesn't really dive deep into the music industry or just music production in general, I can see this as like a fun way to experiment with I don't know, maybe just like the idea in general of producing music on a computer. Something that gives me a little bit of creativity, but still keeps me on rails so that I can get that like immediate feedback, that immediate gratification of making something that still feels like I made it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty much, that was the goal.
And so a question that I have for you is, do you intend to keep going with this? It seems like you saw a problem in your own life that you wanted to solve and you made a solution. So do you have things that you want to do going forward with this, adding more samples or
yeah,
you know, I could even see like adding some of the like LEDs under the buttons, you know, like when you're learning how to play the piano and those light up keys teach you how to do things. I could see something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was kind of one of the main parts about the actual controller. There's like a lot of room for adjusting. There's actually four buttons that you can still program, so I could add more instruments to. It also would be cool to not just have the filter for the drums so that they can mess with the other instruments as well. And definitely the LED lights. I was trying to do that at the beginning, and it was a bit, I definitely want to do something with that though, because that would just bring it up another level.
Yeah, really cool. I definitely want to get my hands on it and play with it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree. This seems like something that you set out to solve a problem and you did it and it works and it's great. Specifically for you and like for your pals, let's say, in terms of like creating something that is accessible and not stressful, the wires that you can see inside of it stress me out big time. But like, that's just me. I know that's my thing, is like, that's a thing. Immediately I'm gonna be like, oh, electronics, like, oh no, this might be too technical for me. And so that's something to kind of consider, is how far you want to take it in terms of bringing that to folks who maybe wouldn't have otherwise tried. So like, is this something that you introduce to kids? Is it something that you introduce to, you know, maybe like an older crowd? And there may be ways that you can continue to simplify, and maybe ways with the software itself, how it pairs with your computer, that kind of helps people connect and kind of feel a little bit more comfortable. And I realize that's kind of outside of your main mission, but I think there's extremes in both ends that you could really, you could take it in, which is very cool.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Talia. Nice work. Next up, we have time to consider.
Righty. Hi, my name is Destin Woods, and I'll be presenting on my project, Time to Consider. So, what is Time to Consider? Time to Consider is an auto-destructive art piece meant to give qualitative understanding of time via quantitative means. It allows the observer to evaluate the time spent in the virtual world versus the real world. So, the reason I did this is because before the pandemic, we were already kind of glued to our screens. You can see people walking down the street all the time, and some barely look up from their phones. The pandemic and Zoom have now multiplied these effects. My clock is meant to be a physical manifestation of our time within the virtual realm versus the time that we spend in the real world. So before I began building my clock, I discovered a whole vein of art called auto-destructive art, where destruction itself can be considered a method of creation. The term auto-destructive art was coined by Gustav Metzger in the 1940s. And in the bottom left, here's an example of a piece inspired by Gustav Metzger's work where he painted a canvas, a plastic canvas with acid. And then another more contemporary example of auto-destructive art is called This Tape Will Self-Destruct in the bottom right. That was a project that depicts Cold War era secrecy created by Diego Pisanti in Mexico City in 2014. And lastly, another example of auto-destructive art in the top right piece is that of Survival Research Laboratories in LA from 2012, in which they create robots that destroy each other in performances that are meant to serve as a social commentary on current political and social issues. So, in response to the pandemic, I built Time to Consider, which lives as an interactive sculpture on Pearl Street from April 9th to today, as I am taking it down today in the next few hours. I worked with a group of about 25 different subjects, and for these past weeks, I've been collecting and interpreting data as to how they spent their time and translated that into this interactive auto-destructive clock. The amount of time that the subjects spent on Zoom is demonstrated by the hammer hitting the clock and slowly wearing away at the gear itself. The time that they went outside and unplugged from our virtual reality is represented by the spray painting aspect of the clock, as you can see in the right GIF. And so I will just show a short little video here of, this is a time lapse that was taken through the clock's destruction and creation method, as well as it gets worn down a little bit by weather and everything, which aided in its own destruction. But yeah. So the process, the clock's mechanisms were cut using laser cutting, CNC machining, and plasma cutting techniques to create the metal gears that you see off to the right with some of the templates shown with it, as well as the wooden gear was created with the CNC GIF that you see in the bottom middle. And some of these designs were created with Rhino, as well as Fusion 360 and different modeling softwares. So this depicts some of the designs as well as the iterations of the 3D printed parts that make the spray paint function, which is on the right side, and the overall gear movement work in tandem with one another as that middle gear disengages and re-engages constantly, so it can switch between the two different functions of the clock. So afterwards, I had to connect everything to the electronics via an Arduino controller board and ESP Wi-Fi module, and tested it for functionality and seeing if there were any redesigns that needed to occur. So here's just a simple graphic demonstrating how all these components link together. We start with one of my participants leaving their home to go see a friend, step outside for some air, or go do something fun that isn't online. They press the button located near the front door of the home. The button then changes data within the database, the Firebase database. And then the Wi-Fi module that is connected to the clock sees this change in the database and then communicates to the Arduino Uno that makes the clock spray paint itself. And then the other function is controlled through a Chrome extension, the auto-destructive hammer function that tracks subjects' Zoom login and logout times. It then sends the data to the database. And again, the Wi-Fi module communicates that to the Arduino, and the Arduino activates the self-destructing part of the clock by winding up the hammer and striking itself. So, in conclusion, this clock has really made me consider my own time, as it has captured a memory of this pandemic and the strangeness of how we've all experienced this time in the last year and stuck in the same place or giving ourselves respite outside. After seeing a lot of spray painting on the clock, more than I expected, it kind of shows that we are coming to the light at the end of the tunnel during this pandemic as people are starting to reconnect with one another and leaving this virtual space that we're currently presenting in. So before I'd end, I would just like to give a quick shout out to all my brothers in Phi Delta Theta that contributed to the data that made my clock run through these weeks. I wouldn't have been able to do this without them. I'd also like to thank my friend and former boss, Mr. Zoe of Zomama on Pearl Street, for graciously allowing me to display my art in front of his establishment so others could experience this piece. And thank you all for listening and taking time out of your day for this. Thanks.
Great job. I'd love to open this up to Joanna and Dick again for this particular project.
Thank you. I had a smile on my face as soon as you said auto-destructive art. I think that's a really interesting commentary on what you chose to display and how you chose to display it. Because it does seem to be that we're becoming more and more connected and simultaneously disconnected. And I think having a real-time connection over the internet that powers this particular piece is also just kind of like a clever little side note that you wouldn't normally see if you were, say, on Pearl Street going to see this. I think it probably also helps quite a bit that you had multiple people, like lots of people that could contribute to this data. I'm sure that probably makes for a more interesting exhibit as well. I didn't see in any of the photos, but I am curious to know if you have any sort of collateral down there with it displayed right now that talks about the intent and the purpose and what you're actually seeing behind it, or if it's just meant to stand alone as a piece by itself.
Yes, there's a little placard that I didn't display in the presentation that explains what the project is to people just walking by.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's good. I think it would have worked either way, but the commentary I think does strengthen it. One other question that I had as I was watching the video is there any significance to the color of the spray paint? Because I saw a couple of different colors in there.
No, I ended up, it was like babysitting the clock. I had to change the spray paint can out myself like every day, just so that way it would give some interesting features to it rather than just spray painting blue constantly, you know?
Sure, yeah. Yeah. I think overall this is a really successful representation of the kind of interdisciplinary aspects of CTD as a program.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so here for self-destructing things in general. I mean, even if you just said, I made a clock that makes itself fall apart and it had nothing to do with anything else, that would have been fine. Like, I'm interested in the way that you've connected it to actual data, and that it's not just data that you're scraping from some website, but from like a button that somebody has to push. Like, I love how sort of esoteric and specific that is. And I would have really liked to have seen how that gets presented to people when they are walking past the clock. And I'd like to see how the clock has degraded further, just so that, I don't know, I just think that would be interesting to see. The great thing about art is you can kind of do as you will with it. As long as you meet your viewers halfway, everything's great. Yeah, I'm very excited about it. Are you familiar at all with Zach Landberg's art?
I am not.
He's, I guess he's a local artist. He's a New York-based artist, but he made a Christopher Columbus sculpture out of mycelium, and it just slowly falls apart. I will post the link to it, but it's great. So I would also encourage you to consider like other materials, like other stuff, other ways that like time does things, you know, in addition to weather, and like how else can your clocks going forward, assuming you make further clocks, how else can they tell time in different ways, and kind of connect different disparate dots, let's say.
Thank you.
And finally, I just want to close out by saying, because you have created an ephemeral piece of art, the documentation of it becomes so much more important. So as you go and take it down today, make sure that you get as many photographs with, you know, a good camera, some videos, get as much as you can, because, you know, for self-destructive art, you want something to remember this by.
That's great advice. Thanks for that. Great job, Dustin. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Mountain Mamas.
Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Sophia.
And I'm Lily, and we are the creators of Mountain Mamas.
There are countless spheres in this country that historically and currently lack diversity and representation. The outdoor industry is one such space.
A 2015 survey commissioned by the National Park Service found that over 78% of visitors to national parks were white, even though 63% of the US population is white. Many systemic factors have been contributed to traditionally underrepresented identities experiencing lack of access, as well as feeling unwelcome or unsafe to participate in outdoor recreational activities.
Mountain Mamas aims to create a safe space for traditionally underrepresented identities within the outdoor industry, including women, gender nonconforming people, and Black, Indigenous people of color, or BIPOC. Using our app, members of the Mountain Mamas community can find, connect, and meet up with other members to participate in outdoor activities and adventures together.
Mountain Mamas seeks to promote a more inclusive and diverse community within the outdoor sphere by providing opportunity for all underrepresented identities to connect with partners and mentors on our app in a space they feel safe and welcomed in.
When conducting preliminary research for this project, we discovered that there are a lot of established organizations out there that share the mission to increase gender and racial diversity in the outdoor field through leadership training and group trip planning, including Women's Wilderness, Brown Girls Climb, Diversify Outdoors, and Outdoor Women's Alliance. There are also social platforms out there for athletes to connect with each other, like Adelito or Flexing Frog, for example, but they are not created specifically for underrepresented identities.
The first step we took in our development process was to conduct interviews with a variety of folks from our target audience. We asked them about their personal experience being a minority in the outdoor industry, what they think needs to be done in terms of increasing representation and diversity within the industry, and if they could see themselves using the Mountain Mamas app. We got a lot of valuable input and positive feedback from our interviewees.
After our initial precedence research, interviews, and app prototype design, we began the development process. We created an iOS app using Swift and Xcode and used Firebase as our backend server. A lot of the journey to create this app involved learning as we went, for at the start of this project, Lily had 1 semester worth of experience with mobile app development, and I had none at all.
The first feature we focused on was to have our users be able to create a new account, save their information, including name, email, photo, and bio, to our backend server, and then also authenticate following login attempts using their email and password.
After we had a functioning login/signup feature within our app, we began working on the personal profile page. Your personal profile includes your pronouns if you choose to display them, your location, a section for your values, a fun fact about you, a short personal bio, and lastly, the sports you're interested in or have experience with. The video shown on this slide demonstrates how to add a new sport to your profile.
Following the personal profile page, we developed the Mountain Mamas community page. This is the principal feature of what our app provides for our members: a comprehensive previewed collection of all individual community members' profiles, with the ability to navigate to their full profile to read more about them and connect with them directly. The video on this slide demonstrates the community page and navigation to Jackie's profile, who is a snowboarder, swimmer, and climber located in Netherlands.
We wanted to include a direct messaging feature to provide a quick and easy way for our members to connect with each other. For example, if you are interested in learning how to ski and you come across a member profile who is proficient in skiing, you can directly send a chat to them and ask them if they'd be willing to teach you how to ski sometime. Or if a member mentions on their profile that they're looking for a hiking partner, you can reach out to them saying you're interested in going on a hike with them. The chats feature includes real-time updates for chats between members and an overview of all chats.
Lastly, we created a settings page that includes the mission and values of Mountain Mamas, the Mountain Mamas community guidelines, acknowledgements, and credits to the folks who have supported us through this process, as well as options to change your password, delete your account, and how to contact the admin team, which is me and Sophia, for technical support, suggestions, or troubleshooting.
We have a lot of future plans for the Mountain Mamas community and app. We plan to add a community forum feature where our members can have threaded discussions with each other on important BIPOC-related topics, and adding a section within our members' profiles where they have the option to list their affinities and identities if they feel that is information they want to share.
And we realize that only having an iOS version of the app makes it inaccessible to anyone who does not have an Apple device, and therefore plan on creating an Android version in addition to the iOS app. We intend on making both versions available to download through their respective app stores, and would eventually like to pitch Mountain Mamas to investors in order to get funding to continue updating features, bringing wider public awareness to the app, and provide outdoor gear scholarships to help alleviate financial strain for those who face financial barriers when entering or continuing in the outdoor industry.
We would like to end by expressing our sincere gratitude to all of the mentors and interviewees who supported us in making what our project is today. Thank you.
Nice job, Bob. I'd love to open it up to Tyler and Joanna for this one.
I came off mute first, so I'll go first. This is really cool. I'm excited about any time being able to see some more diversity in outdoor activities of any kind. So Sophia and Lily did really great job. The first thing that caught me is that you presented the idea of diversity and inclusion, creating a space, even if it's the outdoors, but a space for everybody. And the name right off, though it's spelled in a way that's gender neutral, when you just say it, it does not sound gender neutral. So something potentially to consider is the inclusivity, I think, is your biggest impact.
Yes.
And the other thing, I love the idea. I don't really have too much feedback as far as user experience, aside from test the crap out of it, because whenever you're dealing with people talking to each other and creating forums for that discussion, and tracking the discussion, the history, whatever, all the things they're going to share. This is social media. This is social media for a niche, right? So I would say that look at it's really a great idea to focus on a niche to be able to try and improve this part of the world, but look at the bigger players that we're maybe avoiding, like Facebook and those kind of big players, and see how there are ways that you can use that to your advantage, that they exist, and not come up with something that's as a competitor. There's a lot of amazing tools that these social media giants have built that can make your tool great, even as a competitor. So whatever the connection might be, I think that could be a real help for you.
That's very, very valuable feedback. Thank you so much.
My connection is kind of freaky, so if you lose me, I apologize, and I will try to write feedback. We'll see how we do. I agree, this is super cool. I think this is a great mission. I agree, Mountain Mamas definitely encompasses a particular group of people, even though you're trying to be inclusive about it. It can be triggering for some folks. It's a whole thing. So, I'd look into that. And I agree, it's tough to get people to download an app, let alone get them to join your social media. It's a lot easier to meet people where they already are. And I think if you're creating a brand, you're creating a community, you can do that in the places that already exist. You can take advantage of Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, and you can, once you have that community in place, you can take that to folks like REI and Patagonia and whatever, and get them to further support your mission and make them more aware of what you're trying to do and get them on board. And that in turn, you know, puts you out there in the places that you want to be and draws more attention and so on and so forth. So the app that you've designed is great. The thing that I guess comes to my mind is, how do you moderate certain things like that? And even though it is inherently a safe space, like, how do you guarantee that it's a safe space? So that kind of gets back to, like, maybe don't make that space that way and you make that somebody else's problem, but because you're still going to have to moderate it somehow. So that's something to consider. But yeah, I love this. This is just so cool. This is great.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the feedback as well. Very helpful.
I like your logo too. It's really good design.
Thank you. That was Lily.
Thank you so much, Mountain Mamas. Nice job. And I'm going to actually call for another round of applause for all the projects, because we actually reached the end of the session. So thank you all so much. Special thanks to the reviewers. Thank you so much for our 3 outside reviewers and for all the feedback that you've given our students. As Capstone instructors, we're so proud of them and we're so excited to be able to share with you. So thank you again. And our next session is going to be starting at 3 o'clock. So we're actually going to have a 45-minute break. Phew. Okay, 45-minute break until the next session. And again, great job, everybody. Take a second, drink some water, stand up before the next session, and we'll see you then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thanks all.
I'm not leaving. I'm staying here for 45 minutes just to hang out with you guys. Never going.
Yeah, I mean, we're not on Zoom enough.
I just feel like, you know, I'm realizing.
Everybody, welcome to session 4 of the CTD Capstone presentations. Round of applause for everyone who's been here all day and watched all these. It's good to see you all here today. So these are our game-focused presentations, but I want to give a big shout out to our reviewers that are here. First of all, Mr. Matt Sisson is here. Matt spends his days bringing ideas to life through his studio, Stiller Factory. Recent adventures include designing and producing tabletop games and creating handcraft escape room experiences. Following his passion for play and his creative instinct, Matt has shipped unique and engaging products all over the world for over a decade. Matt, thank you so much for being here.
You got it. But where's my pump-up song?
Yeah, you're responsible for your own pump-up song.
Yeah, you didn't send us your walk-on music. Sorry. Happy to be here.
And then also, we want to welcome Z Yang. Z is the founder of Serenity Forge, a value-driven video game development company here in Boulder, Colorado. Having built his first computer at the age of 6 and programmed his first video game at the age of 10, Z wanted more and began exploring gamification in the early 2000s. Since then, Z had created video games that saved people's lives by preventing suicide, tricked kids into learning rocket science, and inspired gamers to turn enemies into friends. Z is a TEDx speaker and holds many awards in business and design. His art and games have reached fans around the world and have been exhibited at museums such as the Smithsonian Institution and the Denver Botanic Gardens. And in 2020, Z was selected to the class of Forbes 30 Under 30. We're very lucky to have him here. Thank you so much for being here, Z.
Yeah, really glad to be here. Thank you.
And then I also wanted to make sure to introduce Mr. Danny Rankin, who is our facilitator for today. If anybody has any issues or questions as things are happening, message him either through the chat here or in Slack with any things that need to be fixed. And without further, good job, Danny. Yay. Okay, and without further ado, let's kick it off. So our first project is The Eye of the Beholder, Hunter Allen and Perry Owens. Take it away.
All right, how's everybody doing? Yeah, jazz hands.
All right. So, hi everyone. My partner Perry and I created the Eye of the Beholder game, and we're excited to show it off to you guys. So, this is an example of the controller that you're going to use to play our game. So, based on its position and rotation and distance, you can actually control the game without a keyboard, without a mouse, just with these pieces of paper. So, think Skyrim, or think of it like a poor man's Connect. So we made the game using a software called Beholder, developed by our very own Acme Lab here at CU Boulder. And since its physical components are just a webcam and paper, we focused on producing a fresh new controller that everyone would be able to afford and play themselves. Then we built a game around the idea. The Nintendo Labo is a similar precedent, enabling people to make their own controllers out of cardboard, utilizing the IR camera and markers. However, it's priced at $70, and that's $70 more than our game costs. Some other precedents are the Power Glove, which is really cool, but it doesn't really utilize the hand component of its design, and it doesn't get those tiny gestures that you'd be able to make with your hand, similar to the Xbox Kinect. It doesn't get those minute changes from afar. And then the VR controllers are expensive and designed primarily for VR, which also requires the headset. So this is the end design of our controller, and it is an engineering masterpiece, and you can make it by yourself at home.
To make our controller, it's really easy. All you need to do is print out this marker sheet, cut them out, and then you can attach some of the markers to popsicle sticks so they act as little puppets that you can move. And then the other markers you attach to cardboard to make them more rigid, so that way you can attach them to your glove. And that's it. That's our controller. It's a simple DIY arts and crafts project. But now, how do you actually play our game with this controller? Well, when you load into the game, you're greeted with a calibration scene, which teaches you how to do several things. First of all, flipping your hand. Next, you can also move your hand to up to 9 different locations. This will allow you to make certain decisions and attacks within the game. You can also move your hand far away, towards the middle, or near to the webcam. And you can rotate it by first turning it 90 degrees, and then choosing whatever target location you want. Once you've chosen that, close your hand and flip to lock it in. And that's it. Those are all the controls you need for our game. Will you lead the quest to find Beholderite? Let's find out. Now, gameplay is composed of 2 primary elements: combat scenes and dialogue scenes. Dialogue scenes progress your journey to find Beholderite. Here, we're in a tavern, and we need to recruit some more members to our party. Our 2 options are the Brute and the Monk. So, you get to choose whether you want to talk to which one. I'm going to choose to talk to the Brute, and then I choose which character to talk to the Brute with. Here, I'm going to hold up the Natrixie marker. Now you get to choose what you want to say to him, and I don't think he liked what I said. So instead, I'm going to talk to the Monk. I'm going to talk to the Monk with Folkvar, the Knight character. And to progress through dialogue, you simply flip your hand. Now, you can just show the hand marker to flip your hand as well, so you don't have to have your hand up the whole time. Additionally, when you're making decisions, you don't need to be perfectly in the middle. You can also be like in the bottom left corner. It only tracks the movement of going to the right or to the left. And that's dialogue. You progress through. Sometimes you can skip combat scenes. Sometimes you're forced to fight. Let's find out what it's like when you are forced to fight. Combat is turn-based, and each turn you get to choose 2 different attacks. So here, I'd first choose Natrixie to attack with, and then I'm going to cast her Fireball spell. I'm moving my hand far away and then near to the webcam. Next, I'm going to choose another character to attack. I choose Folkvar, and we'll use the Swing Sword move, which is your generic melee strike. You lock in both those attacks, and it'll play a combat simulation with the enemy's 2 attacks that they've chosen. And now you get to choose 2 attacks in round 2. Here, I'm going to choose Natrixie, but she was hit by a previous attack, so I can't move her. I can't attack with her. Instead, I'm just going to move her. And you can see by the glowing exclamation mark, Natrixie's in danger, So it's a good thing that I moved her out of the way. And she also took a lot of damage last round, so I'm going to use the support character Iv to heal her. We follow the animation, flip your hand, and there you go. Ooh, there we go. Natrixie's back in the game. All right, now you can see Folkvar's in danger, but looking at the enemy moves, you can see they move and then attack. So I'm going to attack and then move with Folkvar. So that's the attack, and here's the move. Lock it in. Nice, one enemy down. And I dodged the attack. Cool. Now to finish off the final enemy, I'm just gonna choose Folkvar again and use his swing sword move, because it's the tried and true melee strike. And then for something a little bit more fancy, I'm gonna choose Natrixie now that I can use her again, and I'm gonna use her lightning attack. So I turn my hand and then choose whichever square I want to attack. Close my hand and flip to lock it in. Flip again. And there we go, we just won. Congrats. And that's how you play the Eye of the Beholder. Now, if you want to play this game for yourself, you can download everything you need on our itch website, where you'll have the marker printout PDF, the webcam application that you use, and the game itself. Simply download those and follow the instructions on our website, and you can play our game for free. Now, we couldn't have made this game without the help of our sponsors, and in particular, we'd like to thank Peter, who created the Beholder software, Ellen, who runs the Acme Lab, Matt, who provided invaluable advice throughout the semester, and Chandra, who created a lot of the music that we use in this game. And that is the Eye of the Beholder. Any questions? Ooh, too late, but thank you for playing.
All right, excellent work, everybody. Good job. Okay, so remove the spotlights in your things, and any feedback from our reviewers.
Excellent presentation. That was like super well done to really tell me about the game and how it all works. And I feel like I just know everything about it. So really well done there. The music was incredible. So nice job there. And I just loved like the piece of paper that like you're interacting with. The interface is just top notch. I really liked how it was the middle right, where it kind of showed you the different things you could do at any point with your hand. So for someone who's like just coming into a game that they've never really played anything like this before, it seemed like a really good way to show them how to do it. So nice work.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree regarding the polished presentation there. Honestly, it was like creepy how polished that was. Like I'm gonna have to say, like I've seen a good amount of game pitches at this point, and the fact that you're able to do that just on the spot, or at least practice it enough to do it on the spot right here live. I've seen recorded presentations, probably less practice than that, so it was pretty intense. So really well done there. So just to kind of clarify, I think it took me a second to kind of figure out what was going on. But it sounds like the Beholder software, so like the actual API that you were using was written by someone else, and then you designed the game, the RPG around it, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I really like the idea of the RPG. I think one of the obvious missed opportunities that immediately stood out to me was actually the fact that the Beholder software clearly is very personal. It's very like you in front of the screen, and you're interacting with the screen directly with your hands. And because it kind of has a slower response, or at least the way that you use it has a slower response compared to something like a Kinect or like a Leap Motion is actually probably the closest technology that I can think of that's similar to this. I think because of the slower response, it kind of naturally yields itself to more of a turn-based game, which you guys clearly have identified. Like this turn-based nature makes a lot of sense. But to me, I feel like there's actually a very specific genre that kind of first-person turn-based RPG is something that kind of like what was one of the founding genres of the game industry back in like the 80s. you know, this kind of like 3D Portal dungeon crawlers type of titles, where I feel like if you kind of incorporated more of that like first person RPG dungeon crawling gameplay, you would be able to really like have a nice healthy combination of skills that you can choose with your one hand, you know, out of the little placards that you put up, and then you can actually cast it with your other hand. It's almost like you're playing you know, like one of the old school, well, basically like literally any old school, you know, dungeon crawling or Western RPGs especially. So that's just one thing that I realized, you know, there's a lot of opportunities there you probably could have explored. But overall, the game is very polished, and you know, given the time that you had to juggle to create a project like this, that was extremely impressive. Very well done.
Great, thank you.
Great. Great, another round of applause for the Eye of the Beholder. Great job, y'all. Okay, and then moving on to Kendall Smith with New Age Arcade.
All right. All right, can y'all see my screen okay? Awesome. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Kendall Smith, and my project is titled New Age Arcade. So what the heck is a New Age Arcade? From a physical standpoint, the New Age Arcade is a replica of the arcade game Asteroids made in P5JS, controlled by an Arduino controller with the ability to be projection mapped to any unique space. With the use of instruction videos I have created, the user has the ability to create their very own arcade game in their own home. The game made by the user is created in the JavaScript-based language P5JS. The user can then program an Arduino joystick and button to manipulate the game displayed on the screen, which is then projected to a space the user desires within their home by two mini projectors supported by modular PVC structures. But why? As I'm sure many of you can relate to, I grew up as a kid always tinkering with things, taking them apart, experimenting with whatever I could get my hands on. YouTube became such a valuable resource for me as it is free and often provided information which accelerated many projects I may have been working on. I also enjoy playing video games from my childhood, as I feel like they offer a feeling of nostalgia like no current game could. So coming to these realizations, I sought out two main goals. Goal one, create a projection map version of a classic arcade game. And goal two, provide free resources for young creators. I wanted to create tutorial videos providing young creators with the opportunity to create something they could be proud of and enjoy playing. Each part of my project can function individually, so if the user cannot afford a particular part, they can still recreate individual aspects of this project and suit them to their own creative visions. So how is my project different? I conducted presence research to gain insight into the existing landscape of projection map games and similar instructional videos. Many of the projection map gaming projects I found were not intended for in-home experience. For example, this giant Pac-Man projection game projected to a 60-foot wall works perfectly in this mall scenario, but it isn't very up close and personal. It is not a very up close and personal experience. Other examples I found, such as the Eagles projection map multiplayer game, were scaled down to a size in which the user could play the game within their home, but I aim for my gameplay to mimic a popular arcade game. There are many P5 instructional videos out there, mostly dominated by a channel called The Coding Train. These videos are great in their detail, but appeal to a younger audience. This informed the target audience for my instructional videos, aiming to be accessible to young learners while also making the videos palatable to college audiences. I've had a personal interest in recreating a space shooter arcade game for quite some time, and the widely known and loved arcade game Asteroids was one I decided to replicate. As you can see in my early iterations versus later, I learned a lot regarding game design as well as the controlling of my ship to mimic the motion of the original Asteroids game. This game was ultimately created to be able to be played standalone using the user's arrow keys and shift bar to play. Matt was a great help in guiding me in a direction to make my game more visually dynamic and pointing out some of the game variables I could manipulate to improve player experience. With my game controller creation, I originally wanted the user to be able to press a large button and large joystick in order to control their game ship. Looking over how the original Asteroids gamepad worked, it had a much slimmer design and that everything was controlled using a series of buttons. After conversing with Ian Hales, he had pointed out that my project was already customizable in so many other aspects, so why not make this part customizable as well? And so I created a series of cardboard templates that fit a standard size Arduino Uno board. This creates the option to customize button or joystick size, spacing, and interaction. further enhancing the modularity and versatility of this project. While the final design of my controller may look simple, it is functional and serves its purpose as a customizable way to interact with any P5JS game. As you can see, all the components are easily embedded into the cardboard controller. My initial projection design was based in 360 degrees, as the user would sit in the middle of various projected screens around them. After some feasibility testing, it became clear that it wasn't going to be possible on the scale that I would have liked. This detour of ideas led me to create two projection structures that were independent of each other. My final design consisted of the mini projectors attached to two standalone PVC stands. This design allows the user to have more freedom as to where they would like to project their image. Taking to what other tutorial YouTubers did well, such as presenting clear information and providing resources outside of their own video, I also wanted to make my videos personal. In creating these videos, there was a demand that I know the information I was talking about, and also that I portray the information effectively. I ended up creating 3 instructional videos regarding game design, another regarding the controller design and creation, and another regarding the projection mapping of the project as well as the projector setup. And all of these made me reflect on myself as an educator and required that I need a deeper understanding of the skills that I was trying to teach. And as you can see, all of these videos are linked on my website with a little tutorial so you can follow along. It was important that I also get feedback from high school and college students for each of these processes. I asked questions regarding the difficulty of the game, as well as the readability of the text included. For the most part, people found my game at the time to be the right level of difficulty to play, although the font was definitely challenging to read at times. When asking about the projection length versus the subject matter of my video, the general response is that it wasn't too long, but may be challenging for people who had no prior coding experience. I also realized that many people who had filled out the survey had indeed coded before. These were all factors that I had to take into account when creating a final deliverable for this project. And finally, here's my video. And I believe I shared audio.
If you give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day.
Are y'all able to hear
If
that?
you teach a man to fish, you'll feed him for a lifetime. While this widely known quote might sound cliche, my capstone project, New Age Arcade, is a representation of my belief that teaching young people how to create their own gaming experience is much more valuable than handing them a pre-made product. Growing up, I watched YouTube tutorials, which were a free, endless resource where I could learn whatever piqued my curiosity. I could then use that information to turn whatever ideas I had into physical reality. The only downside for the technical content I was needing in YouTube was that the creators never resembled myself in appearance or personality. When I wasn't watching these YouTube tutorials, I often played video games. Playing these games again as an adult creates a feeling of childhood joy that is unmatched. Combining this nostalgia with the idea that technical tutorials can empower the youth, the New Age Arcade came to life. The New Age Arcade is a projection map replica of the well-known game Asteroids, created using the JavaScript-based language P5JS, and is controlled by an Arduino Uno board, all of which the user is able to create and set up by themselves. Using 2 mini projectors mounted on PVC structures, the user can project their game to fit the unique spaces available in their home. Creating a series of YouTube videos followed by well-written instructions, young people can follow along and create their own New Age Arcade. I produced 3 instructional videos on game design, projection setup, as well as controller design, with the end goal being not to only provide users with a unique arcade gaming experience, but also to provide young people with interdisciplinary education and instruction, sharing my own excitement for creative coding and inspiring diverse young people. If you give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. If you teach a man to fish, you'll feed him for a life.
Alrighty. Can I skip full screen? There we go.
If you give a man a fish.
And thank you. I also have the link to kind of my documentation or my tutorial, which I can drop in the chat here for y'all.
Okay, great. We're gonna go ahead and stop sharing. We'll get some feedback.
A couple questions for you. What was your final like environment that you ended up projecting on that you were looking for? I know you had that 3D modeled one, but did you have one that you ended up finishing?
Yeah, so like my goal in creating these 2 stands was to kind of project to anywhere. So I ended up just like for taking pictures projecting onto a wall. But using MadMapper and my projection stands, I wanted the versatility that any user could project to any space within their home. So it wasn't necessarily super specific.
Got it. And what was the issue with the font readability? Was that just the quality of the projection you were using?
Yeah, it was a little bit of like, you could say it was a little bit of the projector, but it was also just the font in general. I don't remember the exact name of the font, but it was just kind of difficult to read overall when you're counting score or the time is counting down and things of that nature. So
cool. Super neat project. Great presentation. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the presentation is great. I love the fact that not only have you come up with a really awesome and noble idea to be able to bring something that is, our arcade games and kind of like the idea of being in a space for gaming is inherently very I guess there's a high barrier of entry, from a day-to-day life. That's why arcades exist. That's why coin-operated machines exist. Is because you, in order for you to be a part of that system, you have to go out of your house, pay money, etc. The fact that you are aiming to essentially bring that experience to the home, and also do it in a low cost effective way for a very, very diverse audience, I feel like that's an extremely noble goal and very creative at that as well. However, not only did you focus on a very noble goal like that, you also took it one step further in the sense that you were spending a lot of your energy and effort on product design. Essentially, you're looking at it not just, oh, I'm a creative, I'm trying to do something cool. You're also looking at, okay, what is actually going to make this happen? What do people actually want? What does the market demographic look like, and what is the feedback coming from them? And you incorporated that into your design. And I feel like that's just even additional icing on top of the cake. So personally, I feel like that's just such a great mindset to be in to not only tackle such a noble project, but really any project that's out there. Yeah, I would have to say I kind of agree with what Matt said earlier, which is just like I was a little bit bummed regarding like, oh man, this is really cool. You've been talking about like the space that you're building and the projectors that are being set up. And then we get, a couple of images here and there of the PVC pipes and that's about it. Like, I want to see what's on the screen. I want to see you actually playing it.
Okay,
yeah. That kind of I guess the prestige of the presentation just like never kind of fully came through. So I definitely felt like, that was kind of a bummer. But you described it enough to the point where, I feel like I was able to at least use my imagination partially. And then just like one last thing, maybe I'm old, I don't know. But like when you're making a presentation, especially a recorded video, holding your phone, which I couldn't tell if it was for your notes or if it was for camera controls or maybe a combination of both. I put it under, like cut it out, or like don't look down at the last frame of a particular scene to look at your notes, like stuff like that. I feel like could have been handled a little bit more professionally. But overall, yeah, really good stuff. So yeah, well done.
Fair enough. I was using my phone as a mic because I don't have an external mic for my camera. That was also kind of why I was holding it close. But yeah, I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Another round of applause for Kendall and the new Age Arcade. Good job. Okay, and then moving on to Project Buffalo with Emily Lee, Harrison Boland, and Noel Ireland. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. This is our project, Project Buffalo. My name's Noel.
Hello, I'm Emily.
And my name's Harrison.
So, what's Project Buffalo? Project Buffalo is an ARG, or alternate reality game, that asks players to become digital archaeologists as they comb through websites and discover a story of a group of CU students in the 2000s who are working together to investigate the suspicious Department of Paranormal and Extraterrestrial Studies. So let us start with what is an ARG. It's basically an interactive network narrative that uses the real world as a platform and employs all sorts of transmedia storytelling to deliver a plotline that could be totally altered by players' ideas or actions.
To kind of give you an idea of what this looks like in the real world, we looked at Year Zero, which was an ARG put on by 9 Inch Nails. This was a marketing game designed to promote their upcoming album. The game used multiple websites for players to explore and kind of find clues and hints. They also utilized physical clues at some of their concerts and bathrooms and under seats, that sort of thing, all to kind of come together and really enhance player interaction and collaboration. These were all really important pillars for us and things we wanted to include in our game, which is why we look at this game and many others as kind of precedents. And with that, to kind of give you a sample of what our game looks like, here's our game trailer. So to kind of give you a better glimpse of the actual content we created for the game, the primary way to interact with the game is through 3 different websites that we created. These websites were created using custom HTML, CSS, and JavaScript templates. We also used Craft CMS as kind of our backbone so that we could pump out as much content as possible in the shortest amount of time. All 3 websites feature different images, animated GIFs, and alert messages so that as the player pokes around, it's kind of a fun interactive experience. We also utilized a cookie system that allowed us to save game progression. And that way, if a player walked away from the game for a bit, they could come back and still have all their progress. And lastly, we integrated Google Analytics as a way to kind of track player data, see how many people were playing the game and how far they were getting. And so these 3 different websites we created. The first one was the Aura Club website. This is kind of the homepage for our protagonists. Also where a lot of the other game is played. These are kind of our Scooby-Doo-esque characters that are going around campus solving and investigating things, including the mysterious CU Department of Paranormal and Extraterrestrial Studies. These are kind of our antagonists. They're doing some creepy experiments behind the scenes, which hopefully you'll discover more on as you play the game. And lastly, we have the Unexplained Boulder website. This is for kind of the podcast we created to go along with the game. And it's a more modern site to reflect the more modern podcast, which we'll get into a little bit later in the presentation.
So for this game, we wrote over 15,000 words of content, which can be seen on websites in the form of fictional posts, such as Creatures of the Night at the University of Colorado Boulder, and items to take on a stakeout, meeting minutes, experiment notes, lab information, and we used all of this information to create a story of the Aura Club. In addition to that, we included handwritten ciphers and ramblings of crazed scientists, and our podcast, Unexplained Boulder, was scripted. Players were guided through this game in a linear fashion by locked content and had to solve ciphers, riddles, and puzzles to progress through this game. The clues and answers to these riddles were hidden on campus, Google Maps, and throughout these websites. We created the game that was completely playable online in light of COVID-19 and the precautions that some might need to take for health purposes. And we wanted it to be playable by individuals who didn't live in Boulder. We wanted to expand our potential demographic.
So as mentioned before, we had a scripted podcast. It was released on Spotify as a regular podcast to explain, detailing some unexplained events and some spooky stuff that happened in Boulder, like incidents revolving around Alfred Packard, the mysterious cannibal. It had custom intro and outro music and generally was recorded by all 3 of us. And primarily it served as one of the stepping stones to get into the game while not necessarily being directly linked to the game.
In order to get players to, actually play our game, we used guerrilla marketing and posted the links to our websites using fake profiles on Reddit and Twitter, in the comment sections of viral TikTok videos, in Zoom chats during online classes, and created social media profiles for our Unexplained Boulder podcast. We designed and installed posters related to the Aura Club and the Department of Paranormal and Extraterrestrial Studies around campus. where players could discuss the game and collaborate.
So to kind of talk more about that Discord we created, people actually used our Discord to work together and solve puzzles. This kind of meaty screenshot right here is one of my favorites because it's two people who do not know each other, who do not know us, working together to solve a puzzle in our game. For us, this was kind of the moment where it clicked. We're like, wow, people are actually playing our game and enjoying it, which was huge. We went into this not sure if anyone would actually find this or actually play it all the way through. We also ended up creating some physical rewards for people, buttons, pins, and stickers, that sort of thing. And we gave those away for free to the first few people who solved the game all the way through. And they're available to purchase for anyone else who solves the game after today. Here's another screenshot of some feedback we got from players who just really enjoyed it. For us, it was huge to have people that we didn't know that just kind of organically found our project through our different marketing efforts come and enjoy the game and actually play it all the way through. To give you some concrete numbers of this, we had 3.6 thousand views on our main Aura Club website, over 11,000 events. So that's things like clicks, people solving puzzles, actually navigating around the website and enjoying the game. To kind of sum it all up, we had around 302 unique users. These are people that played the game in at least some capacity, and whether they got all the way through it or not. And with that, I'd like to kind of conclude and thank you guys for watching our presentation. With special thanks to Matt Sisson, Matt Bethencourt, Danny Rankin, and our wonderful testers and our community. Thank you guys for making this really cool project possible, and thank you for watching our presentation on this.
Excellent work. All right, moving to our feedback. Stop sharing.
Hey all, good to see you guys again. Awesome job on this. Really stoked on how it came out. When I first kind of started clicking around it, I was like, wow, this is a lot of stuff. And, there's so much content to explore. I was almost immediately overwhelmed, which I think is a good thing because there's just so much to explore. A couple of things that I thought were really neat. The cookie thing. I didn't realize you guys were doing that and tracking all that stuff. That's super awesome, especially for iterating on things to see where kind of people are breaking down or dropping off of the puzzle. And also just the kind of the modern versus like the old HTML stuff, like using Spotify to release your podcast and things like that. I think kind of seeing things like the modern stuff can help pull people in and to not like be totally like scared of like this old school website they're falling into. Question for you. I know that you mentioned that it was 100% playable online, but there was other things that were around the campus. What was kind of the difference in like content there? Was it just more of the story, things like that?
I'll answer this question. So for an example of this, we have basically alternate ways to solve different puzzles. And so some of them can be solved by going on campus and actually finding a spot versus like one of our favorite clues is that same spot is also on Google Maps if you like use the street view to get to that same location. And so either way will get you the same clue. But it's kind of a fun way to like include people outside Boulder, but also in Boulder, like it's still possible to go access that in person.
Cool. And that's pretty much it. I'm just stoked that you guys got that out there and people playing it. I mean, the like little Snapchat little chat you shared was just awesome to kind of see that random people were playing your puzzle and trying to solve it together. But that must have been like an awesome feeling. So congrats.
Thank
yeah,
you.
definitely. Yeah, feel the same way here. Really well done. The fact that you focused on creating an ARG that's entirely playable online, especially in the midst of COVID, that's very commemorable. It's very thoughtful, as well. I really like that. I think a lot of ARGs out there are so focused on well, either like a community, like physical community thing, or a marketing thing that like building something just for fun and just so that people could talk about Boulder. That's actually really interesting to me. It's not one of the things that you said that really resonated with me was the fact that someone who isn't at all related to Boulder would be able to try out this game and really learn more about the city and just kind of in this scenario that they literally go around Google Maps and exploring Boulder to solve these puzzles. That's really cool. So being a Boulderite myself, I just feel like that's also a really, really awesome thing. Linking it to some of the accessible but non like things that are a little bit more outside the box, like Spotify, for example, that's really awesome. And I will have to say, from a personal standpoint, listening to a first episode of a podcast where someone suddenly introduces himself as Z, not gonna lie, kind of almost made me fall out of my chair. So it's really awesome, cool stuff all around. Really well done. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, another round of applause for Project Buffalo. Good job, y'all. Okay, next up we have Reese Ruffert with Tyflow.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Reese, and this is Tyflow. So the best way to introduce my project is to start with the problem I was trying to solve, which is that low vision gamers have few options. And there's even fewer for the completely blind. There are accessibility options for existing games that can allow legally blind gamers to participate in them, but there's just so few options for completely blind gamers. Additionally, while there are a handful of software and game solutions out there, there are a lot of audio games out there. There are few physical systems that address this problem. Additionally, the audio games that are out there, some are good, some can be somewhat shallow, or they're just remakes of existing games. So the first part of my project is the physical system I built, which is the controller. The controller sits on the player's lap. It has simple arcade-style controls that anybody could pick up on easily. One finger per button, so once you lay your hands down on the controller, there's no need to search around for different buttons. And the key here is the directional haptic feedback. So as I was playing through audio games, one thing that sort of dawned on me was that in a traditional game, you're seeing things and you're hearing things, and you take those two senses in and you have to reconcile what's going on in those two different areas. And that's part of what lends depth to a game. But when you have a pure audio game, you're only experiencing it through one sense. And so it can feel like it's missing a little something. That's where the directional feedback comes in. So you can see in this animation where I have rumble motors mounted at different points in the controller. And this allows the user to get haptic feedback as they're playing through a game. So here are some of my prototypes. My first controller prototype was not particularly ergonomic, so I took a bunch of measurements of different sized hands to make sure that it would work for everybody. You can see in the middle one of my first 3D models. And on the right is some early wiring. The physical computing portion, even though I had a microcontroller and 3 H bridges die out on me in the process, the physical computing portion was actually one of the less technically challenging aspects of this project. So here is a picture of what the most recent iteration of the controller looks like. And here are some of my playtesters enjoying themselves while using it. So you're probably asking what they're playing. And of course, I couldn't design a controller without something to play on it. So the second portion of my project is an audio haptic game. So earlier, I said that some audio games felt a little shallow. Now, I want to start by saying I do not want to bash either of these projects. They're admirable attempts at spreading games to a larger community, and that's awesome. That said, I can learn from what I see as some of the mistakes in these projects. Audio Game Hub has a lot of stuff that's just reaction speed based. So you hear a noise and you press a button as fast as you can, or maybe you mash a button, and they're not like fleshed out game experiences. And audiogames.net is user submitted. So there's some good stuff on there and some not so good stuff on there. And I found a lot of what people were trying to do was remake existing games. So they would take Pac-Man or Galaga and make it into an audio game. And I don't find that a very compelling solution, because taking a hyper visual game and trying to lay audio on top of it is not going to turn out as well as if you start with an audio game from the beginning of the design process. So what lends depth to my audio game in comparison? Well, I recorded around 50 pieces of Foley and compiled around 50 more to try to have dynamic audio, because I played some audio games where I would hear the same sword swing 1,000 times, and it just got a bit tiring. Additionally, I was somewhat disappointed by a lack of dialogue in audio games that I played. I think that when there is no opportunity for visual storytelling, having dialogue and being able to hear human voices goes a long way in setting the scene. And I wanted to create an atmosphere. I think that, again, one of the shortcomings of other audio games is that they don't create a game world and atmosphere. I started with sort of a fantasy horror atmosphere, but I didn't want to isolate anybody because there's some people who don't like horror games. So I added sort of a tongue-in-cheek aspect to it as well. Part of how I created that atmosphere was every audio game needs to have a disembodied voice that guides you through certain things that you would normally be seeing on screen. So I tried to integrate my disembodied voice into the world and give him some character. So the most interesting technical challenge of my game was making it playable without visuals, because I've only ever worked on games with visuals before. So I had to come up with a new solution for audio menus, because the Unity, which I used, has visual UI, which was not very useful to me. So I had to come up with a new system for the inner inventory and shop menus. I simplified the movement down to 4 directions, so it's harder to get lost because you can't see your environment. And I added in a system that whenever you backtrack in a level, your footsteps sound different, so you know when you're backtracking. So what exactly is my game? It's loosely based on the myth of the labyrinth. There's 5 levels. They're each maze-like with a constantly playing audio source that represents the exit of the level. So you use that audio source to orient yourself and to move through the level. There's 5 unique enemy types. 1 is introduced in each level. There's a variety of weapons and items that they can drop. And to make the combat more interesting, so in a visual game, you would normally be trying to space yourself from the monsters so that you can hit them and they can't hit you. That's not really an option without visuals. So I added in a parry system where you can hear the enemies attacking you, and anytime they do that, you have the opportunity to parry them. So that was my attempt to make combat more engaging in the audio-only medium. Here's just a quick picture of some of my levels. Obviously, they have no visuals on them. And to summarize everything, here is a quick gameplay trailer.
Hello, and welcome to the Labyrinth. Theseus is a roguelike audio game for everyone. Slay foes. Collect powerful items. Descend the levels of the labyrinth. Do you have what it takes to conquer the labyrinth?
You're muted, Reese.
Oh, sorry about that. Quickly, I want to thank Brett Boyer from the Colorado Center for the Blind, Matt for giving me a bunch of advice, and my main playtesters, Rachel, Will, Shabby, and Perry.
All right, excellent work, Reese. Feedback from our reviewers.
Super cool project and community that you're kind of going after. It kind of is close to home for me. My grandmother's blind, and I used to play lots of different games with her that are meant for blind people, like checkers and things like that, that have certain like holds and things like that, so she can kind of tell where parts are and things like that. But I've never heard of anything like this before, and I was just really impressed with just the execution and the kind of things that you're doing with the different sound effects and fighting in it, and it's all just super cool. And I don't have any particular feedback with it. I am very interested in playing it, so you kind of got me hooked on it. But awesome job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's funny. Kind of similarly, this is very close to home for me as well. My dad is actually blind. I grew up with him. Being kind of a gamer that introduced me to gaming early days. When he was a computer science guy, he was kind of still able to see a little bit. Glaucoma runs in our family. Over the years, just kind of seeing him fall out of touch with this very important hobby that essentially kind of is what brought him into his career. And then eventually he isn't really able to do anything anymore with vision related tasks. It's been really tough for me, and just as a child growing up, and I've always had the kind of ambition to think about, like, what if we can create more games that are more for the visually impaired or something. And as you said, I had a similar journey where I go out there and look for these things and realize the resources just don't really exist. And even if they do, they're just not the same. It's not really aimed towards creating the same kind of experiences, and the people who are trying to create the same experiences aren't really capturing the right spirit behind it. Overall, there's just a lot of problems there. There's also a lot of like varying tiers, as you mentioned, regarding like blindness. Certain people can have low vision, certain people are completely dark. So overall, it becomes a really difficult kind of industry to navigate. You mentioned there's a few things that you were kind of avoiding dunking on. I noticed that you listed Blind Drive on your slides, that you didn't really quite bring to it too much attention to it. Sorry, I have a 1-year-old daughter that's playing next to me. Blind Drive was a game that I recently played for IGF actually, and it was I absolutely hated it. It was one of the worst things I've had to load up on my computer, having had a serious car accident not too long ago. It really needed better trigger warnings overall. But at the same time, I really appreciate the fact that we are kind of moving in that direction and are able to kind of find games that are more accessible for especially visually impaired and other disabled gamers. But yeah, I mean, overall, this is fantastic. I feel the same way as Matt does, and a really good job, and looking forward to trying it out.
Thank you.
I actually have one more question. How was like the reception from it was the Colorado Institute for the Blind, or that community that you mentioned?
Right. So I was originally planning on maybe by the end of the semester. So I was in contact with Brett Boyer, who's a technology instructor there. He and I were talking a little bit about the potential of me testing with his class. Unfortunately, that never came to fruition this semester. So I just ended up, I originally developed 2 versions, one that could be playable just on the computer and one you needed the controller for. And when that was the case, I was sending him my iterations of the audio game, because he's the blind technology instructor and he's a blind gamer. He is really into video games. It's his main hobby. So he was the main person I was sending the game to and getting feedback from. Obviously, the next step would be to actually get the physical system in the hands of some blind people for more testing. It just wasn't feasible this semester.
Got it. That's cool. It sounds like they were really open to it, and there's potential for future collaboration with them. So that's great. Thanks.
Yeah, all right. Excellent job, Reese. Another round of applause for Reese and Teflo. Okay, next up, we have Ashley Salazar with Tech.
Unmute there. All right. Hi everyone. I'm Ashley, and this is my project Tête-à-Tête. Tête-à-Tête is an art history-based board game that allows players to actively engage with the stories, themes, and people behind the Rococo art period. Art is both a mirror and a time capsule, It allows us to immortalize moments in time. And by looking at these snapshots, we're able to understand ourselves and the world around us a little bit better. To put it simply, art has value, it's significant. So I knew I wanted my capstone to be about art. I looked at museums and learned about how people engage within these spaces. And based off what I learned, I decided I wanted to create an alternative experience where people could engage with art in a unique and interactive way. So I formed this question: how can games be used to engage people with art? I conducted a series of interviews, but it was my conversations, particularly with Danny Rankin and John Costello, that informed my solution, and that is a board game. I knew from research that art history-based board games did exist, but they were predominantly trivia-based, and I wanted mine to focus on art analysis and history, and I knew that a board game would be an effective way of doing that based off those expert interviews. I decided to focus on the Rococo art period. This is the predominant art movement in Europe, the century leading up to the French Revolution. I began by doing a lot of research. I'm not an art historian, so I definitely needed to fill that knowledge gap. And I also read a lot of art analysis so I could have a clear understanding of the art that was going to later be incorporated into my own game. And so from all this research, I was able to boil Rococo down into these 4 essential elements. Frivolity, it's silly and unserious. It depicts these people who lead these lives of extreme excess. There's a sense of foreboding and anxiety about a way of life ending. And given what we know about the French Revolution, that anxiety was certainly warranted. And self-interest, this was one of the first art movements that put the individual at the forefront of art. And so to truly reflect Rococo in my game, I decided to make these my game values. And it was these elements that guided my decision-making process as well as shaped my player's experience. And so of course, I began the process of ideation and prototyping and playtesting, and then revising based off what I learned in playtesting, and then just a continuous cycle and trying to figure out what worked, what didn't work, until ultimately I got to my game, which is Tete-a-Tete. So in Tete-a-Tete, you play as an artist or an aristocrat who's trying to lead this over-the-top life while also trying to maintain some semblance of a public reputation since they don't want to get beheaded. Which brings me to my point system, sin chips and reputation chips. Sin chips allow players greater movement throughout the game as well as access to abilities, but they ultimately penalize a player at the end of the game. Reputation chips, on the other hand, serve as a life force. They allow players to, they are what decide who wins the game. And at the end of the game, you have to take away a reputation chip for every sin chip that you have. Yeah, so it's really just a balancing act of the two. And so those two are going to fluctuate as players navigate this palace of 7 rooms, each representing a different sin. Within these rooms, players can participate in different activities from gambling to duels, and they can also pick up these tokens, which give them additional abilities. There's 1 for each sin. Players are also required to take an event card, and this is the most direct way that art is included in my game. On the left, you see the swing. It's by Fragonard. It features a young woman being pushed in this overgrown garden by her husband in the back, who's totally oblivious as she flirts with her lover in the bushes as he not so subtly looks up her skirt. And so I was able to take what was going on in this painting and I divided it up into 4 different event cards. So if I was to draw the one on the right, my spouse is cheating on me. I'm not even aware that's happening. So that's kind of embarrassing. I'm going to take a hit to my reputation. However, I'm able to manipulate other players' reputations since it wasn't very cool of them not to tell me about it. And so my game can be played anywhere from 2 to 6 players. And to give you a clear idea of what a turn looks like, I created this example between 2 players just for simplicity's sake. The main components being the board, the character cards, the reputation and sin chips, the tokens, the event cards, and the pawns. So I am playing as Francois Boucher. I have somewhere along the line of collected this greed token. And so I have 2 abilities that I can choose from during a round. But I'm first going to start my turn by drawing my event card. I'm apparently very nosy. I get to steal a chip from another player, but I'm also greedy, so I can double whatever it is that I take. And I'm going to choose to steal 2 reputation chips. And from there, I can make my room movement. It costs 5 Sin chips to move rooms. And I'm going to move from the Salon of Diane to the Opera House. I'm going to pay those 5 Sin chips to do that. While I'm in the Opera House, there is a token available. No one has claimed it yet. Those are first come, first serve. So I'm going to take that envy token. I now have 3 abilities that I can choose from during a round. However, I've already enacted my one. I'm not going to pay to enact another. So all I can do now is enact the room action, which is to pay 3 chips to draw a new character card. I have that, so I can do that. And I am now the queen's best friend. And so it will cycle through each player until the first person gets to all 7 rooms, or all but 1 player loses all the reputation chips and therefore has died. So will it be off with your head, or will you be able to have your cake and eat it too? That's tete-a-tete, everyone. Yeah, special thanks to my playtesters and my mentors. Most of y'all are here, so thank you so much. You guys were so helpful. And thank you all for listening. Find your copies virtually in no store, but it will be virtual. I am sending a print and play.
Awesome. Great job, Ashley. And Fernanda put it in the chat.
Thank you, Fernanda.
Okay, feedback.
I really love how this came out. You did an excellent job. I really want to play, and I'm glad you ended your presentation with a link to the print and play, because I'm absolutely going to be trying that out. What was your biggest kind of takeaway from like building this and like kind of tackling a genre that hasn't really been touched on with most board games?
Honestly, the genre itself wasn't what intimidated me. It was more of like the game development process, since that's something I'm actually super unfamiliar with. And so I'm like a big like perfectionist and like kind of stickler for that. And so it was actually like the play testing that really surprised me, because Matt told me to do that like week 1, and I was so hesitant to do it, and it was so helpful, and I'm glad that I did it, obviously, and I continue to do it as often as I could. But it's definitely like scary to show something that's like not done to people, but you gain so much from it, and I'm always surprised when it happens. Even it's like I never learned my lesson. But yeah, that's probably like my biggest takeaway, just kind of getting over that. And yeah, it was cool to see how that translate into a game though. It's basically like storytelling, but you have like other people who are controlling the elements, which I really like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How many different images did you end up like pulling from the art archives?
So I don't know how many like individual paintings I ended up with. I know I have 42 event cards that I liked and kept. And I think there's probably like around 20, probably it's less than 20. It's not that many, I don't think. But yeah.
Good. And what's the typical gameplay come out to be now? As
Oh,
far as like duration?
Well, I had ones that are more people are dying, so it shortens that. But it's still kind of in that like 30 minutes to like an hour range.
Okay, cool. Well, awesome job. I'm looking forward to playing it.
Yeah, definitely. The one of the things that I personally always very care about very much is the concept of tangential learning when it comes to games. So whenever you play a game, you're always learning stuff. It could be knocking over bricks, Angry Birds, or it could be learning about how humanity came to be in civilization. Personally, I always believe that as game designers, it is kind of our inherent duty to create games that kind of increase the amount of educational experiences and tangible real life applications in whatever it is that we do, because I mean ultimately it is so much easier for people to play a game than to pick up a textbook nowadays, and that's probably always going to be the case going forward. So if that's the case, there's going to be some important tangibility when it comes to any kind of game design. Yeah, so because of that, I really appreciate what you did here. I love the initial concept of trying to essentially find a topic that is not very well explored, and then apply kind of this this design upon it so that it could be more tangibly accepted and ingested in some ways by a larger audience. And I really do appreciate that. personally, I think what's really interesting to note is actually hearing your journey from when you first came up with the idea to what the final product ended up being. It is fascinating to see how, you started off designing something that wanted to use art history and a kind of art culture as a part of the gameplay. But then ultimately, I feel like the actual product that you landed on was actually almost like a simulation of society, of like high class society during that time, right? Like it's almost like the whole Pride and Prejudice type of mentality. Like you're essentially gamifying a society, or at least a historical society during that time period. And if anything, I just want to comment, like maybe that is art in itself, in the sense that like that indicates something regarding what art does for humanity. Where art maybe is just kind of an allegory for what the culture can be, or our societal structure can be. So it is quite fascinating that you kind of discovered that along the way. Yeah, regardless, yeah, the really great work. The game sounds amazing. Well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, another round of applause for Ashley. Great job, Ashley. Okay, and our last project of the session and of the day is Spooked, with the Spooked team, Colin Seguero, Dylan Turner, and Zaina Sheikh. Take it away.
Okay, hi everybody. Oh, 1 second. Yeah. I think we should be good to go. All right. My name is Zaina.
So I think what you're showing, Zaina, is looking pixelated from this end.
Oh, it's.
It looks like maybe you're showing the Zoom screen rather than the.
I wonder if that's. Huh, that might be optimized for video sharing. Give me 1 second.
Was everyone else seeing that too? Was that just me? Okay.
Yeah, no, I noticed that as well.
We can switch screens if we need to, so just give me 1 second.
Yep.
As we're waiting, Z, is that a real cat in the background?
Yeah, it's my cat, Onion.
Hey,
Onion.
That cat's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My cat's super chill.
Yeah, he's giant nowadays, but yeah, it's like 3 or 4 years old, something like that. Can't remember.
I think it's this Atlas Wi-Fi. Do you want
That
to
Atlas building.
your screen, Dylan?
No, and no stress. We have plenty of time, so like we can figure it out. So
You can't get through a whole presentation without a couple technical difficulties.
Yeah,
I mean, it's pretty important that we have at least one.
That's the same. I can try from my end.
Yeah, I think you should.
Oh, wait, this is
That system just walked off into his virtual background and like kept him, and
Yeah,
then he
that's great.
disappeared into the background. That was amazing.
Oh, that's looking better already. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, it looks great.
this one. Oh, I think that's fine, probably.
Yeah,
Okay.
that looks good. Okay, Team Spook, take it away.
We have a jerry-rigged situation over here. All right, take two. Hi everyone, I'm Zaina Sheikh, along with my teammates Colin and Dylan. We are proud to present Spooked. Oh, there we go. So the story of Spooked is the story of the three of us coming together with the goal to create a couch co-op game. This is happening during the pandemic, where getting together with your friends to play video games was a little bit harder, and we were really missing some of those good times. So throughout our brainstorming on this topic, we ran into this idea of creating teamwork in chaotic situations. That's a classic local co-op mechanic, and we really enjoyed those games that involve that. And so the last element that's important for Spooked to understand is that throughout our brainstorming process, this idea of the players being the ones to scare ghosts seemed really fun. So related games to some of these themes include the Luigi's Mansion franchise, which has a wonderful, whimsical ghost theme, where the ghosts are very mischievous, and it's not at all a horror game or in the horror theme, but it plays on these sort of spooky vibes in the world. Another important precedent for our development is are the overcooked games. So these involve a bunch of little chefs running around in a chaotic kitchen, and the players need to coordinate their actions perfectly to serve all of these orders. And it really brings out a lot of wonderful communication between players, and that was something we knew was an important design pillar for us. So we started brainstorming. We started sketching out both the game and the world that we would want this to take place in, and creating digital prototypes, which we tried out different mechanics for both catching and chasing various ghosts. And so where we landed is, I think we need to optimize for video, with our current iteration of Spooked. This is our gameplay trailer.
All right, now that you got, sorry. Now that you got a look of what the gameplay looks like, I'm going to go over the mechanics of the game. So this first phase is what we call the peekaboo phase. In this phase, the ghosts will hide from you by moving beneath the ground and peeking its head up at various points. And to get the ghost out of the ground, you have to run up to it and scare it from hiding. Once the ghost is above ground, players have to work together to scare it. And this is done by using the icon above the ghost's head, which indicates what buttons need to collectively be pressed by your team. So here, one player would scare with the right button, the other player would scare with the up button. And on a successful scare, the ghost will split into a number of small ghosts. And from here, players have to chase and use their dive to collect the small ghosts, so they can deposit them at the van and score points.
And so as we were testing, we kind of wanted to provide a variety of experiences throughout the game. So we came up with, in total, 5 different ghost types, and they all have their own sort of unique attacks and unique AI to provide a little bit of variation during the gameplay, so that you're not just kind of chasing the same ghosts over and over. And then additionally, you might have seen this in the trailer, there are what we call golden ghosts, and there's a small percentage of these spawning in, but because they're golden, they're worth a lot more. They drop more ghosts, and those ghosts that they drop are worth more. Additionally, as you scare these ghosts, they trigger what we have called chaos events, and these events just serve to kind of add more chaos and fun to the gameplay. And these are things like making the players super fast, turning them invisible so you lose track of where you are, or making your controls backwards. So here's a quick peek at some of the levels that Zaina has created. She did all the art for our game. In this top left corner, that's kind of that's the fairy level. And thematically, that is supposed to be the level that you like take from, it's like the ferry you take to the island to scare all the ghosts, which also serves as our tutorial level where you we walk the players through how to play the game. Here's a look at the rest of the levels. We have 8 in total, and as you play through them, they get a little bit harder in difficulty, adding more ghosts, and also with a higher score cap. And that's kind of how we structured the game, is you're trying to achieve the highest score you can per level. You can download our page or our game on our itch page, which Colin is going to put in the chat right now. So you can check that out. And special thanks to Matt Bethencourt, our wonderful teacher who gave us guidance all year and really just helped us out with a lot of things. Ben Wander, he's a local developer who we met with weekly, and he gave us a ton of good advice. Danny Rankin, he gave us a bunch of good advice, and he also helped record sounds for our game. And our wonderful roommates who did plenty of playtesting. So thanks to them. And that's about it. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and go check out our game.
What was the most notable sound effect that Danny put into the game? Was it the woo? Because I feel like that was Danny.
Yeah, it is. That is me. The woo is me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah. My Danny senses went off when I heard that. Great job. This looks awesome. I'm a big fan of Overcooked, so I see a lot of similarities there. I was curious, because Overcooked was one of your bigger influences, what kind of environmental changes do you guys have across all the different levels, similar to what Overcooked tries to do with almost the different puzzles that they give you to kind of make it harder and mess with you?
Yeah, one of our initial goals was to have dynamic level interactions per level, and I think as we focused in a little bit more on the mechanics of scaring the ghosts, those elements sort of got dropped. A lot of the communication comes between scaring the ghosts that pop out, because you're not sure which ones will pop out, and coordinating on the levels. But it's definitely something we would be interested in bringing back at some point potentially.
What are some of the personality traits of the ghosts? Because I know you said you had 5.
Yeah,
so,
5 separate ghosts with 5 separate attacks, which will hit the players, and then they drop any of the small ghosts that they're carrying. Yeah.
Some run faster, some split up, or run different directions, things like that.
Yeah,
so what I'm trying to understand is the different.
Yeah,
Got it.
is separate as well. The attacks, we have one ghost that looks a little bit like a shark, and it'll pop out of the ground and splash down. And then any people around the ghost at that moment, when it splashes down, will get hit.
Super awesome job. That was really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that Matt asked that question. That was literally my first question as well. It was like, how are you using the arenas essentially? Yeah, the main reason why I wanted to ask that was actually because this game reminded me of another game, and that was on the Wii U. There was this party game package called Nintendo Land, and within Nintendo Land, there was one of the mini games that was a Luigi's Mansion mini game, where the gameplay is actually one person would it's like a player game. One person would hold the Wii U pad, and then the other 4 people would use their Wiimotes to run around in the place, and you're all Luigi's essentially, and then you're holding the flashlight trying to find the one person who's the ghost, but they have their separate screen where they can see where everyone is, but they the other people are using the TV and they can't see where the ghost is. So it actually becomes like a 1v4 kind of a thing. and that was a really cool experience because it actually required a ton of teamwork, but not in the way that Overwatch did, because Overwatch is more about like a logistical teamwork. It's like you get the tomatoes and I start chopping. But in that game, it was more about an arena-based kind of an action teamwork where it's like, oh, I think I hear someone to my left. Maybe you guys should swing around that way. So it becomes very physical, very like strategic almost in some ways. And immediately when you told you kind of talked about how this has different arenas and it was inspired by Overcooked, but more specifically you mentioned that teamwork is a really major pillar to the game design. It made me realize that if you didn't really have a lot of these arena-based kind of interesting elements that kind of change things around a bit, you could actually risk decreasing the amount of kind of emphasis that you place into teamwork, because one of the examples that you gave was you would one person would press the top button and another person would press the right button. Well, that's actually pretty telegraphed from a game mechanics standpoint. Like you can walk up to the ghost and immediately know, oh, I need to press this button. There's way less coordination there compared to something like, oh, like let's swing around that way because we're all kind of guessing where the ghost could be, kind of based on the arena or stuff like that. That's just one thing I kind of really reminded me based off of another example that I remember. But overall, yeah, really, really awesome design. I think it captured a lot of the great things that Luigi's Mansion has going for it, but also kind of the more hectic party kind of like you just kind of pick up the controller and start playing type of environment that Overcooked does. So yeah, really, really well done.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Another round of applause for Spooked. And also a shout out to Ben Wander, who is in the attendees right now, who really did help so many of these projects this semester. I know a lot of you leaned on him, so big thanks to Ben. Thank you, Ben. And again, a round of applause for all of these projects. Excellent work, everybody. Very, 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 very fun. And this wraps the day for the 2021 spring capstone presentations. We did it, y'all. All right, so these have been recorded. They will be up online at some point if you want to watch any of the ones that you missed. But otherwise, thank you so much again to our reviewers, Matt Sisson and Z Yang, for coming. Thank you for the students who worked so hard. Thank you for all of you for coming and watching these. And go enjoy the rest of the daylight that we have out there today.
Yay.
Bye, y'all. That was fun.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Tree. Fly away, little birds.
See y'all.
Bye, Harrison. Good job.
It was such an anticlimax ending this whole thing and being like, well, college is over now.
Not for Zaina.
Not for Zaina. Yeah.
I don't know if it's over
can
for
go
Perry
on forever.
either. Is it over for Perry? Are you still here, Perry?
No,
Perry's not here.
Oh.
Perry, Reese, you are all still around, which is pretty bonkers. That's like a fourth of the class or something like that.
You guys could make another game if you want.
I know. Right?
Capstone, round 2.
All right, good job, y'all.
Thanks, everybody.
I guess we stopped the record. Should I stop this recording?
Stop the recording.
Again. I stopped it. Stop cloud recording.